It's not working still?
We're good?
We're
Should be good
still
now.
trying, yeah.
Sound good? Sound coming
I mean,
through?
I guess we wouldn't know if we're on.
Yeah, because we heard.
I mean, that's so embarrassing.
No, it's
Okay,
not.
so we closed last night. Here's this joke for a third time. It's going to be the best time. We closed last night. We're opening this morning. What's that called in the business? Still muted.
Wait.
Girl. No
Wait.
way. Maybe Wong's computer is off.
Good. There we
Good.
go.
There we go. There we go. Wait, we good. Now we're good.
Hey,
Everyone's
guys.
there.
Don't mind us.
Okay, so when you do 2 tournaments back-to-back, everyone's really tired for the second one. How will that affect our players?
How will that affect our sound team?
Yeah. We're doing our best, which is sometimes not enough, but we're having a blast today. 93 players,
92. 'Cause it
92.
rhymes with Nike shoes. That's what we just said.
Rhymes with Nike shoes. That's how everybody's going to remember that. 92 players. Half the people, I guess it's not half, 92 divided by 140, that many people came back, percentage, whatever that is.
A lot of people came back.
A lot of people were doing, hey, if I'm in LA, I'm going to go to the beach. Like, one day for me, one day for my family. I heard that a lot yesterday. What did you do last night until 4 in the morning?
I was asleep at 4 in the morning.
Cool. All right, well, we went to a bar, and there was chicken sandwiches, and the chicken sandwich kind of did some Revel and Runeblood to me, and it was like, I don't know if I'm going to be here the whole night or not, but we'll do our best.
You made it.
We're trying our best.
Is it
Yeah.
not
I think some of the if there's Oldham players, it'll make me even sicker. Am I right?
Blah.
Play some new heroes. What else are we doing today? I guess we do have opening stories if somebody fixed this. We can.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Oh yeah.
We have new stories.
Who won the Battle Hardened last night?
Brody Spurlock came down to California from his perch in Texas. I think he's just up there, just perched on all his trophies. Just
Oh my god. Oh my gosh.
he's
He's
back today.
Wow.
He's defending the crown.
Why
in
didn't
this
he want to go to the beach? There's no beaches in Texas.
Well, because he wants to get another PTI. This is a PTI event. There's a gold foil attached to this AGE
I don't
Open.
think he needs more PTIs.
We also have this incredible AGE Open
June 2023
medallion available for the winner. So there's a lot to play for, folks.
There's only 2 more of those today and next month, which is the final AGE stretch.
Which is the final AGE stretch.
Yeah.
The player that wins this event and the player that wins the next event should be locked on AGE points to make it to the incredible $3,000 Players Championship in August. And the rumor is we've got an incredibly cool event planned.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to tell you how it works today or if we're saving that. There's beaches in Texas for sure. I've been to Galveston. They're awful. Get out of here.
Thanks from Texas.
I'm from Texas, bro. Galveston is amazing. Go to Moody Gardens. The butterfly thing there is pretty cool. What happened? Battle hardened metagame. Are we going to see the same today? Is everybody bringing the same hero, or is everybody switching it up?
How many Kano are we going to see? Yesterday we saw 10 Kano, 10 plus Azuri, 17 Oldham, 23 Lexi. Are people going to be moving into a slightly
more AB.
Yeah, more AB because the Kanos around. There were a bunch of Icelander, 5 or 6 of those running around the field yesterday as well. So are people going to be bringing in a little more of that arcane barrier to try to combat some of what they saw yesterday? It's fun when in an individual 2-day tournament, especially something like this where they're each open entry and it's not like a day 2.
Yeah, you don't have to bring your same deck.
Yeah,
you could switch it up.
Exactly. There's an individual metagame that can kind of establish. So it's going to be exciting to see what winds of change have blown here at the Battle Hardened Los Angeles.
What would have been sick last night, speaking of ban or no ban,
Yep.
it would have been cool to just go, you can't bring Oldham tomorrow.
That could have been cool.
That would have been sick.
Probably would have pissed off.
There's no rules.
Probably
There's no LSS sanction in here, you know? Or I guess they did give us a PT on a gold, so maybe we couldn't do
Yeah,
that.
probably not. Probably
This is
not
the one where we probably couldn't just do whatever we wanted, but good for them for sending us a PTI and a gold foil. Not the legendary today, but
could be majestic.
Could be majestic or one of the best common ones that sometimes people like the commons better than the majestics.
It's true. It's true.
Who wants an amethyst tiara? Like, who cares?
When you could have a talismanic lens.
Yes.
Come on.
So true. We also had some people open up some judge packs yesterday. That was cool.
2 different.
So now there's ALSs out there. Somebody got a theory, or somebody got the hammer that breaks your weapon.
You'd rather have the ALS.
Everyone's so obsessed with money these days, Or they just
a
want
problem
the
with society.
what the heck, man? Wouldn't you rather just have another dude named Therion so you could just have everyone ready for UPF? Is it UPF or UPF?
That's an interesting question because it's not ultimate pit fight. It's ultimate, but it's not a PF.
Yeah.
These are the questions.
UPN, they never said UPN.
What's
You remember
UPN?
UPN?
No.
That was a failed TV network before you were watching TV on purpose, I guess.
Cool.
I'll tell you about it off stream.
Okay, sounds good.
It's I like TV history, but maybe people here don't. What else do we got here for you guys?
Want to talk about some new cards?
I think
No.
I think we could. We'll
said no.
we'll show the sponsor once because we gotta talk about them. So I don't think Arcane we're sponsored by both these people who showed up today of Collector Legion. They have a booth. Fabric was sending stuff in to people.
Absolutely. These are one of the premier stores here in the Southern California region in Collector Legion, and the absolutely premier deck building resource, Fabtcg, both incredible businesses and partners of us here at Arcane Games and Events, and we thank them for sponsoring the show this weekend.
Oh, that's the Would You Rather button. Definitely wasn't supposed to click that. I think what's interesting is we needed to give one more playmat out.
Which we can do today from Savage
Right.
News, one of our other
Or did it
sponsors.
have to be yesterday?
No.
Oh, okay.
It had to be yesterday. We can pick an epic moment on stream today from Savage Lands News.
Somebody's going like, actually, it did have to be yesterday. but-
No, it didn't have to be yesterday. No.
I think the thought process is Chris Iali was maybe what we were going to do. I don't know if that got passed to the right person. He was not on stream yesterday. Why not? Because he probably lost a
He
little
did lose
bit.
pretty
Yeah.
early. But Chris Iali playing Azalea this weekend, which is a deck we have not seen him pilot on camera. It's a deck that we also did not see yesterday on coverage. So
Right.
depending on his matchup, if it looks like he's got a good game, we'll be trying to get Chris on for this first round one. Pairings, I think, are just going up momentarily, but we are going to be finding out exactly what game we have for you all in the next couple minutes.
Cool.
As we can see, the players behind us are moving to their round one pairings. And again, I think it's going to be interesting to see exactly what Metagame has developed here this weekend. What is the representation of heroes? This is, the AGE Opens series. A lot to play for, cash prizes, an incredible Players' Championship coming up on the horizon. But this is a slightly elevated tournament. We have a $2,000 cash prize pool for this one as opposed to the $1,000 cash prize pool. The gold foil and the PTI. So you have to imagine that there are going to be players coming to, people are coming to play to win. It's not necessarily like, oh, fun monthly tournament. I'm going to play my favorite deck. It's
I know one person that's not playing to win, though.
What are they bringing?
John Zapata. He flies all around the world, right, to play Flesh and Blood. So he went to Singapore, and he got us some swag, so thank you to John Zapata. But he was like, I'm playing Oldham. He's never played Oldham in his life. He played yesterday Oldham. Why did he play Oldham?
Why?
He wants to show off his new Merlion Sigil of Solace that he got from Singapore.
Cool.
And he's like, what deck is good that can play Sigil?
Nice.
That was his only thinking, where it's like, I mean, pop off John Zapata, but you're like, damn.
We're going to go ahead and quickly run to a break so that we can grab our feature match for you, and we will be back momentarily. Don't go anywhere. And we are back here at the AGE Open in Los Angeles with a PTI and a gold foil on the line. And we have got our first round all lined up for all of you lovely people out there. Now, we had wanted to get Chris Iali on as azalea. We said it depended on his opponent. Who is his opponent playing?
Oldham.
So we're not going to do that because we don't want to.
Yeah. No Oldhams in first round ever
Not in the
again.
first round. Maybe later.
Maybe we could get a whole tournament with no Oldham and pretend that he just wasn't here today.
Well, because, Living Legend has technically not happened, but the hero is gone, so it feels a little bit like a lame duck thing with him on there. And honestly, we've casted a lot of those games. We want to do something different. And we do have something different for you today.
A rare treat.
We have got one of our judges and scorekeeper from yesterday, dear friend Evan Bridges, on a little bit of a different Lexi Livewire list than perhaps you have seen before, versus Alexander Vore, a PT top 8 competitor, an incredibly renowned wizard player on Icelander today.
He's based.
He is based. He is not cringe.
No, never.
He is Pog. He is the master of all of that lingo. It flows from his mouth like the ambrosia of the gods in the Greek pantheon. This man could not be more based.
It's so funny because Evan is somebody who has been on Lexi since Tales of Aria, even when it was bad, even when it was prisms everywhere that was messing with him. And it was a thing where you're like, oh, when Outsiders come out, is Evan going to be good? And then I think Evan watched Chris Iali's Fuseless list back in January. And since that Iali game versus Craig Pollock on January 5th, it unlocked something in his brain, and he has literally been bullying people around where it's like, oh, I have to play him every Tuesday, and I either need to play a deck that can beat Dromai and beat the other dude that's annoying like this, or play a deck that can beat Evan, or I have no shot at winning this armory.
Yeah, Evan he's been cracked. He's been cracked on this deck, and he's found his own take on the list that he really loves. He'll tell anybody who walks that his version of Lexi is the way to play Lexi, and I'm excited to. I'll wait for the equipment to be revealed. But it's going to be a little bit different than perhaps we've seen on stream so far this weekend.
How many codex are in your Lexi decks normally?
I think the standard would be about 3 Codex of Frailty, and then perhaps some Inertia Codexes as well if you're trying to shore up either perhaps the Mirror, the Kano, or the Oldham matchup, keep them off their Crown of Seeds, keep them off their critical arsenal piece, but certainly not the 7 that we see here in Evan Bridges' deck.
It is 8. Just kidding. It is 7. I looked at the Rain Razors. I should have gone with your gut, This is what he calls Codexy. That's his name that he goes by on the whatchamacallit, the Discords. He's like, yeah, this is my Codexy list. He played probably this list until he got 63rd place in Baltimore for the Pro Tour. So cashed money on that one.
Cashed money on this Codexy list, I'm sure with some slight changes. Evan constantly evolving with the metagame. Working through, theory crafting with the best of them. Has a recently joined or adjunct professor of the experience, the team that Alexander Vore is a part of as well. So these are quasi-teammates.
He just got added to the team. That's crazy to start practicing for the next nationals. I think what's funny is Evan has been the person in the background for 5 months, and so now it's his time to shine. And I think I just saw a smile from him where he was so happy to be there. Where you're like whether he wins by 40 or just gets totally owned, I think this will be something that we'll make fun of him either way. Don't worry.
Don't you worry. But Evan is a dear friend, one of the people that makes all of these events here in Southern California run through his judging acumen and also, just his sterling people skills. So we're happy to have him on stream.
Evan's also really good at being like, why didn't you do the other line of play? Because the line of play you chose lost. And it's like, well, I was trying this line of play, bro.
and we have against him Alexander Vore, who for all of his basedness, pogness, and anti-cringeity, is one of the premier wizard players in the world. People, when other pros talk about good Icelander players, good Kano players, they're talking about Alexander Vore. He brought Kano to that PT in New Jersey when the Arsenal Pass team brought their crazy Kano, kind of the beginning of that Wildfire combo that was the kind of coming out party for that deck. It was Alexander Alexander Vore in the top 8 with his own take on it, and he was not part of that testing group. He had just showed up. He just showed up, with his own experiences with the deck and his own theory crafting, and he was the one that made the top 8, taking down, I believe, Yukili Bender on stream in that event. So this is no small shakes.
That was his let him cook moment.
That was his let him cook moment. It's true on his player profile. So this is an exciting game. We've got the fist bump extending.
This is an Alexander Vore game, and Evan is just the package deal. You know?
It happened. It's happened. He's just now. Let's take a look at Evan Bridges' equipment side because we see a beautiful extended art trench, a sunken treasure. We talk about all those codexes. We talk about all the different ways he's going to ponder in this game. Any face-down card in his arsenal, he doesn't care. He's got 2 arsenal slots. He doesn't care about which card gets pondered in. He's just going to trench it away if he doesn't like it, get a resource. And in this matchup in particular, when you're facing down individual instances of frostbites and extra taxation, if you have access to some extra resources on the turn that you can get at instant speed every turn, perhaps that's going to be the difference.
I mean, fingers crossed. Instead of attacking it all, we're just going to build a 6-card hand the way we want to. And then we'll see what Alex does. I guess you're looking for an attack if you're Alex on turn 1. We got some Findle's Fighting Spirits. We got some Command and Conquers. And then Wounded Bulls are in here too, so there's that kind of stuff. But then there's also Encase. That's something that people haven't been doing recently. Icebind. And do we have we have 3 Ice and Hell Weather Vanes.
And
so it looks
3
like
of the Sigils of Permafrost Red. So he's going to be able to be making a lot of frostbites.
Yeah, we are going to try and mess with Lexi and give her as much frostbite as possible.
So we're starting off with an Encase here. This, Evan only has access to AB2 with the Bullseye Bracers and the Trench. So if any of this damage occurs, there's going to be no activating Lexi and no activating of the Trench on his next turn.
Devastating. Also, he can't Snapdragon Scalers either.
No.
What the heck? And he can't block all 3. Remember that for the people at home. There's only AB2. And I think most of the time Evan's going to go, oh, who cares? But it is like, you should care, dude.
So
this will start adding up quick.
So as of now, the hero is frozen. The equipment also frozen, can't be activated. Triggered abilities would still happen, but we can't flip that arsenal zone as of now with Lexi. We can't activate the Trench, even though it's an instant speed. Can't activate the Snapdragon Scalers or the Bullseye Bracers, so we don't need to worry about activating Lexi so far on this turn because the card face down was a premeditate. Doesn't matter that Lexi is frozen because that can just come out of there right now, which probably leads to why, or shows why Evan was so keen to just take that 3 damage and let his stuff get frozen.
Right. And I think what's interesting about Alex is, okay, if you have a blue in your arsenal that has some frost, if you put it at the perfect time, you can try to shut down half of Lexi's turn, potentially, of like, maybe you can shoot 1 arrow at me, but not both arrows, or instead of 3 arrows on your power turns, I can stop the 3rd arrow by waiting to use my ice my ice card from arsenal to throw the frostbite in a certain way.
This is absolutely how Icelander is going to have to find the key to these games. These Lexi decks, these Lexi matchups were hard when it was just Dynasty in the field for Icelander. And then when Outsiders came out, these new cards like Premeditate and Infecting Shot, the 2 cards that we're seeing on the table right now, are enough to push this matchup into a place where if Icelander is going to win like you're talking about, the disruption needs to be critical. It needs to come at the right time, and it needs to actually matter. It needs to be a frostbite that causes the opponent to be like, ugh, how do I get through this turn? Not just, okay, I just need to pay a little extra to continue what I want to do anyway. But this is going to be a block for 9. But this Rain Razors is going to come through and make it a total of 10. So this is now going to cause the Arctic Incarceration to come in response to the Rain Razors. So this is going to create 2 Frostbites to Evan Bridges, but we're going to see if there's going to be anything that can follow the Rain Razors here, or if it's just going to be representing a total of 3 damage, 1 from the Infecting Shot, and then 2 from the potential Bloodrot Pox. With 2 Frostbites, he's got a Codex in his hand. It looks like he might just have to Arsenal that. I'm not sure there's a way he's going to be able to cobble together enough resources to play that card.
Because he could pitch the Codex and play the arrow, and which makes sense because you have Rain Razors up. So now this is a 6 damage arrow that could do a 7th point of damage.
Absolutely. And you're still pondering on this turn because of the Premeditate. So this is a fantastic turn for Evan here.
And most of the time, Icelanders need to have an arsenal card to have any kind of back pressure, or like I'm playing on defensive pressure, I guess we could say, of I do have the ability to mess with your turn. That's a great first turn for Evan.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Icelander, what the deck wants to be doing, it wants to be bringing your life totals down together. We want to be dying together at the same rate because they get Storm Striders, and the Icelander deck gets to just kind of take you down for potentially 12 near the end of the game. So, for Evan here, you've gotten your opponent down to 26 to start the game. You're at a 5-card hand now, and it depends a lot on what the card Alexander Vor wanted to keep. He took 7 damage to keep that card, knowing he was going to take 2 more off the Blood Rot. So you have to hope if you're rooting for Alexander Vor here that that's a critical and important blue ice card that's going to be able to impact Evan's next turn, so he doesn't just run away with this game.
3 of a kind is so good for Lexi because it's like, oh, you were going to stop me in my tracks? Well, I'll draw 3 cards that could just be 9 pitch worth of, I don't care how many Frostbite you give me from the Sigil of Permafrost. Like, who cares?
Absolutely.
I have enough to get through it.
And we do, I believe, have an Art of War sitting in the arsenal for Evan there. So if he wants to just play that out and allow him to have the Lexi ability available to him later in this turn, he will be able to. That card does not have to be flipped before it is played.
Right. And so I think yesterday the Lexi decks that we saw do really well were kind of almost like not as consistent as an Oldham deck, but playing the deck as consistently as possible. This Codexy version that you're watching is probably trying to, if I high roll my opponent, who cares if I'm playing completely the right way for 45 minutes? I want to end the game in 15 minutes because I just drew all of my power cards back to back to back.
Evan here electing not to banish and draw 2 off that Art of War. This maybe is go again from the Art of War plus the +1 from the Art of War, because this is coming in for 7. So yeah, this is going to be +1 from the Voltaire, +1 from the Art of War. So electing go again and +1 rather than the banish and the draw 2. I wonder why he went in that direction.
Maybe he already has 2 arrows that he wants to add after this. So he's like, I don't want to go fishing.
And enough pitch, so rather than just get redundant cards into his hand.
Yeah, the biggest bass that I would get from my fish metaphor is already in my hand.
Yeah. The biggest bash alongside the red snapper and the
oh my goodness, red snapper
rainbow
saga.
trout. Come on.
Higher levels. Somebody said higher levels ? This is just an AGE Open.
This is not just an AGE Open. Evan Bridges took this trench list to top 64 at the Pro Tour. He cashed at the Pro Tour with Trench, Lexi.
And just in case you're like, Trench, why? Is it just AB? No, it's in his list every single time, so he can Arsenal with abandon.
Yeah, Arsenal exactly with reckless abandon. There is no other chest piece in the list. It is only Trench of Sunken Treasure. Now, in response to this Heatseeker, we do have an Aether Hail coming out, so not an incredibly powerful ice blue card, but just representing for Alexander Vor something.
Right.
Some kind of disruption he can do, some kind of damage he can hope to threaten. So this is going to represent 2 Arcane that Evan just snap takes, and then the Frostbite is going to land. So anything that comes after this Heatseeker is going to cost him 1 more. But unless there's a Blizzard in Alexander Vor's hand, that ends the disruption, that ends the interaction on this turn.
Does not look Blizzard enough.
Oh, we do have a Sigil of Permafrost, though I don't know if there's going to be any more damage that can be done. Is the Waning Moon.
I think there's a Frosting, a Sigil of Permafrost, and then the Icebind. Because I know my Icelander cards from that 3-month period of my life. Oh, hell yeah, Drafter comic. He's having Evans back. This is high-level play. This is not your normal armory. There's 95 people. Or what is it, 92?
92.
Nike shoes? Somebody's like, how does that rhyme? It's like, just say it out loud, bro.
Yeah.
We're going to block efficiently by pitching the last one of our stuff. We're going to fuse the Sigil Permafrost. Evan's like, I have not had this card be played against me in a long time.
So this Arcane
I need to read
damage
this.
is going to represent more Frostbites if it comes through?
Yes. What happens is if you fuse Sigil of Permafrost, in the next Arcane that hits your opponent, whatever amount of damage it does you creates that many Frostbite. So the idea is to shoot your Waning Moon through after the Sigil of Permafrost resolves.
Which will create a number of more Frostbites. Now, Evan, perhaps when he decided not to draw those cards, because drawing the cards off the auto war does represent perhaps just more pitch that you can use to get through more frostbites like this. Like, he clearly thought he was going to be able to handle whatever disruption Alexander Vor threw at him, so he just went ahead and had to pitch a red infecting shot here in order to prevent one of the damage, but still now has 2 frostbites to contend with for the rest of this turn, which is going to block out the sigil defense for 4.
But we can see the endless arrow in there, which is kind of like, okay, that's why we're keeping that arrow and pitching one of our best arrows for later, because we maybe want to hit the endless arrow triggers on this.
But it looks as though that frostbite was enough to, those frostbites were enough to stop that turn in his tracks. You have to wonder if drawing the cards off the auto war there would have allowed him to have enough pitch to continue his turn in the way he wanted.
I'm sure we'll hear about it 7 hours from now. Or what is it, 10 hours from now? We're doing this for another 10 hours today.
Get excited, Blake.
Get your laundry in there.
Come on.
And get ready. I feel like everyone, that's what I do whenever there's a Flesh and Blood stream where I'm 8 states away, is I start doing laundry and errands in my own house. So get pumped, people in the East Coast.
So you were talking about a couple things. For Alexander Vor, you successfully turned that turn into just a Heat Seeker for 7, but we have right here another Artivore in Evan Bridges' hand, and another 3-of-a-kind.
3-of-a-kind Rain Razors is live.
And he's just going to go ahead and pitch that Artivore. He doesn't want to go ahead and do any of those type of effects on this turn. He's just content to draw 3 cards and prepare with that Rain Razor sitting in the back. Alexander Vor can see it as well. But, you know, we're seeing a lot of the power come out from Evan early. If Alexander Vor is able to weather this storm, perhaps he'll be able to climb his way back in.
Weather, because she's like a snow bind or whatever.
Sure,
That's great.
sure.
Or storm bind. The other thing too, like, one thing that I've always wondered for the Icelander players that have been in this outsider meta, is it not worth ever playing Channel the Bleak Expanse?
Dude, I love that card.
Because you just say, oh, you know what? You're going to 3-of-a-kind that literally says pay 1, do nothing.
I love that card.
And now you can't use anything besides your arsenal? That would be insane.
It has so many pieces of relevant text. It stops any fuses from your opponent and yourself. It stops any searches from things like a Spark of Genius or a Sonata Arcanix. And it's a Death Dealer? No. 3-of-a-kind? No.
Spark of Genius?
It stops Spark of Genius.
Oh,
it stops Sonata Arcanix. It stops searching your deck. You can't search your deck from effects. It's such a powerful card. I love that card. But not seeing it here from Alexander Vor. This is just going to be the 3-of-a-kind. It's going to be the Rain Razors, and we're showing an endless arrow off the bat with
like,
a full grip of
look
cards.
Look how many cards are in his hand. Like, I don't care what Frostbite effect. Like, the Sigil of Permafrost, I think, are so important against the Livewire Lexi, because it's like, this is the only way I could do multiple in the middle, because it's like, the only other thing you could do is like a blue Arctic Incarceration, which we've already seen one of. Like, when that comes out, that represents 2 of them. But anything else is like a full commit of like maybe some Stormstriders. Like, I don't think you would Stormstriders defensively in this matchup, because then you kind of lose your gas at the end.
Yeah, you have to find the closing power, you know, when for the Icelander deck, and the Stormstriders is the way you do so. You know, with the Ice Bolt and the Emeritus Scolding, you know, we don't have the Metacarpus node, so that's 12 damage. You know, if you can catch your opponent with their pants down, that's 12 damage that you can do at the end of this game. So, Alexander,
dude, reading the trench.
Reading the trench.
I don't know what this does at all, bro.
Evan's like, yeah, that's the card that got me top 64 at the last PT, baby. How'd you do, Alexander?
He's like, well, who cared? I was the original. You're just the imitator.
So this is a drill shot 4/6. Now, you know, it's not as though that Alexander Vor on the Icelander deck has a lot of blocking equipment. We've already used our Ironhide gauntlets, but if you put that on something like the Tunic or something like the Coronet Peak, that's just block that he doesn't get later. That's just life. So this basically turns into an arrow for 7, and we're just going to plop that on the Coronet Peak. So damage being taken by Alexander Vor, going down to 19. You have to imagine if you're the Icelander player, you need to find something like a Channel Lake Frigid or something to stop the Lexi player. But look, we've got a Sedation shot now coming in.
And this
for
is
7.
the other thing that sucks about Icelander in this meta right now is if you get an Inertia token, your whole game plan out the window. You can't save a card. So like now you're going to be coronet peaking instead of having an ability to mess with your opponent next turn, because Inertia puts your arsenal card on the bottom of your deck, and you can't do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we, you know, that at being that awkward breakpoint of 7 points of damage, are we going to see the Coronet Peak that not only blocks for 1, it looks maybe a little more enticing to block at this point in the game. It is a way to keep a channel like Frigid around. If you're only able to keep a card after resolving the channel on your opponent's turn, you can pitch a blue to that Coronet Peak and keep it around. But that's a game plan that Alexander Vor might not have the luxury of playing towards right now, given that he's at 19 and facing down a Sedation Shot for 7, with an Endless Arrow for 6 coming in the back.
And I think what Alexander Vor is doing as well is like, there's a lot of these arrows that don't matter. But unfortunately, this is the arrow that matters the most for a game plan, because there can't be like, I'll take 7 to set up my Aether Viscerai, what is that thing?
Eisenhower Weatherman.
There we go. I hate that card's name. Like, that is so hard to pronounce. The Weather Vane. Like, I'm going to take 7 to set up a Weather Vane and then do another effect to dump 4 Frostbites on Lexi, and that will be enough to just completely ruin one of my opponent's turns. That's something where I need to do that, but you can't really take a full 7 much more than one more time.
True, literally. I mean, he's at 19.
Right.
That's less than 3 7s you can take.
So true.
And we've got not only this 7, we've got the Endless Arrow for 6 coming back that can be Snapdragon Scaler-ited. And then Bullseye Bracer did. I mean, this is a ridiculous. This is a ridiculous turn we've seen kind of back to back from Evan. And unfortunately, we're not getting to see the Trench do a lot of Trench things. This deck.
I mean, it's blocking AB. You know,
it's
already
true.
blocked. I think 1 damage.
Yeah. So we are seeing the Winter's Bite, which is another one of these cards that can offer extra disruption beyond just the Frostbite. So we paid the 1, however, so he does not have to discard a card, though the next action is going to require an extra resource. But if the last action of the turn is just attacking with the Endless Arrow, we got 2 cards in which we're happy to pitch to do so, because Endless Arrow doesn't just represent 6. If it hits, it represents 13.
6. And then some more. And then some more. Like, I think you can only do it 2 more times, right?
Yeah.
There's no 3.
No, it'll be this and then 1 more if it hits, because... And it looks as though Alex here, he might just be forced into blocking this because he can see the writing on the wall as long as both of those are 3 blocks. And he had to stop the Sedation Shot. But you stop the Sedation Shot, right, to stop the inertia.
Right.
But if you block with 2 cards here anyway, then the inertia doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So then perhaps if he's hoping to keep a card here, there's a lot of damage you're going to be facing down as a result of that. Now, here's the thing. Perhaps he's trying to bait Evan into blowing those Bullseye Bracers, because then suddenly we're down from AB2 to AB1. But at this point in the game, we can't be thinking about that. But look, it's a 2-block. We do have a 2-block on the Cold Snap, so there is not going to be any way to stop this Endless Arrow unless that's something like a Blizzard. But if there's a blue in hand, that's not even going to do it. So 4 damage coming across. We're going to snaps it back in.
And I think there's a thought process where if you're like I don't think he's going to... Oh, yeah, close the chain.
Yep.
Okay, this is an overplay. Keep going.
No, because, yeah, this is now comes in for... Oh, my God.
I hate this deck so much. This happens to me every Tuesday, by the way. The fact that he saved that the whole time... I think this may be it's not GG. He goes down to 2, or he's gonna save it because he doesn't.
No, you fire it every time.
Yeah, okay.
You fire it every single time,
Jeez
bro.
Louise.
Oh my God.
So if you're wondering why did Icelander go from being a very oppressive deck to just getting completely not a top 8 ever again, I think it is the rise of Lexi. It is the rise of. I mean, there's no.
Homie. That was sick.
That was stupid,
That was so sick.
That was stupid.
Holy hell. Okay, so there's the Endless
and we're
Arrow.
back to Evan's turn again. Great, yeah.
So we'll see what card Alex was able to keep here. It's going to be, we're just going to start with an Arctic Incarceration. I mean, it's an okay one. Those were 2 blocks left in Alex's hand. Now what's interesting, I mean, he elected to block the Sedation Shot rather than the initial Endless Arrow, but I don't know.
I think there is, like, you just guessed wrong. And there's a song and dance of, like, if you take this Sedation Shot, then maybe I don't even shoot the Endless Arrow and I keep it for later anyway. And yes, maybe you have 15 more health, but, like,
that's true.
I have it for next turn, and I'm
just
just going to do 2 next turn.
For sure. I hear you.
It is. I'm wondering if there's an Icelander chat where it's like, oh, we have a 50-50 matchup against Lexi, or would they consider it like it's like 70-30 or something? I love hearing those people talk about their matchups like that.
I totally think it's an unfavored matchup at this point. I think if you're winning games as Icelander, you're playing from behind and you're finding a way to win rather than just.
And if Evan is beating Alexander Vor, there has to be something with the deck.
Yeah,
he said, "Get me out of here."
He says, "I see the writing on the wall." Extends the fist bump. There isn't going to be enough to do it. He just puts the trench in the middle of the table just to be a little cheeky with it. We didn't get to see now this trench. It is supposed to be a way to churn through the ponder tokens that come off the 7 copies of Codex of Bloodrot, Frailty, and Inertia that are present in this list. We didn't really get to see that shine here because instead he just did stupid Lexi things that did stupid amounts of damage. I mean, that turn was insane.
But I do think this is the thought process of I play the Lexi version with the most amount of threats, whether I'm pitching, because Codexes are yellow, so I can still pitch them. And like, why did Icelander lose in basically, it was 30 minutes, or we're counting down, so 25 minutes tops. It is something where, I'm playing not the most consistent version, but I'm high rolling, and it really works against a deck that has 2 blocks.
100%.
Goodbye.
I mean, that turn having 2 blocks left in his hand there, and we didn't see really any significant. We talked about it. You need to have significant disruption. You need to have some disruption that matters, and the disruption there was a frostbite, maybe 2. Winter's Bite.
Maybe 6 Frostbites would.
Our world does like no blizzards and no Channel Lake Frigid. And like the Channel Lake Frigid, if you can resolve one of those, that's going to go far in the matchup because every Voltaire costs you 2, and then the arrows that cost you 0 like some. But that's the thing. If you're, that's why I think it's not a favored matchup. It's probably not even really 50-50 because you have to find those cards. And if the Lexi finds her, I mean, it's just it's.
And I think that's another like inadvertent buff. Or not buff, but like why 3 Oak is so good. I don't say 3 Oak. Why did I just do that? 3 of a kind.
Real.
Oh my God!
Bitter,
I did not mean to. I'm gonna throw up in the bathroom.
You're a fab guy.
3 of a kind.
Problem with 3 Oak
draws you to your tech cards against your opponent quicker than they can draw their tech cards against you. So it's like, if it's your Channel Lakes, how many Channel Lakes did you draw versus how many Rain Razors did I draw? You can get there way faster than your Icelander opponent because they're not going to draw cards on purpose.
So here's what I think we're going to do. And you tell me if you're okay with this. We're going to go to a very, very short break because we're going to get Evan We're going to get Evan Bridges right here. We're going to make him answer for his trench.
No way.
Yes, we're going to make him answer for his trench in front of all you fine people. Blake's going to go ahead and talk to him because they're such good friends.
Okay.
We're going to talk about the trench for a while. We'll come back on. We'll check in with you guys. We'll check in with the chat.
And Evan will never be on stream ever
Unless
again.
he's in the top 8.
This is a one and done. Get him out of here.
Out of here.
I hope he goes 1-6 now.
We're going to be back literally in like a minute or 2, so don't go anywhere. We're going to have Evan Bridges here, the winner of round 1 here at this PTI AGE Open, and we're going to talk about Trench of Sunken Treasure and whatever bull that just was.
Yes,
so
yeah.
Give us one moment.
All right. Bridge is here. Congratulations
Thanks.
on winning the whole AGE first round. Get wrecked. How was it? What happened? Tell us what you said as you walked here when you were like, please don't block this endless arrow. Please don't block this endless arrow. What happened?
Well, I'd already come in with 2 like bigger attacks, and he'd blocked out most of them, and I had 2 Bolton shots in hand, and he had the winner's bite, which took 1 of the Bolton shots, and then
Apparently we're not loud enough. Sorry, guys.
so I played the endless arrow, and it's like if he blocks it, then I just arsenal the Bolton shot, but if he doesn't block it, then Snapdragon bullseyes Bolton shot endless arrow for another million damage.
How did it feel to be sitting in the seat instead of the seat right next to the seat and looking at their hands? You got to see your hand the whole time on stream.
Yeah, felt pretty good. I'm glad my one feature match ever did not end in a loss.
Right.
Alex is really good, so I was pretty nervous. But like the one time he made me go first, and then it's like, oh god, what is he gonna hit me with? Like a wounded bull or something big? And goes in case fuse. Okay.
I don't care about any of my
I'll take
equipment.
3.
Yeah.
I have a good arrow in my arsenal. I don't need to trench this.
Trench.
Trench.
Somebody asked in the chat, did he make top 64 because of Trench or in spite of Trench?
Okay, Trench is really good. So, Tunic gives you stuff once every 3 turns, and it's free. And okay, cool.
But it blocks for 1.
Yes, Trench also blocks for 1.
Oh, why would you?
And it has Arcane Barrier, which I utilized very effectively in this match. So Trench gives you options. I see all the time people make Ponder tokens with Lexi. They draw, a card that they don't want in their arsenal, and they go, okay, I guess I don't get an arsenal. It's bad. Like, you always want an arsenal, and if it's a bad card, just trench it away. It's a resource. It's like, it's a Tunic resource. Every time you don't
like the card.
don't like the card. So,
I don't think I've ever bullied you for this, but what's the idea behind the Hermione sleeves? Like,
okay, so I actually
kinda
bought
weird,
those.
yeah.
Lexi's my girl. Hermione's my girl.
Okay.
I actually bought those for my Arachne deck, but that's a period that we don't talk about. You remember.
Right.
It was bad.
So one thought process that I told the people at home, in January you saw Chris Ioli play into Craig Pollock and you go, Fuseless, Lexi, maybe I should stop playing this Arachne guy. And then you started bullying people for 3 months.
It was fuse heavy. Yeah, I was on Arachne at that point, and I was interested in qualifying for Baltimore, but then they decreased the threshold, like cut it in half, and I was like, okay, I'm not going to qualify for Baltimore on Arachne. And then Chris shows up with Lexi. I didn't even know he knew Lexi was a hero, and then he gets second place at that, and it's a list that like is was very standard and just seemed really good. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna pick this up, and then I like won finals 2 of the next 3 pro quests. I'm like, okay, it's back
pretty
to
good.
this time. And then Outsiders come out and like, okay, Lexi's
This
really
is
good.
pretty good. And we can do sedation shot now, and then the 5 damage arrow that actually turns into 7.
Yep.
Last night I saw you looking at Brody Spurlock in the finals. Was there anything from that list where you were like, oh, I've never thought about like people were buying battering bolts. Like I saw 3 people like with them sleeving them up, and it's just like, is it worth to chase that, or you're like, Codexy is my girl. I don't care about anything else.
I have 1 battering bolt in my list. Basically,
What?
it's right there.
Oh. Has that been in there this whole time? Don't show everyone. You got a top 8 to share this.
Yeah, 1 battering bolt. It's basically just for dromai. It's a popper that I can shuffle back in with quiver if I need to. And I mean, I guess it's the highest damage arrow just on its own.
I don't think people are playing dromai these days, right?
Yeah, I know. Nobody good. Anyway. I don't know any good dromais. Do you?
Not that it's ever going to be on a feature match here. Lightning Press also pops, right?
Yes.
Also for that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a 2-card popper, so you have to pair Lightning Press with any attack, basically, and that'll pop it. It's not super efficient, but, it stops their turn dead. Lightning Press, I think, is just really good. There's a solid amount of blocking going on, and Lightning Press is, like, a really good card at punishing thing, and now Prism is going to get a better Lightning Press, so...
Yeah, we'll worry about Prism in a second. One thought process I told the chat, I don't know if this is your actual thought, this is just what I think about your deck. I feel like you're playing the most threat heavy to in the game as quickly as possible instead of yesterday we saw Abyssal Depths and 3 Remembrances. You are not interested in that. You're trying to kill your opponent before that becomes relevant.
Yeah, I mean, Remembrances, I believe, will only come in against Oldham and maybe Viscerai. Anybody who's like trying to fatigue you and go long. I don't think necessarily it's bad. I just want to try to kill them before I get to that point, but I have been fatigued by a couple of Oldhams recently. But it's not even really worth considering anymore because Oldham is about to be gone, thank God.
Right.
So I don't have to really, I don't think I'll need Remembrances against, Viscerai or anybody who else is trying to fatigue. Oldham is just kind of one of a kind.
What are you most looking forward to for the Dusk Till Dawn meta? Is it Goodbye Oldham or Hello New Heroes?
I am very interested in trying Vincent. I started the game after Chain had already had his peak of popularity and got nerfed. So I played like two chains in CC in my life. I lost to them both. So I didn't really get to experience any of the shadow stuff, but Vincent seems really cool. I'm in the process of acquiring a Carrion Husk. I will be playing her for about a month, probably, trying her out, and depending on which Lexi cards come out. So far, we only have one, and it's iffy.
You don't like Call the Lightning Down? Like, what is the best use case for that?
So the best use case for Call Down the Lightning, ironically, is in Fuse Heavy Ice Lexi. Like, it's not a Lightning Lexi thing, just because Lightning
just to
cards
do Chilling
are
Ice
bad.
Vein, boom, boom.
Yeah, so if you play Call Down the Lightning, and you play Chilling Ice Vein Fused, you will get the damage through on that. Like, if they block it, it pings them, and it strips another card. And then if they don't block it, then they take the full damage. So you are, like, doing damage to them on that turn. You are getting cards out of their hand. So, yeah, that's kind of what
From
it
the
feels
3 hours that I played Lexi at the Vegas pre-release of Tales of Aria, playing ice and lightning cards and trying to fuse both, it just never works.
Well, yeah, but you're not fusing with Call Down the Lightning. Like, you're not running any lightning arrows, because lightning, lightning surge and lightning press are still lightning cards that were used in Ice Lexi. So it does decrease the consistency a little bit, but you're running, like all these one cost like Chilling Ice Veins and Blizzard Bolts. So you need a lot of blues, and most of your blues are ice cards. So I think maybe you're not running 3 different lightning cards like Press, Surge, and Call Down the Lightning, but Call Down the Lightning is pretty funny at minimum.
I think one thing that could maybe happen too is like Call the Lightning is in your hand whenever somebody's attacking you for 4 or 5. It's not going to work for 6, but you block with one of your arrows and then Call the Lightning and then Embodiment of Lightning. Now you can maybe put a card in your arsenal that doesn't have Go Again because you have a card. You have the other, what is it called? Like Call Down the Lightning in hand that you're going to Unity block. Is that something where you're like, I don't block ever anyway, or I would never block with not an arrows where I'm not really thinking about that Unity token?
It's situational for sure. I mean, I'm not going to say an occasional Embodiment of Lightning isn't useful, but the problem with Lightning cards is that they're all about giving additional Go Again, and that's not a problem Lexi has. Like, if you arsenal a Lightning card, that's a free Go Again. Voltaire is 2 Go Agains on a stick. Like, she has, plenty of use for Go Again, and so the fact that Lightning cards themselves are just giving stuff Go Again is, like, kind of useless. So,
Nice.
yeah.
Okay. Well, how was it? Your first time ever? So great.
So far, so
You'll
good.
remember this forever, or?
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna save this in my liked videos and watch it over and over.
Well, congratulations.
Thanks.
Oh my gosh, get a real handshake going.
Yeah.
He's got 6 more rounds. We'll see how many he can win today. He's going to be playing some of the... Oh, I got to look in the camera. Sorry. Everybody always does that. He's got 6 more rounds. There's 92 people today. Let's see if you can get top 15.
Yep. I want to be up here and on the feature match again. So.
Oh, we'll always pick someone else. Don't worry.
Yeah.
This is the one.
When I make it to the final.
Keep it real. We'll just send to the parking lot if you're in the finals. Okay. Keep it real, y'all. It was a hot mic for a second there.
Whoa.
Holy crap. Some people have said that they were like, what is AGE? And it was like the 4 hours before. barraging Blake in the 4 hours after.
Yep.
And I was like, okay, that'll go to my head really quickly. So that was like, let me tell you guys that. But it's that time again.
Barraging Blake. That's you.
Oh my gosh.
That's you with glasses.
Dude, one of these times I'm going to get skinny out of nowhere and you guys are going to go,
I believe.
that doesn't even look like you anymore, dude. You really put in the work. We're super proud of you.
I believe.
Be a long time, though.
Barraging Blake, are you ready?
Sure, let's do
What
it.
do you got for me?
Let's see what I can yell at.
Oh.
Okay.
This is.
So this is Prism, the Advent of Thorns or whatever.
Yeah.
It's you know what? We haven't had Prism for, I mean, you still can do her in CC.
Yep.
You haven't had Prism since July last year, maybe August or something. So it's very interesting. She wasn't around for Worlds.
Nope.
She's coming back. I think it's very frustrating of like, if you're a bottom place contestant on the leaderboard, you're kind of like, are we going to get more Prism? Like, why is there a Bellona? Like, what is that Bellona card? Of you invoke Belliona or the Angel Bellona?
The new Angel Ally. Yeah.
And so I know Levia is not getting invoke Bellona.
Nope.
So it is kind of like we're on our second round of giving something. We're on our second round of giving Prism the better cards instead of the first round of giving some other people better cards.
Gotcha.
Prism Returns is interesting too because there's some heroes where I'm like, oh, don't worry. Like as soon as Oldham's out of here, I'm gonna be able to play it. And then you're like, Prism's coming back, and like. Every time you're like, okay, what's cool is I really have my Brute card deck. I'm super excited. I'm gonna Berserk into Blood Rush and do a whole bunch, and they just go Arclight Sentinel. Because Prism says that she can use Arclight Sentinel, so it's not a thing that's gonna go away.
Correct. No, that's
so overall, like Prism Returns, half of you guys are gonna be excited and only play Prism. But for everyone that just doesn't play Prism, it is kind of like, is this just the Prism show?
Yeah. Oh, well, Prism's has that main character energy, right? She is one of the main characters.
Maybe she's
in the
evil because
trilogy.
her eyes are red in this.
Yeah, and now you see a new enhanced form of Prism. She has actual wings now. She's on a throne that came out of nowhere.
That's the other thing. She's on a throne, so it's like literally gonna like, oh, is this Prism gonna be less powerful? Which I would hope so because the last one went already.
They wanted to show more feet.
But,
That's why they put her on the
oh my god.
This is now Prism with feet. That's why she's more powerful.
Oh god. Her hero power is just the window's gone in it, so you can still see her feet, and it's just around it.
Yeah,
like,
perfect. That's the
jeez.
Prism. Eat it up. Have you not seen Phantasmal Footsteps?
Is that
That's
her?
their favorite card.
Is that her?
No, those aren't. Those are different ones. Those are the
Okay,
the
so
bronze
Prism
ones.
Returns. Who cares? I'll beat her with Blood Rush. I'll be. I'm sure Brute will have a good matchup in it. I'm not worried about it at all.
Yeah. So not worried about Prism Return.
No.
In the Brute side,
At minimum, this is just a small pain.
but you're tired of seeing the character.
We'll see.
What?
What is this in reference to? Oh my god. Is that photoshopped or you found a Google image that does that? I don't know if I should say this into the public eye if
This would be danger.
the jail comes or whatever.
Want me to say
So one time I took Justin somewhere and I was driving. And this is how I drive. Like you drive, you have your phone, you gotta I'm gonna type in the address and then I'll be ready to go.
yeah.
I put my phone in my lap
Okay.
and look down real quick to know if we're turning
Eyes
left
off
or
the
right.
road.
Much like it's illustrated here. I don't know why I'm illustrating here. But look how much room there is between my eyes and the road. It's not a lot. Like I'm gonna immediately see it. And like, but what sucks, I wear those jersey shorts, I wear these dumbass
It's sliding
shirts.
everywhere.
The phone slides and like there'll be
It's
some times where
dangerous.
I'll like stop and then my phone will fall on the whatchamacallit.
Dangerous.
I bought a thing where you put it right here and it sticks there.
Yeah.
Use it 4 times.
Is it still there? Like, are you just
the
not
metal is
refusing to
right
use
here,
it?
but I just don't like it because you're like, oh, maybe the sneaky link sending a text. Maybe I need to see if the Dodgers hit the homer or not. Or it is a thing where I don't know if you guys are like this, but like, do you get bored when you're driving? Where like I literally am so overstimulated by my phone all day long that if I have to wait 4 minutes between looking at my phone, I'm gonna go crazy. So it's like, okay, it's red light. Grab it.
You need.
I'm going to jail.
Like the solution is, I know you like the interactivity when you're driving, but the solution is we just put a screen in your right there,
Right there.
and it's just playing Subway Surfers while you're driving.
Oh
the
my
entire time.
god.
And I think that'll fix everything. I think that you'll be a lot more focused when you're driving.
Subway
you-
Surfers.
You have that amount. We'll just use that as the Subway Surfers monitor, and then you can keep your phone somewhere
Just
safe.
me watching what's happening on as I'm driving right there instead of the actual.
No.
could work.
But
I've only been in 2 car accidents, so
okay, were they both in LA or?
maybe it's like 3 or 4. But I the one where I totaled my car, someone ran into me.
Okay.
Randy said Blake's driving is an experience for sure.
And
Wow.
called out chat knows about
Dude.
this topic.
He's only been in the car for me for 8 hours, so he's probably the most
doesn't-
out of anybody in this community, to be honest. But
Can confirm.
it's funny too. The other crappy thing is you see this radio console.
Yeah.
On my car, that doesn't work, so we just play music through our phone. So that's another thing I got to click through. It's like, oh, this little non-sex song. I've heard it 3 times in the last
Like
hour.
filing an
Let's
insurance
take it.
claim on you
Call that.
and just wait.
Good luck, buddy. I'm sure somebody's gonna be like, we have visual proof of this, and we're gonna send you a bill or something.
No.
All right.
Next topic.
What else can I say?
When is the next East Coast event?
It's literally happening tomorrow, probably, and then there'll be another one on Tuesday, and then we'll think about having one next week, but
Yeah.
then they'll be like, no, we're gonna have that again. Is this the official East Coast? So everything else is Midwest? Oh, this is the United States, of course.
That's just East Coast.
I think it's interesting. I think this is a thought process of like, I said something to somebody on Twitter. Somebody was like, Nationals should be in Atlanta. It's got a wonderful airport. It's close to it's right next to, and it's like, come on, you guys. Like literally 3 days ago, you guys were in Baltimore, and like, I get that there's less populace on the West Coast, and that's how it works or whatever. But like, I get that there's an idea of like, well, there won't be a calling in Canada because there's more people in America, and you want to be where the most people are, so you
Trying
don't
to
put a
balance
lot
it.
of people out.
Yeah.
But it's like, is Nationals going to be in Vegas? Is Nationals going to be in Dallas? Is Nationals going to be like? Can we get somewhere that's not on the East Coast of the United States right here, or is it going to be something like? Yes, we're going to Cincinnati this time, or there's another thing in Columbus, or what's like? Is there a third city in Ohio?
I've
Youngstown.
My
or
first time going to East Coast was the Pro Tour.
And like, I think here is what I actually want to say to the camera.
There's at least
Is like
5 of them in here.
Flying from West Coast to East Coast, you get absolutely boned because you have to wake up early or go the night before, and you lose hours as you go east.
Okay.
People going east would gain hours as they go west.
Okay.
It's easier to go from east to west. Yes, I'm a little tired, but I'll go to bed early that night. But when you fly home from the tournament, you're gaining hours that you don't care about anymore. Because going from the East Coast to West Coast, we're gonna leave at 9 o'clock, and then at our home it's gonna be just 10 o'clock, and it's like you gain 3 hours out of nowhere. But at that point, you're like, I was already gonna go to bed. So if East Coast people were flying to West Coast, they wouldn't be tired for the tournament, and then it would just be West Coast time, and the West Coast people wouldn't be tired for the tournament.
So everyone wins.
And then when you fly home in the East Coast and you lose hours, you're already sleeping in the plane already, and you wake up and it's like 3 a.m. You just drive to your house and you go to sleep for the rest of the time. It's not like it's a double negative traveling from West Coast to East Coast.
Okay.
So whenever you're like, why are you guys complaining? It's because it sucks going from West to East. Maybe this would be a thought process of, hey, how was Europe going from Europe to America? You know what? The flight was great. We gained time. It's that, but United States.
Okay.
But it's the opposite of that. Of like, oh, how was going to France? Did anybody go to France for Lille? And they go, oh, it was awful. We lost so much time. That's it on the lower scale for us. I haven't gone anywhere east of Utah.
What if we just
I
always
guess.
travel east?
I don't know
for
what I'm
events?
talking about. But like, it is a thing of like, I was gonna go to Florida for Orlando for Nationals, and then it was like, you got to get there Friday because we're gonna start Nationals on Friday, and then it was like, because it's East Coast and how in airplanes work,
Yeah.
you have to go a whole day before,
Mm.
or you're gonna be jet lagged,
Yep.
and then it's like you gotta take 2 days off of work instead of 1, and it's just like bruh.
Inconvenient.
Vegas has hotels,
Vegas has hotels. Vegas has hotels. Vegas has
convention
food.
centers.
Vegas has Fab.
W-
Everyone
you-
likes going to
they,
Vegas.
They have trained our community of flesh and blood, all 9,000 of us.
Yep.
They have trained us to expect a thing in Vegas every year. It happened in, what was it, August?
Yeah,
then
it was for the
July?
Uprising, and then we had one
No,
for Tales
Tales
of
of Aria.
Aria.
Tales of Aria was like
Yeah.
August or September? September?
I didn't go to that one.
Oh, I did. Because I will come to stuff that's in Vegas.
Oh yeah.
And it's just a thing of you've trained us once per year. Where's the once per year? It's going to be nationals. Let's just do nationals in
do
Vegas.
Nationals in Vegas.
Let's get it over
Please
with.
do Nationals in Vegas. I would love that.
Is there anybody in Vegas in the chat from Vegas here?
Yeah,
Or- no, it doesn't look like it.
No. Okay, never mind then. But I know there's flesh and blood people out there. It's a great time. I think who's excited to go to Vegas?
I didn't say
Everybody.
come to
Who's
Los
excited?
Angeles. I gave you one state over.
That's fair. We met in the middle.
I will compromise. Have it in Vegas.
Yeah.
I won't say I'll compromise. Have it in the lower part of Connecticut. Hartford.
That's not much compromise.
Oh,
that's fair.
it's super cheap to the Hartford Days Inn, like whatever convention center is.
Would
in
you go to
Hartford.
Texas? Would you
I would
compromise
go to
Texas?
Texas,
You compromise
yeah.
Texas as well. So that border.
I would not go. What if?
Just looking at the map.
Like Tennessee is as far east as I'm gonna go on purpose.
Wait,
Plus now we-
where's the furthest state? Like, do you do Missouri?
No, I said Tennessee, right? there, yeah.
Tennessee, right above it.
Yeah, I don't count Missouri.
I'll go
as
to the
a real
lakes.
Place.
What if we do the lakes? Like
Which lake?
The
This
like.
cold ass place.
Well, then it's like
this
in the
barren
middle for
wasteland.
Canada too, and everyone wins.
I don't
then.
care about Canada,
There
and I
we
never
have-
will.
No, we have Canada players. All right.
They have
gotta-
Canada players. Which ones are good?
There is.
You said
Yuki,
instead. You didn't say. Oh, I know
Tarek
it.
Patel.
Oh, all of them made top 8. We're fine without them. Let's go. And it's nationals. Who cares about Canada? What are you talking about?
Part of the nation.
National. This is a deck list. It's just something where I would like to have some representation. I know we just had Worlds in San Jose,
Yeah.
so this is national.
Okay. All right. Final statement. Where should U.S. Nationals be?
I will compromise for Austin, Texas,
Okay. That's on the plate.
or Denver, Colorado.
No Arizona.
What? Girl, bye.
If it's in Arizona,
if
Blake won't show up.
Phoenix, just your cars light on fire as soon as you get off the
Oh,
plane.
okay. So
Great.
Texas and Vegas is on the table.
Why do you think Alex Ward plays Icelander so his cards don't burn up? Jeez. Let Blake cook. Let Blake cook. We got Texas,
No.
Texas.
Blake's on it. So okay. So we'll do Vegas or Texas. That's our statement from the West Coast. Everybody here supported that statement.
Send it.
They signed it.
Signed, sealed, delivered to.
Vegas or Texas.
The
Those are the
assistant to James
national
White.
locations.
Why Austin? Have you been to Austin? That's sick. Okay, next one. Oh, there's one more.
Last
Great. I hope
topic.
it's about me driving again, so I can tell everyone the worst parts of my life.
Oh.
Remembrance.
Remembrance.
Okay. So what's interesting? I've paid enough attention about this to believe I know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So I'm gonna just spit
All right.
and just go.
I'm gonna let you cook. I'm not gonna say anything.
Everyone from Texas hates Austin. Kadachi for one. That sounds.
Don't
a
get
little weird.
get
Okay,
off track. We're in the middle of a segment, sir. Don't.
So what's happening here with Remembrance is when you walk into a saloon here, it's like, do you have the gun in your pocket, your hand, and the gun in your boot? And they'll be like, put your guns on the table, and you'll go, here's my gun in my hand, but then you have one in your pocket and you got one in your boot. So what I'm trying to say is Remembrance, when there was lists of 3, there's 3 Remembrance. You just auto lose if you yourself don't have 3 Remembrance. So it's almost a thought of a gentleman's agreement of whenever we present our hero, this is what I was hoping. I know this isn't how this game works, but the idea of let's both present our heroes. We're both playing a dromai into Oldham or something. Do you have 3 Remembrance? If you do, if you have 3 Remembrance and I have 3 Remembrance, let's just take them out, throw them away. Put them in the sideboard, because if we both play 3 Remembrance, we're going to spend an extra hour and 15 minutes on this game searching for the small little bitty pieces of getting ahead.
Mhm.
But if you, it's all or it's nothing. Or maybe you go, let's take 2 guns out and put one gun in. One remembrance. That way there's a little bit of variance of, did I get my remembrance early and then it hits me early? But like the thought process, somebody was telling me this is what they did in Yu-Gi-Oh! Of like, do you have this card that's super powerful because I have the same card? We either both play it or we both don't. And that was the whole thing. And then someone screwed it up, or they're like, yeah, I'm not playing it. And then they did anyway. They put it in their sideboard. They're like, yeah, I have 2 copies. And they're like, okay, I'll take my 2 copies out. And then they had a 3rd copy in the sideboard and just won the tournament. And he was like, I didn't really lie. And I was like nobody even said that visually, but that's what I heard them say. I think what's interesting too is remembrance is a tool to use against our friend Oldham and Fatigue. But if Oldham has 3 of them as well, we're just doing stuff for like an hour for no reason. And like I think that's something where I don't want to lose a game because I only put 2 remembrance in and my opponent did 3. That feels bad. I don't want to lose a game because I put 1 remembrance and my opponent had 3.
Okay.
Because that just feels like we're not playing our best cards and getting our advantage going. It's we're blocking with Crippling Crush, which is such a bad thing because I need the Crippling Crush to beat you. Oh no, I just put 3 Crippling Crush back in and with remembrance. And that's a valid strategy and makes sense, but it's always been kind of 1 copy, not the entire game plan. Run my opponent out of stuff, remembrance my stuff back in early, and then go. Is something where I'm like, okay. Like, I wish everyone knew I don't have any remembrance in my deck. We can play this to the letter of the law and just go, or we're both, like, the idea of 3 I'm going all over the place. 3 Necria, 3 Uvia, and 3 remembrance sounds awful for everyone. Like, if you said, I have that, I would just concede. Like,
Right away.
I don't want to play against dromai that has all this, but there is a chance you draw 3 remembrance on my Blood Rush turn and I just run over you.
Right.
So I get that that's why that remembrance has a 0 in the bottom right, a 0 in the bottom left. Like, there's nothing going on here.
Do you think it should be banned?
I think it should be get out of here.
You should be taken out of the meta for health
I would love for it
purposes.
to say legendary, much like a Gorganian tome.
Oh, so like a one of?
I see this as a Gorganian tome,
Okay.
which would be sick if it was like, oh, that's what they're gonna do. Ban remembrance.
Okay.
Make remembrance number 2. Make it cost 1 red, or what? Not cost 1. Make it pitch for 1.
Okay.
Cost 0.
Okay.
Call it Remembrance with
Remembrance.
ANTZ. And then go shuffle up to 3 action cards from your graveyard into your deck. Banish Remembrance. If your opponent's already played Remembrance, shuffle 4.
So it's kind of like it punishes you for continuing playing for each side. So it's like,
I don't know. I just want this to say legendary. 1 copy only.
what if it was random?
That way the light switch is 1 or 0, not 0 or 3. Because if you walk in there and you're like, oh, hey, you're playing Oldham? All right, let's do it. And your own opponent's playing 3 remembrance in their list. You're just like, oh, I'm going to lose. I just don't know this for an hour and a half.
What if it was random? 3 random action cards from your graveyard.
You know nobody plays random shit.
Exactly. I think it would fix it, and you still get the power of getting.
If you said shuffle up 1 to 3 cards in your deck, roll a dice.
Yep.
Roll a dice, divide by 2, and if you roll a 1, it does nothing.
Maybe.
Welcome back, everyone, to the AGE Open PTI tournament here in Los Angeles. My name is Sam O'Byrne. I'm joined today by Joshua Myers.
How's it
Joshua,
going?
how you doing, bro?
Dude, I'm so excited. I'm
Yeah?
happy to be here. I'm happy to see all my friends.
Yes,
happy to
sir.
see you.
Happy to see you too.
I'm happy to play Flesh and Blood with everybody.
Oh my God, have you gotten to play any Flesh and Blood?
Not currently. 'cause
That's
I'm
what
helping
I
with the
thought.
event, but today's my free day. I'm a little more kind of get to be creative.
Free day, you're here.
I'm gonna be creative and be in between rounds. So I'm gonna go out
Okay.
there. I'm gonna be playing some rounds with some of the players that flew all the way out here. Viscerai is not in the great spot, but I hear he's gonna be getting some buff soon. The Dust Till Dawn.
And it depends on who you ask. Some people are saying Viscerai, you know. Zach Bunn took Viscerai to the top 4 of that calling in Baltimore.
The top Viscerai now. He's the number
top,
1.
He's top dog Viscerai
he's got
right
the
now.
belt.
You know, he's doing a little bit of that vexing quill hand tech for those Amplify the Arknights and the Rune Flashes.
I'm so happy you're so educated on this now.
Hey,
And
hey.
everyone's educated on the
What can I
on the
say?
good
You know,
Rune
and people
Blade.
say, you know, if you play your cards right, literally play your cards right,
Yep.
you can have a pretty good Oldham matchup. So perhaps Viscerai is doing a little better than perhaps even you might give him credit for.
I'm always a big fan of outlier heroes that aren't necessarily at the forefront of the meta, but
Sure.
someone's just a master
Yeah.
at that process.
Hipster heroes.
Hipster heroes, and I hear this next round coming up, we have some of those exact hipster heroes facing off.
We very well might. Are we good to head to the match intro, Supercomputer?
Supercomputer says yes.
Supercomputer says yes. We have a couple heroes that we haven't seen yet this whole weekend. We have Aiden Kwasniewski, my literal flesh and blood, my cousin on Dash, Inventor Extraordinaire, versus Eric Betancourt on Dromai Ash Artist.
I don't get to see this matchup too often, but I imagine it's super interesting depending on the Dash build.
Absolutely. I think, from what I know of Aiden, it has not been his favorite matchup for Dash. He has not gone into this matchup saying to himself most times like, hey, I am always destroying every Dromai in my path. It depends on when the poppers line up. If you draw them at the right time, great. If you draw them at the wrong time, tough.
Yeah.
But if he's able to assemble enough of a pistol package, and if he is able to keep his game plan going without having to clear too many dragons, he's going to be in a good spot. Now, Aiden yesterday went 6-2 on the day, good for 17th in the tournament. Same record as two of the players that made it into the top 8, but just when he lost his rounds, wasn't able to make it in the top 8. But my boy was out there crushing it yesterday.
Well, I got some news for you. Eric's actually from my region. He's from San Diego. He's qualified for nationals. He's been a Dromai player for a super long time. So this is going to be a very well-skilled pilots against each other. Man, I'm super excited. Eric's been putting a lot of extra work since he's qualified for nationals. He's been drafting more. He's been coming out to these big events. He's been traveling. And this is going to be his first time going to Vegas, which is what this game's all about. It's about meeting friends, going to fun locations, eating good food. And I'm just happy to see him finally get some light, for all the hard work he's put in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we do have a couple players here that are, have been playing very well in recent days. Aiden is no small slouch. He top 8 at one of the AGE Opens here, and then he top 8 in the Chicago Brawl on Dash in a top 8 that featured players like Brody Spurlock, like Michael Hamilton and Levi Roush, Sam Dando. It was my boy up there. Now you're Mobasab. It was my boy up there with them. So
gosh.
he is no small fry in his own right, even though he has had absolutely no luck on our channel so far, on the YouTube channel that we have together.
Yeah.
He has just been dogged every single time.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
when he comes to these tournaments, he comes to play and he puts up numbers and results. We've got a question in the chat from someone named Michael. I hear he's pretty good at Flesh and Blood. But in terms of the meta breakdown, will be coming out during the round 3, so that's coming out next.
Yep.
This is round 2 out of 7, and there are 92 players here today in this PTI event, AGE Open. Now, the thing about Mr. Kwasniewski here, let's take a look at what item he chose to start with, because that looks like a Teklo Pounder to me. We're going to make 2 Ash starting off if we're here on Eric's side, just by coming in with a Command & Conquer that's really just there to make Ash, but also I do want to take a look at both the equipment setup he has, but also like the way it's literally just in a block. I think that's
the square one.
The hero up there also as well. But we have Vambrace of Determination as well from Eric here, not the Seeker's Mitts, and he's rocking the Mage Master boots instead of any Seeker's equipment on his leg piece. Do you have any insight as to why he went with the Vambrace into Dash here?
I think that Vambrace is just to generate that Ash.
Yeah.
I don't play a lot of Dromai, and when I play usually Viscerai against him, so he doesn't always run Vambrace against me. But for here, it's just about Ash generation. It seems like both these heroes like setting up items or dragons, and then like all-inning. So I think he's trying to get as much Ash as possible in order to build his dragon army to overwhelm Dash, because Dash can become a real problem if she gets set up first.
And a Vambrace of Determination is pretty interesting. There is a repeatable Ash generation effect there as well.
You can definitely pitch to it. You can pitch to Furnace. He has lots of ways. He even has the Mage Master boots for that dust combo that we've learned about. I really like the headpiece here, the Crown of Providence. That's gonna help a ton.
Yeah.
With those dominated attacks. He's like a dominated. What's it called? He played on me one time. It's like a dominated dash card.
Payload.
Payload.
But
Yeah.
I don't think Aiden's running payload. What the Crown of Providence there probably going to be shoring up mostly just random damage.
Okay.
I don't know. He's got the pulse waves. He's got high speed impacts. But in this way, from what Aiden has told me about the way that he has tried to kind of shore up this Dash matchup, it has been to remain aggressive when he can throughout the game, boosting somewhat aggressively, utilizing the Pounder in order to get some damage across, but still playing towards that pistol package. And he's okay boosting a couple item cards if he has to get there. But looking at the dromai player here, he's throwing down a Kyloria, which is a
Big. It's so big in this matchup. That dragon is massive. It steals items from Aiden, and Aiden needs to be able to respect it or pop it. Seems like he's going to just do a quick little block here and maybe pistol it next turn, but that is going to be a big problem.
Galvanic Bender, a new inclusion for Aiden here in the list, just to shore up those breakpoints. And like you said, the Kyloria, it's a huge target on its back right away. You can't let that dragon stick around because it can just be taking down your pistols whenever it wants.
And that's the first thing Aiden does. He says, get this out of here. We need to address this problem right away. You cannot ignore it. Chooses to use a boost thing and then not the pistol. So he's being safe here. He wants to make sure he can get the confirm on the dragon if there for any reason he could prevent the damage. So now that's out of the way. Aiden can now focus back on his game plan of just going face and putting more steam, taking steam counters off these really good items that he just put out.
And Aiden there, so we can see the other Teklo Pounder just got boost, probably not even really there to come out to play necessarily, just as another card in the deck because you are going to be moving through them. Unfortunately for Aiden here, I do believe when he boosted the card to take down the Kyloria, I'm not sure he realized that the Teklo Pounder, or just didn't catch that the Teklo Pounder was still going to tick on that turn. You saw Eric. Eric had to kind of point that out to him. He probably would have preferred to get that 2 damage buff on this throttle and then just throw that little yellow 0 to 60. That's just going to be, it only needs the 2 damage anyway. So a little bit of a, probably missequence there from the Dash player.
But it's an interesting gray area. You play this matchup, right? We're talking about like outlier heroes like Dash and then main heroes like dromai. You have these small interactions, this knowledge. Like for Eric also to notice that, and point it out, it's like, oh no, that actually works. He has played this matchup a bunch. He's comfortable. He knows what Aiden's all his cards do. Because sometimes I have to read, I'm like, what does this do? And he's able to maintain the board state, which is super good into professional and pro plays. You gotta be able to maintain not only yours but your opponent's.
Absolutely. Eric also, honestly, just looks like kind of cool as a cucumber. He's got those cool tats.
He's a cool guy, brand new, whole sleeve. That's fresh. He's been feeling it. Another Kyloria coming down. He is drawing the right dragons to pressure Aiden. Aiden's going to have to respect them. Like you said, that's going to tick down no matter what. So now this time Aiden can address it and maybe go face and then clear right after.
Now Aiden electing, rather than using both pieces of equipment to block this Kyloria and not use any cards from hand. So here's the thing, though. We're seeing 2 Kylorias come out right now, but they're not coming out at a time when there's multiple other dragons, unless there's something like a dromai or an azalea coming out the back end. Aiden is hopefully going to be able to... He's got to block one of these, right? But he's got to block this attack unless you want to lose one of your critical items here. But he looks like he is going to let 1 damage come through if he's okay.
He thought it was 3. It's going to be 4.
This is going to be 4.
Look at Aiden's face. He's so frustrated. Look at that. He's like, what, 3 Kylorias that early?
The question is, if he can take care of these Kylorias. If he can take care of these Kylorias now, they're gone. Unless hopefully we'll get the deck list given back to us shortly. Because if there are no remembrances in the list that he brought into this matchup, perhaps we don't have to worry about those Kylorias any longer. So if we can take care of these now, they'll be gone. We don't have to worry about that threat for the rest of the game. But if he is not able to clear them here, which it looks like it might be challenging to do so, if he is not able to do that here, this is when a dragon army could start to get assembled.
And it looks,
if you can only clear 1, who knows how many more are going to come.
It looks like that Aiden's going to have 1 card, so he's going to have to probably have a boost card in Arsenal and shoot the other one if he wants to clear both. He can definitely clear 1, but clearing 2 is a big issue here. And I'm trying to remember playing against Eric in his list. I'm pretty sure Eric's list, you're talking about having to recycle these. He's not necessarily playing big dragons, but I think he's playing like low to the ground. Like not necessarily Mara's list, kind of like a medium in between.
Got you. That's interesting.
And so that's why he's playing so fast and just putting these out, you know?
Absolutely. And we saw Aiden throw 1 throttle as an attacking card, so we don't know how many other poppers remain in the list. Now, here's the question for Aiden. He's looking at the board state here because, again, if we clear one of these Kylorias with a boosted card, we're once again using the Teklo Pounder damage simply to clear a dragon. And that's just an unfortunate way to use the value you get from your hero ability, because once that pounder is gone, your hero ability basically does nothing. Your hero ability never did anything once that pounder is
You're
gone.
100%. That's a very interesting point, because that's like the whole bonus. You get that item, you get to pick the item, you know? Let's see. I'm trying to think how Aiden stabilizes here. He clears. He's thinking, right? He has one in arsenal. He has one in hand. He says, "I for sure clear one dragon, but can I clear two? I'm going to be wasting item charges, which does not feel good." He's setting up 3 items, and even the Teklo. What's this one? This one's the Teklo
Core.
core. That gives that's going to pop off, and if he doesn't have anything in hand to really utilize it, it's it's just floating mana.
Absolutely. Now, an interesting point coming in from Burned in the chat. The chain was broken when the second Kyloria was played, because that's the invocation side is in action. So that Teklo Foundry Heart was able to be blocked with again.
But just some small matchup knowledge like we were talking about, where he may not have known that and was not able to point it out, just like how Eric pointed out that. And I don't think there's any way trying to deceive anybody, but it's just those small things of form of playing that make the difference to those pro players like Brody or like Craig or like Chris Iali,
Yeah.
They catch those things all the time.
So we're coming in now because the Combustible Courier hit. I don't believe it has to hit a hero. So because it hit and we took down the Kyloria, we are going to boost this red 0 to 60. So we're getting the bonus of the +3 from the Combustible Courier. So this is now coming in for 7. Aiden's still wanting to threaten as much damage as he can while clearing both of these dragons. Now, Eric has been able to maintain an arsenal for both of these turns so far in this game. Looks like we're just going to be blocking 4 with a sink below and sinking a card to the bottom for Eric here. 3 damage going to leak through, taking him down to 31 to Aiden's 40. However, with 3 cards in his hand, how many dragons are going to start joining the party, so to speak?
It's very true, and that's a big thing. Speaking on those health differences, 40 to 31. Aiden feels like he's been getting run down by dragons right now, but Aiden's still able to maintain that pressure on Dromai's health, which is really important because you cannot let Dromai, you can't just block, right? You have to pressure her down. You have to get her to low health and be able to threaten her, or else one time she's going to say, "No blocks, I make 50 dragons, and then I swarm you from here." Uvia is a really good dragon for Eric to see. I don't know how many clears Aiden has that are big enough to clear Uvia in one go.
Yeah, well, at this point, the question is, do you want to... And Eric here, electing not even to attack with the Uvia because he doesn't wish to get it popped.
Yep.
And now Aiden, if Aiden had a popper and he was trying to hold it for the Uvia, he has to now send it, utilize resources, perhaps utilize cards with the boost to clear it and send damage into it rather than be able to clear it with just the block. So this Uvia represents a lot of little points of damage over these Ashwings, so we'll see how Aiden wants to clear it out.
And also that the early Kyloria damage and having, that's like a priority clear, right? And Aiden having to use that item he got, was it Teklo Pounder, if he had it on this turn, then he could probably clear the Uvia because you get that buff right there.
Yeah.
So even the timing on that was really good on Eric's part, being able to pressure, and then Aiden, unfortunately, which is I've never seen get punished, kind of like a setup, like Aiden set up really well early. Like he got 3 items, and then it kind of got like, well, your 3 items are going to have to get wasted on these 3 things pretty much. Like at least multiple charges were lost in that process.
So Teklo Core being picked up, and we are just going to go ahead and attack Uvia for 5. Interesting, Aiden going ahead and prioritizing putting 5 damage on the dragon early. That's 5 damage that could have been sent at the Dromai player's face, but we're going to go ahead and try to clear this Uvia. Now, I understand the inclination to clear a bunch of dragons, but you have to wonder how much damage will Uvia get you over the course of the deal to you over the course of the game. And there's a good chance it would be more than 5.
Yeah.
With the actual Uvia damage and the Ashwings that it does present. We are going to go ahead now and boost.
It's a yellow one.
I think it might be blue, but this is just a zipper hit coming in, so this would be for 2 or 3.
And then there's another layer to this. Dash mills herself. The more Dash has to clear, the faster Dash is going through their deck.
Absolutely.
So Aiden also can't play the clear game forever. He has a finite amount of damage in his deck. He's losing certain pieces that are essentially random, and he needs to be able to establish enough threat, at least 30 more damage, and also not let Eric go wide enough to kill him.
Absolutely. So we are now just going to go ahead and clear out the Uvia. Going to finish that turn. That's going to close the chain. That's going to close the turn. We're going to Arsenal if we're Aiden. We have to assume that's not a popper because it wouldn't be going into the Arsenal, but now we do leave Eric here with 4 cards and an Arsenal.
You don't forget my boy down and dirty.
I couldn't forget down and dirty. I'm just not sure it's in my boy's list.
That's
true.
That's a secret. That's gonna be coming up more as we get the
sure.
Get your down and dirties now.
Yeah, I hope you got him early.
Yep.
We're starting off now. It's a tough card to clear. This is an Invoke Yenderai, so we're going to come in with an Endurance counter. This is going to make it so the first damage up to 3 is entirely prevented when you attack into this Dragon. So let's see now how Eric wants to continue the turn. Attack with the Ashwing, test the waters, come in with the Yenderai, or continue to play out the dragons just in case of that popper.
Yeah, this is so interesting. Like, Flesh and Blood's so cool because there's so many different perspectives, and it's like a weird poker game or like kind of like Go Fish game of like, do you have that popper? What can I read? What's the safest method? It's just an interesting perspective from dromai, and I don't know how many poppers Dash traditionally runs.
So Aiden's got a number. He's got the max velocities. He's got the throttles.
Oh, yeah,
I
max
don't
velocity.
know if he brought in the payloads just for this matchup.
Yeah.
But there's another one that I'm not thinking of, but I'm pretty sure there's another set of poppers in the list as well.
Yeah.
But it's going to be tough for him because now, look, we're staring down 3 total dragons and a burn them all. So this is going to be more arcane damage that is unpreventable. We have no arcane barrier. Oh, no, we do. We have the Achilles accelerator. So there
Oh, I
is
forget about
the
that,
arcane barrier over there on Aiden's side if he wishes to use these cards. But you have to imagine this is not the way he wants to use his cards specifically, because now we're getting into this play pattern where, yes, you've gotten your opponent down to 28. 20 minutes have elapsed so far in this game. However, if you don't start clearing these dragons, they're just going to keep building up. And
Yep.
so how much are you willing to,
The popper, right?
yeah, how much are you willing to commit to those resources? But we're going to go ahead and take care of the Azalea by popping with that second red throttle. So that's going to end the turn. We are still hanging out on that arsenal that's been sitting there for quite some time if we're Eric. So at this point, we can see how is Aiden wanting to capitalize on finally getting a popper to line up against a dragon.
It's strong, really strong that Burn Them All came down because that's the card, especially in the mid game. If you can get it right, that just starts leaking damage and can really close that health gap. And Eric's definitely now has all those Kylorias and stuff that he's pressured with or in the graveyard that he can use to keep the fuel, the fire going, so to speak. You know. All right, in reading that one, that's the one that says like if I were to take damage, prevent 3 of it.
Yeah, the first time it would take damage, you prevent 3 of that damage. So you either have to attack it with something for 6, or 2 instances or 1 instance of at least 1, and then some 3.
And Alex say, man, this dragon's going to be annoying to deal with. I've been probably, playing too much in his dragons a little bit. It's just a 3 vanilla. It's not like it's a Kyloria or it's not like it's a Uvia or anything. It just does vanilla damage and is annoying to remove. So Aiden says, I'm going to start pressuring now. Hopefully this dragon isn't one I need to worry about as like an active threat that's going to interfere with me. And maybe on a turn where I set up more steam counters for my pistol, I can pop, I can pop off the armor and then clear it when that time comes. But I really I think Aiden's perspective here of just this dragon's vanilla. I'm going to go face.
Well, and by taking the damage there from Eric, he's allowing this T-Bone to come in for 3 extra damage, turning that Combustible Courier into an attack for 7 instead of an attack for 4. So this is going to now take 3 more damage. Eric going down to 21. A pretty aggressive line here from Eric. We're going to go ahead and use the Foundry Heart. So at this point, we're boosting 2 more cards. We're losing a High Octane, and then we're losing an Induction Chamber, which is a huge piece of how we can clear dragons, is just by loading up a pistol with Induction Chamber.
But we got the second one.
And there we go.
There we go. It's okay. We are sending it up.
So we're setting up our pistol for later. We've gotten 9 more damage across, at least something like that to our opponent. But now we're coming down with, this is an Invoke Yenderai. So this
Yenderai.
represents 9 damage. Because one of the things I do think we have to talk about is Eric's kind of getting to play on 2 axes here. He's going to try to pressure his opponent down with his life total. He's also able to attempt to pressure his opponent's deck because of all the boosting that's required.
It looks like, yeah, so it is unfortunate that he did banish his induction chamber. Like that's a key piece, but that's part of playing Dash. That's the Dash experience, right? You're going to banish something you didn't want to banish, but definitely getting that one is good. Yenderai has to block here.
So no popper in hand for Aiden, so he has to spend 2 cards to prevent himself from taking an additional 9. And it looks like we're just going to take leak 4 more damage over the course of the turn. So we took 5 on this turn. Took 5 on this turn, but is going to now leave himself with 2 more cards. He's able to perhaps, at this point, utilize his pistol now that he's established a bit of... Oh, Vinny.
It's
yeah,
Vinny.
my gosh. Did I say Yenderai again?
Insterica. It's okay. It's okay.
You know what I meant.
Or I'm going to get you little flashcards.
You know what I meant. I know,
the
I know the dragons, bro. I know the dragon. I just misspoke on the dragon.
Okay.
I know the name of the card.
That Dragon Army, though, we were talking about earlier, Eric has gone way wider than before. Remember, we were just getting that 1 Kyloria. Well, guess what? Now we have pressure. We're going to have a Yenderai that Aiden's probably not going to want to clear, so that was able to get down. Ashwing, and then now it's getting a little out of control. and there's still about a 10 health difference. And with dromai, I found 10 health difference isn't as big as you want it to be, because that 10 health difference could go away really fast. Really fast.
So we do, because of the induction chamber, we were able to resolve. Now that pistol is the ability to clear the viscerai.
Here we go.
Yenderai.
Vinny.
We were able to clear the viscerai with just our pistol utilizing the induction chamber. So now Aiden looking, does he want to try to clear anything else on this turn? And yeah, he's just going to clear another Ashwing. We're going to set up for later. But like as you said, because we're not pressuring the life total, we don't have to block with any cards from hand. If we're the dromai player here, now we are able to continue to establish dragons. Aiden, that deck is already starting to look thinner than when this started. So he's got to have to find a way to find 21 more points of damage, because it looks like the arsenal that's been sitting there for quite some time most likely is a Tome of Findall, which is why it has been sitting there for so long, because we've been waiting to use it with the Mage Master Boots, because now we're going to get to gain 5 life, because we've drawn 2 cards into 3. That's why those Mage Master Boots are there, and now all of a sudden this is a much different game. 26, it just feels different than 21.
Oh, it's massively different, and that's what dromai does. Dromai has all these ways to heal, and that's why when I said that 10 health lead isn't as big as you want, is because this is what happens. It can go from a 10 health lead back to 5, and then that makes it way scarier, especially because all this work Aiden has put in to try and pressure. It's like, oh, well, now I have to actually address the dragons, because they're not going to be as low as I want them to be. Also, shout out to Fat Metal Tokens, one of the vendors here today, with that awesome, it's a action point token right there. Very shiny, very beautiful.
Now, he should just have his normal amount of action points. Yeah, it's a 1. It's not a 2.
Yeah, that's what it's one.
So we are going ahead and we're pitching into an Invoke Tumulti. So this is a big dragon that has the potential to just eat one of the pieces of equipment. So we're going to look at the top 2 cards of the deck. If we see 1 or more red cards, the amount of red cards we see, we're able to put that many -1 counters, and then if that many -1 counters makes it 0, it's gone.
It's
gone.
gone.
Look at the top.
Oh, blue, red.
So we're taking either the Foundry Heart, the Achilles, or the Bender, but we can't take the Crown here. But honestly, at this point, the Foundry Heart is the thing that's going to be giving you more value over the course of the game.
Here he is.
Because of the ability to take those cards and turn them into resources. So unfortunately, in a way that we rarely see, the Foundry Heart actually destroyed.
Very unfortunate. And that was one of the things just saying where he could have blocked again with it, where he could have gotten the value, and then maybe this dragon would not have been able to target anything besides these quips, which I'm pretty sure the hand piece on this dash is just there to block a breakpoint. It doesn't have any abilities. It's just kind of vanilla.
For sure.
But, you know, that's cool. Dash got a new toy, but hopefully we can see some new Dash hands soon that do something a little more proactive, like a grasp for Dash.
So you have to imagine here that if Aiden had a popper, he'd be throwing it down as quickly as he could. Just let's clear the Tumulti out of the way, and let's stop the turn so that we can keep going. But this is going to require the Crown of Providence block critically without any more Kylorias left in the deck as of now.
Yep.
We don't have to worry about using our equipment to stop a Kyloria, but now we're just facing down big dragons. So here's 3 more damage, and now we're looking to start to become even in life total. And both players are trying to establish permanence, but these dragons, you don't have to pay into them to attack. Once you paid a red card, you can just attack, whereas the pistol takes a little bit more setup every turn.
Yeah, you gotta put the steam counter on it. You gotta set up another thing. You gotta set the steam counter on the induction, and then you go pew pew, and then you do it again.
It is how, and that is canonically. I think if you don't say pew pew,
it doesn't count.
It's not legal. Yeah,
you can call a judge. Actually,
I am a judge.
He didn't say pew.
I am a judge.
I do not take the stage.
I am a judge. I am a judge.
You can call Sam.
I am a judge. I am a judge. So 3 damage, and then now we've taken the Yenderai here, so we're going down to 24. Then we're going to go ahead and pitch into the Flame Scale Furnace to come in with Command and Conquer to close the turn. We've already used our Crown of Providence to sink a card away. So you can see Connor in the back, mouth agape, but most likely just because he's tired. But unfortunately here, this is now going to require 2 cards if we don't want to lose the arsenal. So this is about as backbreaking a turn as you can get if you're playing as the Dash here.
Yep. It's
You've resolved a huge dragon. You know.
Yep. Resolve a huge dragon. You try and be efficient because you think that's the end of the turn, right? And then out of nowhere, just the end of chain ender CNC is really hard, especially caught with an arsenal with it. You have no more armor, so it's gonna be cards out of hand. And if you give him too many cards here, you're going to get swarmed by dragons next one because you can't clear them all. So maybe it depends on those cards that are in his hand. If they're blues, possibly you could set up some induction chamber stuff and try and clear as best as he can. But if they're all reds, then it looks like he might only choice be to block.
Absolutely. This is quickly turned into a nightmare turn for the Dash player here. You have to deal on the next turn with a Tomotai, or else the Tomotai is just going to keep Tomotying.
Yep.
And you know, it's
Gator.
not like Achilles Accelerator are a huge part of your game plan here, but you'd rather not just lose them for nothing. They do represent an action point at maybe a critical time later in this game.
Yeah.
You clearly want to hold on to that arsenal and also just not take another 6 because the life total is dwindling away. But
Yeah.
if you take your turn clearing the dragons, and how able are you to clear dragons after blocking from a Singency, and then once you clear the dragons, you've left them with all the cards in their hands so they can just go ahead and deploy more dragons. It's looking like it's going to be a tough hole for Aiden to climb out of, but he's a very good Dash player. 6-2 yesterday in the battle-hardened Los Angeles. He clearly has navigated these games quite a bit, but this dromai matchup looking to be a tough go for the Dash deck here.
I don't traditionally know. Does he talk about how comfortable he feels in the dromai matchup?
He doesn't like the dromai matchup.
That's right.
He doesn't like it.
So that must be the reason why. Is just that, like, because what we saw is that you take all that time, you set up your items, you're ready to go to face and hit real hard because you're all boosted up, and then dragons come down that make it impossible for you to maximize the use of that setup.
Now, I'm not sure, because I haven't been reading every single dromai list that comes across my table, but the Mage Master boots there allowing for the Toma Find All play, that's something that I'm not sure if it's been retained in as many dromai decks, but what it turned on for that turn, we can't forget that when all of this started, Eric was 5 life lower. He gained 5 life and did all that crazy stuff. So
it had a full hand. That's another thing is I actually run one Toma Findle in my viscerai, and because of how it works with creepers is that I can block with creepers, I can block with a card, and then play Toma Findle, have a heal 4 and have a full hand. It is the best defense pivot turn I can get. If I can line it up, it's super good for swinging back.
That's interesting. Aiden on his turn, unfortunately, only able to use the remaining cards and resources that he had available to him to clear that Tomotai. So now he's going to face down whatever Eric wanted to do contested.
Yeah.
So we're going to start off with an azalea that's going to represent more arcane damage along with this burn them all.
Yep.
Eric's going to now decide, does he want to deploy more dragons? No. We're going to come in with the azalea. So first thing that has to happen is 2 arcane damage must be dealt with. Aiden now looking, how does he want to deal with it?
He wants them to go away.
He does.
Yeah.
I'm sure he wants to just go away.
Just go away. That burn them all, has been up for a bit. Eric's still having full armor, which is another big part. If Eric gets a good enough hand where he can pop off, he said, "Here's all my armor. I'm gonna go for the throat here." Aiden looking through, seeing what's in his graveyard, seeing what he's boosted. That's another thing you can do is you can just check real quick and understand what's been through the deck, and then you can kind of gauge how much power you have to finish this last 26 and how you need to come appropriately towards this. If you got to block here, or you just say, we're racing like it's Fast and Furious. We just go for it,
Absolutely.
And I think it's getting to that point of, and a popper comes down. Super big.
So because Eric elected not to continue his turn in any way, the only recourse available to him to use any of these cards is to pitch to that Flamescale Furnace and at least make another Ash, which, at least you're doing something. Now, Aiden here, he's now only facing down a single Yenderai. So after all this, after all we've been talking about, all the doom and glooming, we're facing down a Yenderai, we're facing down a Burn Them All, and we have 2 items available to us to continue to go. As you said, he's got 4 to 5 life over there on that equipment suite, but we need to see what can Aiden do with the opening that he has now gotten for himself, as Eric is going to go ahead and get rid of as many cards as he can to the Burn Them All.
Yep. Counting them out here. And this is definitely looking like a good pivot for Aiden, I think. Getting this all cleared up, the Burn Them All still stay up, unfortunately, but not as many dragons are out. Aiden still has a 4-card hand, or 3 cards in the arsenal, so 4 cards to work with, This is going to be a big pivot turn for Aiden. And I just also want to say how big that popper is in this matchup. You could be really efficient. Viscerai is really good at clearing dragons and stuff.
Why are we talking about Viscerai?
Because because I love him. He's purple, and that's all I know. Yeah. And you need to have those poppers, even if you're good at clearing. You're good at going wide. Yep. Just 1 card shut off your turn is massive against Illusionists. I've been playing a lot of Monarch Draft, same thing. 1 card, shut off your turn, massive. So remember to count out how many poppers you have in your deck. You're going to be needing them in these future metas.
So Aiden starting his turn off now. He's got himself a little bit of an opening. 22 life to the dromai player, Eric's 26. 24 minutes are left in the round timer. We started this turn loading our Teklo Plasma Pistol. How does he want to continue? He's deep in the tank, deep in thought. My boy is swimming in it.
Bubbles.
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 All right, we're going to use our next resource floating here to go ahead and load one of our additional items. And now it looks like we're just shooting Yenderai.
This
So
is
we're
where-
going to have to give it go again with the pistol. So now the endurance counter is gone.
Goodbye.
And we're just playing out a second plasma purifier. So we're setting up, we're continuing to set up. Aiden knows the way he wants to win this game. He does want to win this game utilizing that pistol, coming in for instances of 4 and 5 continuously. We don't know how many more purifiers are in the list, if there's 1 or 2 remaining. I think that might be the only purifier he has, though I'm not sure how he's adjusted the list in recent days. But if we're going to come after, if we're going to be facing down the pistol army, here comes the dragon army. We got 3 Aether Ashwings coming out after this Rake the Embers.
Baby dragons.
And we're coming in for 1 point of Arcane, 1 point of Physical, as here comes the first Aether Ashwing. Did Aiden draw another popper? First,
Actually not.
we got to deal with the Arcane damage, and it looks like we're going to go ahead and take that first Aether Ashwing. We're going to take the second.
Yep.
Are we going to take the third?
Most of the time we do. That's like a 3. Like, so if you think about, you typically take 3 damage. You take 3 vanilla on a turn.
It would be odd to take the first 2 and then pop the third. Yes,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
would be odd. But now here comes Yenderai. Does he have the popper, and does he wish to use it here on this turn? No, we're taking 3, which means he has something he wants to do on his turn. What can Eric do with the little opening now that Aiden's given him? Because Aiden's going down pretty heavily in life all of a sudden. We're going to play a Pursuit
of
knowledge. So if this hits, he gets an additional intellect for the turn. So that would turn his next hand into 6 cards to work with.
Which is massive, not only for being aggressive, but being defensive, right? And Aiden put all this time into setting up a really big, like, he was like, you haven't even seen me at full power. And then he set up this big gun. And then now Eric's saying, well, I'm batting on the hatches. If this hits, I got blocks. I can wait for you to boost yourself out.
Yep.
So Aiden must be extremely careful here how he approaches this. Man, once again, Eric's tech, like I said, it was a different build, and I don't think Pursuit Knowledge is.
I remember when maybe I don't know if it was Isaac from the Attack Action podcast that I first saw it in his list, but I was running Pursuit of Knowledge in my my deck because it wasn't my idea, but it was something that I thought, you make 2 ash, but also it's a relevant on hit effect. I think, like you just said, it's huge defensively. You're able to draw more blocking cards on a turn if they decide, like on a turn like this, that they're going to try to be aggressive back to you. Well, here's a different kind of on hit. Here's an additional card for me.
It has wings too.
Does it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at that right there. Duh.
When you gain knowledge, you grow wings. So it goes perfect with the dragon deck if it has wings. So definitely really strong. We're getting a judge call here.
Most likely for a time check.
Oh, can they not see from there? Okay, cool. I like that. Yeah, they got to put the core. They're the ones, but it's okay. They can always call and we'll know. What is the time? Do you see? It is.
I think they have 20 minutes left.
20 minutes. We're good. Yeah, we're chilling. As long as they play like a card a minute, we're good. Rake Embers was so strong there too, because Rake Embers just allows to put so much pressure. So now you're saying 3 vanilla. I think Aiden's been leading the end, right? Because like I said, it's vanilla damage. But now it's 6 vanilla damage. So now we're like Reinhardt level of like, this is going to start hurting,
This ain't vanilla no more, though. This is an on-hit.
Yep.
This is coming in with an on-hit to give an additional intellect to the attacking hero. Dromai here already representing a card in Arsenal. And Aiden's taken all this damage because you have to imagine he wants to have an aggressive turn back, but he's going to go ahead and block 6. Not wanting the Dromai player there to have the additional card, but at this point, if you are the Dromai player, you got 2 cards out of your opponent. So it's that card still did work for you.
Oh, it did so, like, that's the time, like, things I love mix-ups for, or I love just the cards that with like crazy on hits that you can throw in the deck, the 1-ofs or the 2-ofs, because of these scenarios where it's like, what's the right answer there, right? Like, do you try and go for it? Do you block it? Like, it puts you in a gray area that the other player might not know the exact right answer that they've been through, and it can give you a small lead because of that, because they might make what may or may not be the right mistake, a right move.
It does look as though I've looked away for a moment. I don't know if this. I think this is boosted, and if this is boosted, we just boosted the second induction chamber. I know the second one that's been
Yeah,
boosted,
yeah,
and
yeah.
the third in the
Yep,
deck.
so there's
So
no more.
that is the answer that there would be recourse. But as Aiden, I think he has found some success in playing a little more aggressively with his boosts.
Yeah.
But at this point,
How small is it? How is this small, this deck? I think he's got probably maybe 20 more cards, it looks like. But
yeah, we're running out of cards and we're running
out of
running
gas.
out of life.
We're not a boosting. That's always such an interesting factor of Dash. Oh, this is one of the big dragons coming down right now. This is the one that banishes off the top, I'm pretty sure. Or
No,
is
from
it
your hand,
from your
bro.
hand?
Bro, this is lost in thought on a stick. Dog.
Oh my gosh.
So here comes Dominia. We can't take we're not worrying about the arcane. Did we reveal blue? No, we revealed a red.
Okay, revealed a
So
red.
let's check the hand. Everything's coming up.
Sparkagene.
Check this out. Ready for this? Ready for this? Everything's coming up drozes for the dromai player. Instead of everything's coming up roses.
Yeah, yeah.
Everything's coming up
Drozes
drozes.
is
You like
like-
because like dromai drozes.
Oh, I thought they were like dragon roses.
That works too.
Okay.
Okay. Everything's coming up drozes for the dromai player
Yep.
here. We're gonna go ahead and we're going to banish a card away. So let's see now. This is coming in for an additional 4 points of damage. Aiden looks like he's just going to take it. We got rid of the popper. We got rid of the throttle. So the
Yep.
popper that was there lost to the Dominia. We finally drew it, but unfortunately, it looks as though the dragons might just be
Chomp, chomp, chomp,
coming
chomp.
in too hard. We've got 3
Chomp,
more
chomp.
damage. Can Eric present any more?
Down to 3, and the classic end of chain
Yeah.
CNC that he's been catching Aiden with, which
Yeah.
always demands respect. It's very straightforward because it's the last card in his hand, so it's your choice. It's like, is my arsenal worth it? I think at this point, obviously Aiden can't take any more damage, but
Yeah.
you always block CNC for 6, I think.
Well, I mean, you're at 3.
Yeah, but like even in another scenario, if
Yeah.
I don't think you ever try. You just don't want to take damage. I've done through that scenario enough. You just always block it if they don't have any extra surprises for it.
It's going to be, you're going to have to spend your whole resources here to clear a Dominia and clear a Yenderai, but then you're at 3 life. Unfortunately, for the Dash player here, who I do love very much, it is my young cousin.
Yep.
Not even young. He was my young cousin when we were tiny kids, but
like why UNG young.
yeah, my young cousin,
Like,
exactly.
yeah.
But Aiden here, he's done very, very well in these tournaments recently. 6-2 yesterday on the Battle Hardened. I just keep telling the people that because I want people to know my boy's
feel you.
cracked. But at this point in the game, that Toma Feindahl turn was huge. And Aiden, unfortunately, not able to have the poppers exactly every turn he needed them. Those things do need to line up for you if you're the Dash player here.
Yep.
And we're just going to draw up, but we're down to 3 life. We still have 4 dragons chilling on the board. This is going to be a formality at this point. Unfortunately, it looks as though the dromai is going to be able to find enough damage here on this turn. The burn them all is gone.
Brendan's gone. That's good.
Valley, we got through the burn them all.
No more cards in graveyard, but it is unfortunate that like almost every single attack here is just a knife, and it's like going for lethal pretty much. So this was 3 go again. All right, now this is gonna be the 1 ping. How many Kodachis do you want to take? All right, 1. Yep, 1 ping.
Eric's like, well, how about this one, bro?
Pop it.
No, blocks for the 5. We got to take another card out of the hand. We
Yep,
block for
okay.
3. What
And
are
what's
we
this
left with?
last 2?
See, at least a chromai and a sweeping blow. So do we want to resolve another dragon?
Mm-hmm.
Or do we want to come in just for... Both of these attacks are lethal. But you have to imagine that at this point, we're resolving another dragon.
And it's gonna be Chromai.
Take the final card out of the hand, and now at this point, Aiden's only going to be able to draw up and stare down the impending draconic fire.
Yep, and it's next turn. He won't have enough cards to block that one.
Because it's whatever is drawn here from Eric, as well as, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dragons that are already chilling.
And he's gonna make more.
Oh, he's definitely going to make
He's
more.
gonna- he's
He's
got it
definitely
ready.
going to make more.
Now, at this point, as Dromai etiquette, and you know you have it lethal pretty much on board, is it appropriate to just go ham and then finish from there, or do you just know your exacts?
Well, to be, if both players are playing to their outs, and this is a high-level tournament, as
Yep.
they would be, you have to be aware of a popper that can stop the turn.
It's true.
You know,
You're right.
This it would be tough even in a miracle scenario to come back from 1. So you have to imagine this game has reached somewhat of an ending point. However, you have to be aware of those poppers. You have to be aware of that. So you want to sequence your turn correctly.
Yep.
We're throwing out the mirror guy first. We have a mirror guy and a chromai just hanging out. So it's not. We have a lot of popper insurance. So we're
No,
gonna start
no
off with
popper worry now.
Chromai, no phantasm. That's just gonna be blocked for 3. We
Yep.
get our second action point. So even if something is now popped, we have an action point to continue to go.
Yep.
We've got the mirror guy chilling there. Next is just each of these ash wings is lethal too. So this is gonna be the 1.
Yep.
The 2, and the fist bump, and that's gonna do it.
GG.
Eric Betancourt, he's holding
He's
his
relieved,
chest.
yeah.
He's feeling the pressure.
Eric
but
plays with his heart, man. He's a really nice player. He's really knowledgeable and has been around the flesh and blood scene for quite a bit in San Diego. And I'm very happy to see him shine on stream and for the world to see him.
yeah, absolutely, and every good flesh and blood content world needs, the Brendan Patricks of the world, who has broken his stream curse. He hasn't won a lot on stream, but you need to have somebody that when they win on stream, you're like, oh my God, they did it. They have their incredible tournament runs, they have their top 8 finishes, but when they get on stream, something bites them. It's the snake bite. For Aiden here, he's now really got something. He's got a North Star.
Yeah.
He knows what he needs, and what he needs is to get on that camera, and he's to win some flesh and blood.
Yeah, yeah.
When he's not on camera, cracked out of his freaking mind,
Cracked,
cracked
yeah, yeah.
out of his mind.
It's on camera. That's his downfall. He's just used to being behind the camera and being.
He's a wonderful screenwriter, incredible director.
Yep. But he played his heart out there. I think both players played as efficiently as we could, but it was just very unfortunate that Eric was able to present things that needed attention, not things that he could ignore. If it was like a Yenderai early, vanilla damage, who cares? I'm a pressure. But Kyloria.
All had to be dealt with.
All had to be dealt with. You had 3 items.
3 command and conquers that came out over the course of that game. We boosted some induction chambers away. I'm not sure if that 3rd one was boosted because I looked away right before that happened. But the game there, I think, honestly, the turn that was Toma Findall into a Tomultai, into all the dragon tags, into command and I mean, like, dude.
Super.
Then you also got to resolve a Dominia. Like, Aiden played very well. He there was the unfortunate Teklo Pounder kind of
We learned, we learned. Yeah.
And now, we move forward in the rest of the tournament. If Aiden wins out, perhaps still has a chance at the top 8 of this tournament. But at this point, we have Eric Betancourt as the winner on Dromai. Don't go anywhere because we are going to hopefully get him in just for a quick interview.
Yep.
And then we will be moving on very shortly into round 3 here of the AGE Open PTI Gold Foil Tournament. So we'll be back momentarily. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, how's it going, everybody? We're back. We're here with Eric, not Sam Bryan, with Eric. Eric, congrats on your win. Congrats on making it on stream, man.
Thank you.
How do you feel?
Scared.
Scared?
Being on stream is already scary,
Okay.
but then I was not going confident into going into Dash.
Okay,
So
interesting.
I always lose against Dash, especially if they go like aggro.
Okay.
But this time I saw that the poppers were banished when he was doing stuff, and I was like, okay, calm down.
Saw that, yeah.
You got this. You got your board. Keep it together.
Keep it composed.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
Makes sense.
I do have a lot of practice with Dash at the locals, so.
Yeah, that was one of the things you pointed out because there was a scenario where you noticed that when he attacked with one of his boost things, he lost a counter on his items, and you were able to point it out. And that was a big there because I don't think it was like anybody trying to be shady or anything, but it was just people. Some interactions people don't know, and that was one you knew and were able to be like, no, that happens, And that was pretty huge because he started losing counters now on those items
Of course, yeah.
all the time.
Yeah, man. Hopefully I can keep it going. Yesterday I didn't do that good. Hopefully this is a redemption day.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping to go positive.
Yeah, yeah.
That's it. Does it go?
You're
Practice
going
for
to nationals, right? Yeah, exactly. I'm super stoked making
So
out. Get
If
that
I
practice.
if I don't do good, I'll just go practice some draft. Have some fun.
Some Monarch draft.
Yeah.
Yep,
It's
awesome.
an amazing game, and I love everyone that is playing it. But yeah.
Dude, oh my
it's
gosh,
here.
thank you. I really appreciate you coming out. Shout out to San Diego
Sure.
for having, all the
Sir,
grinders out there.
tabletop,
Let's go, Tabletop
Locals,
Tavern.
There you go.
Number one.
Thank
All right,
you.
man. Good luck with the rest of your games. I appreciate you
Sure.
coming on stream.
Have a good day too.
You too, man.
Right?
You love dice games.
Oh.
I know how much you're a big Brute fan and dice rolling.
It's just something. Dromai wouldn't be playable if she didn't have a remembrance. Good. Why is that a negative thing? There's other heroes that aren't playable if they don't have certain cards, and I don't have cards to deal with go wide strategies, so I can't play my play. It's not playable. Who cares? I think it's so funny whenever it's like, oh, my Rune Blade loses hard to something. We should get Skeletor back. It's like, no, you just lose for 6 months. Stop talking about Skeletor on the freaking internet and want it back. What, Breezy or whatever your name is? Like, you're going to be bad for 6 months. Why can't you be bad for 6 months? Why can't you play another hero?
I want to be bad for 6 months. I want my Skeletor.
Well, I didn't want to be bad for 2 years. And we're still, well, after a whole set of Prism cards and a whole set of this, maybe there will be a Brute card that you could have. Dromai wouldn't be playable if she didn't have to remember. Why is that a bad thing?
I'm going to flip it when you get good Brute cards and be like, no, not allowed to have fun. But I definitely see, like, the worry with Remembrance. I think Remembrance causes a certain play style into the game and definitely kind of warps that.
Yeah, it's not fun to do that play style of the game.
Yeah.
And then instead of losing because of cards we're playing, we're losing because of card count that I have of that card.
I just have more cards than you.
Right. I have 3 copies of Remembrance, so I have 9 extra cards. You have 1 copy of Remembrance. You have 3 copies of extra cards.
So they do this in Yu-Gi-Oh! I know, is they'll ban certain copies up to a card. So would you be fine if they, like, you can have up to 1 copy only of Remembrance in a deck?
Yes.
2 copies?
No.
2 is the limit.
No, 1's the limit.
One's the limit.
Yeah.
One's the limit.
You're really trying to play a second Remembrance.
So 1's the limit. Yeah. What if you have a Abyssal Quiver and 1 Remembrance?
Lexi's not going to play Remembrance regular, so
So
I think there is interesting that the Quiver has a stipulation, because I was just going around like, oh, I'm going to go put 3 Endless Arrows in there when I was on Talishar the first time.
Yeah.
And it was like, pick 3 different names, and I was like, oh, this is way worse than I thought.
Yeah.
And I think what's interesting is if you draw Remembrance in your first 8 cards, you are kind of like, well, this sucks, but how many times do people not have this?
Yeah.
How dare you not count
he's on a
Missouri,
mode, guys. He's gonna read the
Kansas City,
comments.
and St. Louis
He's gonna
have
read the
massive
comments.
fab crowns?
It's gonna spill over. They do.
Prove it, Emery.
do.
I haven't seen a tournament from you guys yet, brother.
We're gonna go out
Prove
there.
it.
I think they have a ton of tournaments in that section coming up because they gave them all the
Is
East
it on
Coast.
YouTube or what's up?
No, it's all like all the East Coast tournaments that popped up.
In Missouri, Kansas?
Missouri, Kansas. That's like mid East Coast.
We're doing our best. We're gonna have a battle hardened next
I'm hungry,
month.
dude. I'm so hungry.
If you want to fight me in person, I'll be
Yeah, Blake's gonna be there. Come out of the battle harden, please.
unless
invade.
I'm driving
We wanna
there and my
see-
phone falls and gets underneath my foot and
Yeah,
I go like,
we want to see more people. We're always excited to interact with the community and connect these
Yeah.
smaller communities that may not know about. That's also why we broadcast, so you guys can see our lovely small community. They're all back
Right.
there. We keep them behind the glass. They're a bunch of
Yeah.
animals.
this is a community that's not in a flyover state.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
That's what they're saying. They're saying no one cares about them states because they're called flyover states.
Oh,
But that's
oh,
something
because
we
you fly
say to
over
be
them, you get
rude,
to
and now we're
places.
coastal elite when we do that.
That makes sense. Okay, I
I've
didn't
never
know
been
that.
elite at
I've never
anything in
even-
my
I've
entire
never
life, so I've been
made it.
coastal, but that's cool. I've been something else that goes with coastal.
All right. Any more? You got last little bit on the remembrance. Any more?
we're
Are you
done.
barraged? You threw your punches.
Barrage out of here.
Like
I
said your piece,
I drove Justin maybe 6 months ago.
and he still didn't forget it. He made you talk about it.
Yeah. And what's nice though is when somebody did carpool and brought me because they know I'm not a good driver. So if you do that enough, you can passenger princess your way around LA. It's really
That's
great.
fair. Just out of concern for other people's safety.
That's barraging Blake. We got round 6.
6, bro. We're almost
Round
we're
6
almost-
after a short break. Love you guys. Thanks for sticking around. Maybe pick somewhere good for nationals.
We're back, ladies
Whoa.
and gentlemen. I'm Colin Honigman from the Attack Action Podcast. I'm back with Blake,
I'm
my
Blake.
main man.
I'm Blake Meyer from the Non-Attack Action
He's
Podcast.
from the podcast that exists only in his mind. And to tap into that, we're going to use some special technology, zoom right in to the Barraging Blake cast. It's time to get Blake's opinion on a variety of topics.
Okay. and they're starting to get easier than harder, right?
I don't know. You tell me.
I haven't been actually mad since last February. So let's go, you know.
I feel like there was one we were both mad, and that was fun.
Oh.
So
Okay,
maybe we'll
I
do
remember that. I remember that.
Let's do that. Here we go. It's Plague Hive. What happens when they pitch Plague Hive, Blake?
Oh my god. Okay, so I'm gonna be part of this problem finally. I mean I've been playing Missouri, blah 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 blah.
Blah, blah.
What sucks is I my first outside. I'm so excited about all my outsiders. I'm gonna build this deck. I'm gonna play this. Somebody in our meta, he judges these things. He's the worst because
Not to name names.
he's like 9 codex. I'm blowing up his deck list. He's literally gonna go fight in Baltimore, but it's just a pain in the ass. I'm always like only have 2 health to survive, and it's like, all right, I'm gonna roll this dice, and he puts out his disease tokens, and he goes, a 1 or a 2 is blood rot, a 2 or 3 or 4 is inertia, and a 5 or a 6 is frailty. Every mother f time he rolls his die, and it'll literally go to 2, and I will block with my full hand. The blood rot comes in, and I literally gave him the kitchen sink, and he beat me exactly, like, without, like, some arrow. I was probably going to lose anyway 2 turns from now. But, like, the 4 damage that pitching Plague Hive did twice of 2 exact rolls on Blood Rot was, like, a moment where I was like, why do I like this game? Like, I don't get it. Because, like, I do like having the options of I am the person who's going to block extra here and get this out of here. And now, if you block extra, now you can't afford the Blood Rot pox. So that's annoying now. And now we're going to have to move straight to the people in the window who think they're cooler than Blood Rot pox, you know? Those people are annoying as hell. So it's just frustrating because I'm sure if you're a dagger wielder, you're like, oh my god, I hope I don't get frailty. And then you get frailty. It's probably one of those things that are explained in science of like, oh, of course you're going to get the worst ones because those are the ones you're going to remember and all that kind of stuff. I don't care about inertia. Give me inertia every time.
I think that's what they call the Blake hypothesis.
Yeah, the confirmation bias, but
The
negative.
Blake paradigm.
Yeah.
The worst thing that could happen to Blake will happen when Plague Hive is pitched.
The other thing that happened about this card is I was going to trade my Codex Blood Rot that was $300-something for a Plague Hive and a couple of legendaries. And somebody's like, I'm sick. I can't make it. And then 2 weeks later, we traded, and he was like, oh, the value's down, so we're just going to do 1 for 1. And I was like, what? lost $130 something of value because you were sick or didn't want to go. You could have told me, and I would have traded someone else.
Yep.
I just gotta be meaner.
All right, here's a question.
Okay, here's an answer.
When Evan, who we won't name, rolls on Play Guide, does he always do the same 1, 2,
He's
1,
looking
2,
at you
3,
like,
4, 5, 6?
okay, so 1 and 2. Yeah, it's always the same.
It's always,
It's-
okay, I feel like
So,
if he was chaotic
so
evil, he would switch it up every
1
time.
and 2 is blood rot, and you're just like, and whenever he does the hand to hit you after like good
The hand to hit
good
you?
game, I'm always doing the
Get out, my friend.
get that out of here.
Evan
wanna
does have
touch
a
you at all.
particular way he likes to congratulate you at the end of the game where he just crushed you and it's not fun.
No, and then he'll go
But he won't watch this, so it's fine because he's out there
No.
judging. Great judge.
this card, and it's annoying the hell out of me.
Oh, all right. Here
Ugh.
it is. The psyops are in effect. How are they affecting you?
Okay, so psyops is another word for conspiracy theory. I feel like,
Is it?
and in my mind.
I mean, there's an element of it. I'll give you that. All right,
Yeah.
okay, I'll let you
Okay,
go with this.
so where I'm going with this is basically are there aliens in the Hoover Dam? No,
Yes.
no, there's not. But the weirdo people in Nevada that are living near Hoover Dam are like, I lost my wallet at a bar and I never got it. It must be the aliens that live in Hoover Dam. And it's like, if you tell enough people about the aliens in Hoover Dam, then people are going to be like, whoa, did you hear the story about the in Hoover Dam? And it's like, the people that are saying that aren't smart. They're just saying stuff long enough and getting a little bit more influence, and then people start believing that.
All right.
So now instead of Hoover Dam in Nevada, we have the best dromai player in the Great Lakes area or whatever it is. So if the best dromai player says something in the Great Lakes area of, no, I promise you, you put smashing good time in and you're going to crush everyone. Or knick-knack, brick-a-brack, whatever that disaster was. I know he's not in the Great Lakes area and he doesn't play dromai. I don't even know that dude's name. But it is kind of like no one is influential enough in this community to make the card market go buy cards. And if you are, go do something else in Flesh and Blood. Go be influential and run for Congress. Why would you use your influence to make a Majestic from Arcane Rising rise up by $4?
For money.
Make money at poker. Like, this is a hobby. There's no psyops. Psyops is like, dude, I honestly,
think there's another term for when you do it for cards and their value. That's called market manipulation.
speculation.
Which is also
Yeah.
just unethical and morally bankrupt.
Right. And
But
it's
psyop,
allowed at Mall Street.
when you tell, well, yeah, I mean, this is late stage capitalism we're in, so get used to it. until the
Yeah.
singularity comes and saves us from ourselves. But
And one thing that's honest is like, is there anybody who's sitting here in rural South Carolina who's like, I always pick on South Carolina, but like, does the person in South Carolina have by far the tier 0 deck of, you know what? It actually is, it's tier 0 Bolton. Here's what's new in it. Boom, 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 boom. We're not gonna hear about it. We're not gonna hear about it. They're literally gonna show up that day. Nobody knew what Kano was last year for New Jersey. Somebody showed up, blew people up. That's what's gonna happen again. There's no psyops of you got to be running Fog Down for the Bolton deck from South Carolina. It's just gonna happen to you. So there's no point in paying attention of I need to go to every single podcast and pay for every single Patreon because maybe I'm missing something and that's why I'm going to lose Baltimore. You're going to lose Baltimore because you didn't practice enough and you didn't draft well, and you're going to lose because you're really good in your own meta, but you've been using Talishar to practice, not other real people. And you don't have a game plan for Azalea. There's so many things wrong with your deck. Why do you think you're going to win Baltimore? Why are you even flying there? It's to have fun. It's a hobby.
that's right. And this itself was a psyops. So
Because
wrap your head around
I
that.
actually like psyops, bro. It's Barraging Blake approved. Dude, was I psyops that whole time? Okay,
Am I psyops? Is this psyops?
Is this psyops?
All right. So here we go. Let's go.
Who took
Hashtag-
that photo? That's
hashtag
pretty good.
Blake was right. Blake won another skirmish.
What the heck is this? Is that
Blake is Blake
is that
being
Pontius
held up.
Pilate with Icelander's face on it? Oh,
I believe that is Atlas holding up the world. That is Blake,
Jesus.
and that is Icelander.
Oh, Icelander's
Holding
holding
you up.
me up.
Not
Thank
to
God
undermine.
we explained that for me and the audience all in one.
Not to undermine. I mean, if you're
Okay.
not versed in classical art,
Let's go previous picture if we can. I like that one a little better. We'll address this stuff that is visible in the. Okay, we can't go to the previous picture. The man in the sky is telling me. So, we can.
There you go.
So we got our perfect Reinar sign mat from Singapore for good luck.
nice.
I showed up that day. Last year I won a skirmish. I feel like everyone knows that. Blake won one.
That's right.
One.
We were tied.
I got the spring tidings mat. It was Icelander before she had ice cards. Like,
Mhm.
wow, this is really good Arcane from Arsenal. And we didn't even have Waning Moon yet. We're just going to stir the Aether Winds and then Spark Lightning 14, and then it was like dead. So this is Evan, the guy who lost in the
Yeah,
finals.
he's right there. He's in both these pictures.
He's also the guy that was talking about 9 codex or whatever. So anyway, now it's Bullander, and I hated Bullander. Why did I hate Bullander? Because I love Arcane only Icelander. And now it's time for
Purist.
Blitz season again. And I'm like, what am I going to do to beat those wizards? I wanted to play Reinar because obviously Reinar's first love, but it was like, everyone was like, nobody's going to be playing wizards. What are you talking about? And I was like, if y'all think that, I play wizard. And then on the Saturday before the Sunday, my skirmish was on Easter, which is why I thought this was Jesus. It was a list that was posted on Twitter, and I was like, that person won with that list. I could win with that list.
There you go.
And it was like riding a bike that I had been used to for years, and it was like everything I did with the deck last year, it got better. Waning Moon just adds 3 damage a turn. I immediately got blown up by Feiyu on Kano immediately, and I was like, Feiyu, you got to teach me this. You got to teach me this. Then I beat a Chain. I beat a Sif Bravo. The Sif Bravo was like, why are you playing Sif Bravo? I told him to play Sif Bravo. That backfired immediately when he played me. I lost to Reinar. Then I was like, Reinar, let's rematch.
Hello.
Wow, I should have done the hairbrush one more time.
No, you're great, Blake. Don't.
Welcome
no.
to round 3. Let's do this.
Let's
We're
go.
almost halfway. We're not even halfway. We're a third of the way through this monstrous. We're not even a third of the way through this
We
monster. In 7 rounds or 6?
Seven
So in
rounds.
20 minutes, we're a third of the way through is
I
how
believe.
math works.
Yep.
We've got some people playing a game behind us. It's going to be Peter Budensick,
Yep.
who, if you remember correctly, has
A player
one of
profile.
these,
We
'cause
knew he was coming.
He's from Las Vegas. He's doing double duty teamwork with the Experience, which is a bunch of SoCal people.
Yep.
And then Kayfabe Cards, which I don't know if it's just 2 people or if just 2 of them showed up.
He's my favorite anime
Right.
enjoyer.
But he's going to be playing against Brian Lorenz, which if you're like, why is there another Kano and Lexi? I just can't get enough.
Can't get enough of that matchup.
I think the thought process is let's show Lexi winning as many games as possible.
She's just popular
So
right now.
somebody goes, you know what? Maybe this is a problem. Maybe this is a problem.
Kano has so much game
Right.
because Kano just turned 1, and I remember talking to Peter yesterday, and he said he cycled 6 tomes
Oh,
because he had a potion of deja vu, and he almost just destroyed them in 1 turn. It was like insane. So things like that beats Lexi's race. She can't do anything about that, you know.
did he beat someone on turn 0 technically, right, or something?
Yeah, I think it
yesterday?
was that one. It was really close, but pretty much like locked it in.
Jesus. Okay, so Brian Lorenz, I'm not quite sure where he's from. I don't know. We got somebody going, another Lexi.
Any fans of Brian in the chat?
There's a bunch of Lexis, Draco. This is just what Flesh and Blood is nowadays. Especially when Oldham goes out. What are all these Oldham players going to trend to, do you think?
It depends why they like Oldham. If they like Oldham for, the
Winning.
ice fact,
Yeah.
winning, like ice fact, then Islander might be, more their speed. But if they like Oldham because of the Guardian, then probably Bravo.
Right.
And maybe the Copium of Light Guardian coming out next set.
That is not happening. What
what
would a
do you-
Light Guardian do?
You don't design the game, Blake.
I participate in the game.
You influence
You
the
can't
design.
be like, Oh man, I watch a lot of hockey. Hopefully they can use their hands to throw the puck in next year. Like that's just not gonna happen.
It's true. It's true.
Uh,
But I'm excited for this matchup. I actually have not witnessed it. I think you had all the fun yesterday on stream watching this matchup, and I've not seen how the good things can go good and the bad things can go bad on it. I imagine it's heavily on who won that dice roll. You know, who can go first, who can go second, because that small window, even though it's turn 0, is super important to Kano. Turn 0 is very relative to Kano, absolutely. While other decks, you know, that aren't instant speed playing, it's not as relevant.
And I think there's a thought process where the Kano player usually has 5 or 6 turns to set up a combo. Not true with Lexi. That kind of cuts it in half because there's stuff like Endless Arrow ×6, which we saw happen in the top 4 last night.
Yep.
To Peter's teammate, Majin Bay.
So Peter going first, coming down with this Aether Spindle for red. That's a good one. That's the one that I think that you can like opt on top. And then put in any order. So it's a really good one for just already digging through the deck and finding that big combo line. And Peter's fast. He knows these lines. He practices. His teammate Mahjong Bay was also playing a Kano deck. Apparently they're the same list that they're both running. And Mahjong Bay had great success in the top 8. He's not here today, but Peter might be able to show the world how good this Kano list is.
And if you're paying attention, there's only AB2 on Lexi's side. So any dice that we see, just 3 of it's going to go in, or if it's minus the dice by 2, and that's what's guaranteed
to hit. Yep. So Peter's going to hit for 4, it seems like. So he's going to be able to look at 4. It is this Aether Spindle is boosted from the Aether the weapon that gives it +1 damage.
Right.
Someone in the chat says that Brian is from NorCal, came all the way down.
I've heard of NorCal.
So it's NorCal versus Vegas.
What does for now mean? NorCal for now.
You know, we sometimes SoCal, you know, they see how much fun we have down here, and they want to come down here. And we've had some people move from NorCal to SoCal.
Apparently, yeah, Alan Lube moved here recently, and Tao Tao moved southern.
Joining on the ship. We got.
So now I got to play Tao Tao at RTNs.
I hope you really like that skirmish win.
No, I
hope you really savor
happening
it.
Again.
All right, so Sonic Boom was found on top, then the Blazing Aether. This is an insane opening turn. AB2, like you said, so whatever this is, -2 is the most that Brian can absorb from it. Getting that chip damage is going to be huge, especially this early in the game, because all Kano is doing is trying to get you to that lethal point, that confirm, pretty much.
Right.
Like, they can do 20 damage to you, but they need to get you there.
I think the breakpoints are like 24 and 32. Like 32 is like if everything goes right on a double wildfire, that would just be bad luck for Brian. Now we get to play Lexi turns.
Yep, so now he has Heat Seeker, I think, which is great. It's a very awkward point for Peter, and I don't think he would give out 2 cards, and it continues Brian's momentum.
Let's pitch. What are we playing? Oh, no, we're going to lace. I haven't seen too many laces be played by a Lexi player. That's a different wrinkle going on.
I always like the expression you see in people's decks and the different thought process they have. So he's doing, it looks like, a little bit of a kind of a buff Lexi, you know, or it's going to play more, or maybe focus on the new Affliction tokens that you can give people.
Are they called Affliction?
I say Affliction.
I say disease.
It's a disease?
I don't know. Like, that's what I'm wondering. Because I guess the
disease tokens,
ice afflictions, that makes sense. So maybe if they wanted to call everything the same thing.
I just read it in dictionary, and I thought you'd be impressed, Blake.
Oh, I'm so, so impressed. We drew 3 cards. What is in our hand? We do not know, but everything has to come from Arsenal now. So there will be double activation probably. A blue infecting shot is not great, but it's red. Tricked you. No, it's blue.
No, it's blue. It's because the lace, man.
So the lace makes it a buffed red version of it. So that's
greased
why you
up
play
Lizzie
lace.
coming out there with a blood rot and a frailty.
Frailty does absolutely nothing to Kano. Which, if you had an inertia affliction, see how that works?
Yep.
Inertia affliction, that would really mess with Kano's game plan of, I want to, as soon as I can find my first wildfire, put it in my arsenal, wait for the magic to happen, and then use it later.
Looks like Peter's going to respect this arrow. He says, I don't want a blood rot. I don't want a frailty. I'm going to take my time finding it. We're at even health right now, so he's pretty comfortable.
I think 10 damage on turn 1 is like, okay, I can kind of relax and play this a little bit more patiently than I thought I could.
Dude, blood rot arrow is so good. It's so good. It does so much damage.
Endless arrows coming in. This is Kano's least favorite arrow. Immediately takes it. Says, who cares?
Have it.
Great.
Take it. Take it.
I wonder why no Heart of Ice here. They are literally playing Heart of Ice. You just got to look a little closer. you're,
Yep.
you're doing great, Mercy.
You try tilting
Great
your head
job.
sideways.
Yeah.
It might help a little bit. There you go.
That's the blue one.
Yep, yep. All right, wrestling lead.
Oh, like play Heart of Ice. That's what you're talking about. I'm
Yeah.
so mean. I should have not.
All right, find the drill shot. So it does break. An interesting thing is that you can pitch that as many times. If it fails to find, then you still have it. But once it finds that arrow, it will break. Drill shot is really interesting here because Kano doesn't have armor.
I feel bad about that, Mercy. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, so what kind of drill shot is this? There's no blocking in any of Peter's equipment, really. Because you're
No,
not,
yeah,
you're not
it's
gonna
all cloth.
block
It's
with
all cloth.
Tunic. Yeah, sorry, Mercy. Yeah, we
Like-
said we got
like-
Jesus. My bad.
Focus on the game.
My bad. That's why that's my first.
It's okay. It's okay.
Bout of
Okay.
stomachache. Or do we-
I heard about the revel
Dude,
guts.
What a mess.
The
today.
howl from beyond down
We blocked some of that.
there.
And now Heat Seeker. What are you gonna do about that one? Not block at all. So I'll get the next drill shot. I think
Alright.
Peter's like, who cares? I'm gonna pass. Put this card in my arsenal because it's something I want. I'll draw 4 and flip it back to you because your health is currently within distance of what I can get at because you only have 2 AB.
Yep, I think he had a tome put into Arsenal, so that's a big one for him. Finding tomes for Kano is so scary. It's like finding the 3 of Kinds in Lexi. You just be able to dig through your deck really efficiently. And now Peter has a setup. Brian has to approach this very carefully. You don't want to drop against Kano. A general rule of thumb is you don't drop all your cards unless you've seen Kano drop some of his cards equally. Kano will sometimes just take flat damage like that Endless, which is great. But as soon as you have no cards in hand, they're going to try and blow you up. They're trying to use their explosion magic to kill you as fast as possible. So you usually do about 2 or 3 cards on the chain, and then you keep 2 cards or 1 card just to be able to soak some of that damage. But AB2 doesn't provide too much protection, so it seems like he's probably going to go more on the lines of low to the ground attack.
Right. Heart of Ice is interesting because when you activate it, the Kano can just go, I don't want to mess with that. I'm just going to go off real quick, so maybe that's why you wouldn't Heart of Ice all the time. But if you do commit to the Heart of Ice, and then the Kano doesn't do anything, you do know that maybe they're just going to be blocking this turn.
Yep, Kano blocking with one of the tomes. All right, interesting. What is his hand? And another. I think like a blue, maybe red. This one, Peter's thinking about it. He says sure.
Heat Seeker keeps hitting. So it is kind of like,
Okay.
we're kind of hoping
I'm
our top
scared.
deck is great, but
I think it's because he has tome in Arsenal, so he's gonna try and heal a bit and go for damage. But Peter, very knowledgeable player on this deck.
because Tome off of Tunic would gain him 4 health.
Yep.
Kind of block an arrow inadvertently.
Here we go. Yep. So here's that. Here's
There
tome.
it is.
Out of Arsenal, so he's going to heal for draw and then heal for the cards in his hand. So it's going to be 4. 4 goes up, 4 new cards. Now, typically, most people's turn would end here, but Kano can play at instant speed. He doesn't need go again. So tome into revealing another tome is massive. This one's not from Arsenal, so he's not going to get the health, but he is still going to draw 2. So now you see the power of Kano. He's reading books. He's gaining knowledge on the arcane arts, becoming more powerful as time goes on. As long as Peter can keep finding the top here, and their reds or their tomes, that's great. So we found an item. Items you just go out for free on Kano because you can play him from Banished.
Potion of Deja Vu is very interesting because now every card in his pitch zone could be a kill target of, I can just flip this back the way I wanted to, and I know technically these could be the top 3 cards in my deck at any time I want them to be. Swell Tiding pitch number 2. Lots of reds.
So just pitching to filter hand, stack a bit. He's going to see what order he likes it in, put it at the bottom, and then redraw up. I wonder what he put in his arsenal. Oh, I saw Wildfire. You saw the glimpse of that. That's the piece you need to really pop off. And the Potion of Deja Vu is really interesting. If people don't know, is that you can put it back on top, and if he is able to pitch a very lethal red stack and put it back on top, oh man, the damage you can get out of that is double digits.
I think that's one thing that's interesting is the only hero in Flesh and Blood currently that can do exponential damage is Kano.
Mm.
And so
Briar.
there's Oh no, like 2 double it.
Oh, to like to
The
continue
exponent,
doubling,
like 2
doubling.
times 4 or
Got you.
2 times 2 times 2
Yeah.
is like holy crap instead of 2 plus 2 plus 2.
Yeah, yeah.
So the fact that he like works on a different axis is why we start with 10 less health, where we start with maybe some of his cards block for 2, like tomes or whatever, instead of everything blocks for 3 in wizard.
All right. Ryan coming in careful. Heart of Ice, Premeditate, and a Bolton Shot. So Bolton Shot is going to have go again. You see now that he's holding 2 cards. He's ready for something to happen because this is when Kano starts taking damage to Sure, you're like, why?
Right.
Why is that okay? You're very scared of what they have in their hand, and you just want to be ready for it. And you know, you have to soak up some of that wildfire, else they get exponential, like you said.
You also have to try and kill him, though. Like, you can't be like,
That's true.
I'm just going to keep cards in my hand and hope for the best, because then you lose that way, too.
You can't run out of cards.
Right. And it's just like, it's a tightrope. Or who was just saying tightrope all the time at their press release?
I don't know.
Oh, it was James Marsden in his jury duty stuff. Did you watch that show?
Mm-mm.
It was like Joe Schmo, where one person is not in on the joke and everyone else is actors. He's like, it's a tightrope. So yeah, it's a tightrope to beat Kano of, do you have cards in hand or do you not have cards in hand? And the thought process of reload from the Bolton Shot is nice, unless you need that card to like
Look how
keep it
suspicious he is.
for AB. Yeah.
He's like, why are you taking all this at 7? What do I do here?
Because if we load that, okay, here's 4 more, but you don't, or 5 more, but you don't die. But now I am under the mercy of, can you do 30? Which is very hard to do under Heart of Ice, so that's why we're playing Heart of Ice and activating Heart of Ice. Heart of Ice is good. Heart of Ice says, anytime your opponent plays a card on your turn, it adds 1 to it. So it's pretty much a mini channel like Frigid, but the Kano player can activate all their stuff in response to it, and then it does nothing. So it is kind of like
Okay.
all in or all out.
Yep. So it's kind of like a little safety blanket.
Right.
Nice. Okay, that makes sense why Hard Ice played in the matchup then. Peter at 2. I am scared if I am Brian. I'm sitting in my seat. 2?
Because I'm assuming you would want to do some Arcane on this turn to try and get cards out of Brian's hand, making a window for you on next turn to win.
I think that's an Eye and Ophidia approved by a judge.
Wow.
Because there is issues in the past with Kano players having Eye of Ophidia, you know, and having other cards not be foil, but Eye of Ophidia only comes in foil, so it becomes bent, and then people would say, oh, you were doing something shady. But this seems to be the best solution for everybody. You go to your judge,
This is a great card to play.
ask for a proxy, and this is completely legal.
This does whatever damage comes through on this, we're going to add to our next spell. This is Aether Flare.
That's the one that buffs, right?
I think you would. It is interesting. You want to block the wildfires.
Yeah.
So, kind of on Kano's own attacking turn, you don't want to use your cards because then they draw up and just kill you on your turn. So if it doesn't feel too scary, take this 3 damage. Take maybe 4 more. Go to like 23, 22, and hope to hit the wildfire next turn. Because the wildfire is the exponential damage.
And the chat says there's 2 of them. Chat believes that the thing in the arsenal is another wildfire. So it would make sense.
A lot of fire on those cards.
A lot. And so that would make sense to him going down to 2 because that he can just create an exponential amount of damage here.
I think the other thing I love about Flesh and Blood that you cannot replicate online at all is the thought process of, if Brian has 4 reds in hand and pretends to think about what he's doing for a long time, the Kano player may get a little gun shy of like, oh, I shouldn't go all in because I do have some blues.
Looks like he has 2 reds. Yep.
But
Takes
when you
one.
see somebody pitch 2 reds,
Which is massive here for Wildfire.
yeah, you're like, goodbye.
I just rip 2 cards out of your hand. I know they're red. You don't have any floating. I hope this card in your hand's a blue.
It won't be, yeah, because like whenever we use, I don't know if he's going to Crucible this and use his hands too, or if this is just soft. Oh no, it's on his own turn. This isn't going to.
This is his own turn.
This is just
right.
5 damage coming at you.
He still hasn't activated Storm Striders either. So he still has plenty of options. Now, Chad's saying that Peter might have an all-red hand, which will make it hard to really push through that last amount of damage. So we'll have to see how he solves this. Does he ragamuffins?
I think he's just trying to get a little more chip
Uh-huh.
to get him to like 22 is like an easy kill. 32 is the hard one. If you have under 20 health against Kano, you better be swinging for lethal in the next turn.
Yep, it looks like chat was a little bit right, saying that he might have had all reds. He couldn't have paid for this whole entire combo, so he chose to get him as low down as possible.
No Heart of Ice this turn.
That's
We're
massive.
just going into a 7 damage attack, which is representing lethal.
All right.
Blood Rot would kill if this hits at all.
Sonic Boom's massive here.
So we're going to go for it. If you're Peter, the number's 24, and that is a number that 12 times 2. So can you do 12 and then go find the doubler specialization card?
Second hand had 2 blues so far. Peter being patient here is going to be paying off for him. Activating Striders.
There's the Crucible.
Activating Crucible for the pump for +1 on any the next wizard action or next arcane you would do. Spell. Wildfire coming out of Arsenal.
No. I didn't think that would be Wildfire. What?
All right. He still has 2 floating. Still has a Sonic Boom. 1 more card in hand. Gonna use the Metacarpus.
I love that Brian was like, you gotta use your hands too, so I definitely die. Helping him out a little bit.
All right, so this is very interesting for people at home who may not experience too much Kano. This is not resolving forwards; it's resolving back. So it's going to go kind of like how in some other card games it resolves down. It goes Ragamuffins will go, then the hands will buff, then Wildfire go down, go up. So it resolves very differently than typical layers.
Oh, Potion and Deja Vu. Let me go do what I want to do.
Yep.
I'm going to look at these cards first, which doesn't make a lick of sense because what are you going to do, bro? You don't have any AB.
No AB. And I think that he's putting something on top that probably costs 0, so he's able to just get that little bit of extra push damage.
I mean, that zap is just goodbye.
Peter is definitely not blocking here. He says, my math's good. I think that I have lethal.
That's going to resolve. I get to
Ragamuffins.
whatever
Oh,
card.
okay, yep. Ragamuffins goes here, puts it on top. So now he switched out his hand for a blue. Very clever with Deja Vu. Very clever.
Or it's easy for the Kano. Like, I think it's something where it's like when you have put 37 hours into this hero, I guess it needs to be like 1,000 reps. I don't know if he's got to 1,000 yet, but he's probably up to 250 reps. This becomes second nature when I can.
Yep.
I could never do this.
Brian had a blue, so that's going to be soaking up 2 of the Aether,
Great.
and that's good for him.
Everything's Aether. 2 of the Wildfire, right?
2 of the Wildfire, yeah. 2 of the Wildfire. So Wildfire is going to be buffing everything by 4. Sonic Boom's going to come down. It's going to be coming in for 7. Still has a lot of health. Peter's probably hoping. Oh, the Blazing. The Blazing was in hand. That's the game. GG.
Good game.
Peter, very knowledgeable, very comfortable and smooth. Going down to 2. Not too many people are comfortable being at 2 health.
I think that's what's so fun about playing Wizard is like, because I do Icelander, so I'm not going to pretend like I could never do Kano. It'd just be a lot of work, and I don't have the brain for it. It is something though where you use every point of life you have. I don't have to win by 10. You don't get any bonus points for that. You don't get a higher seed for that. So use every single resource you got with life and just blow someone up.
Yeah. No, that's true because Kano doesn't have armor. That's his main resource is his life. He doesn't even heal. He doesn't even run Sigils of Solace or anything.
His main resource is just time. Like he can do a whatchamacallit. Like he just breaks the time continuum and does whatever he wants.
He's the Lord of the Aether.
Game.
Of
Yeah,
the Aether.
Like not only is he doing exponential damage, he's also hitting a different axis of like, I'm playing on your turn.
Yeah, man.
Which is interesting because
like friendly.
Like 2 years ago when I first started playing this game, somebody's like, watch me play this Kano deck. And it was like, we can't play this against new players or whatever because it's so hard to like, and like somebody just goes, and that was before Wildfire. And it was just like, I'm going to do this, and you're just looking over there and like, I mean, that looks cool. And like maybe Magic players are like, I love that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But I love the like, I'm going to attack for 4, but you have the perfect 4 block. And the only perfect 4 block that we have against Wizards is Oasis.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you watched 10 Kanos walk in here yesterday, and you don't put at least 1 or 2 Oases in your deck no matter what.
Yeah.
Yes, it maybe makes some of your other matchups a little worse.
No,
but
it's sideboard.
if you're teching for Oldham, okay, there's what am I more worried about? My my matchup against Oldham where I can use everything I have and hopefully I draw correctly, or I need an Oasis to stop Kano or I will lose.
Well, so I play Oasis as my sideboard. It's for me, it's a 2 of. It has lots of different actual uses just besides Kano because it gets around dominate. It gets it gets around some crush things.
Azalea gets
Attack react decks. You can respond to it like attack react on top and stuff. So it does have use. I think it's great sideboard material. Kano, I don't think is super warping. I think, at least for me, I have a fairly high percent win in Kano as long as you rush them down and you are responsible. You don't just say no cards. I bet you don't have it. You know, like you need to make sure that you're being responsible about how you pay into him and respect, or you see what happens. You know.
And I think we have people coming out for Dusk Till Dawn. So we have Vincett's coming out, and she's only going to have 3 cards on her turn because she has to banish at least 1 card every turn.
Yeah.
And, like, Kano's probably going to be able to hit some breakpoints on her. Like, basically, not IP3, or what is it? Your intellect is almost 3, but you're getting
starting with 1 and you
chance.
put it in it's another hand.
And it's like, if you draw 3 reds or whatever, and I'm Kano, and you're, like, that's going to be a matchup where maybe Kano is going to be at Nationals.
Yeah.
Like, Prism, we saw the young hero only has 15 health?
Yeah, it was like really small.
16 health?
Really small.
And so it's like, will the old one have the same hero power and the same health doubled? And now Prism only has 32 health? That would be insane. Of like, we're already at a breakpoint. I don't even have to get my first 8 damage against you. Like, if I draw double wildfire, I can kill you before you get ward up. It is interesting of like, I'm wondering what the matchup between Prism and Kano looks like after all is said and done, because it was so good for Prism. That if it's a little bit easier, I think Kano will be at Nationals. So figure it out.
Kano, always have your AB in your sideboard. People are always checking people at events. I remember it's very famous. What happens at a PQ is like, we don't have any Kanos in the local area. You know, I don't need that much AB. Kano comes in, blows everyone up because no one brought AB.
Is that Ryan?
It is a couple of different guys. That's Eugene. Eugene did that on a PQ, but Eugene's a good player. But
somebody I know from Simi Valley was like, oh, I didn't like. My local meta knows me, and then there was another one where it was like a sealed.
Yeah.
So they drove 5 hours and just like,
bomb.
I guess 5 hours isn't sending. I don't know why I asked if it was you, but it was like 5 hours round trip, and they just beat an RTN down.
With Kano,
like nobody knew what Kano was there.
Get your reps. More Arcanes coming. James White even said there might be an all Arcane set coming out, but that's just a rumor. But we're going to have some more interesting news. We're going to be interviewing Peter coming in a second, talking to him a little bit more about that Kano thing since he's the expert. He's right there in the back. Say hi, Peter.
We'll see you in a short break.
Dude, it's so great. Welcome. Welcome,
Thank you,
Peter.
thank you,
Congrats.
thank you.
Thanks for
man.
coming out.
100%.
Dude, Kano's sick.
Dude, Kano is so much fun to play, dude.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like actually like the game is just so much fun when you get to play these wizards that like you play them like both turns. You get to do these like sick combos and like set it up. Dude, it's just like a blast to play every time.
How long have you been playing Kano?
Oh, for a long time. Dude, I played Kano back when you didn't have Aether Wildfire and like Monarch.
Oh, so you really had to
Yeah,
work
like-
for it. I remember that time because he wasn't as.
Dude, I remember watching Alex Vore play like this is like OG Ordry lore. Is like when you only had webcam like Blitz like way back in the day.
Okay.
I remember Alex Vore used to play, and it was like the worst quality like on his phone, and then like his desk was like super there. And I used to watch like old VODs of like him playing, and then I met him at the first ever like nationals for Vegas, and I was like, how are you beating people with this deck? I've played it at locals, I've played it like for friendlies and stuff like that, and I'm getting cooked out here.
You couldn't crack it.
And then
Yeah,
he
yeah.
was like, watch me cook, and then it was over, bro. I've been
figured it
playing
out?
Kano for a long time.
Yeah.
It's just like a passion. Like now he's good,
Yeah.
right? Like there's been certain metas where he's like absolutely unplayable. Like before Wildfire, that you could not win with that deck. That
No.
deck was so hard to win with,
Yeah.
but nobody respected it. And then now you see like Kano actually having good cards, Kano being somewhat relevant to, bring a lot of people to win. So yeah, it's really good.
Remember when they nerfed you right before Worlds?
Dude, I was so sad, like, leading into Worlds because, like, they were like, oh, we're gonna play CC, and then we're gonna play Blitz, and, like, bro, the only thing I ever played in Blitz was, like, Ira really back in the day, and then, like, Kano. And I was like, I don't know how to test Blitz. Like, I've played Kano for, like, years, right? Like, it's fine.
Yeah.
And then they were just like, we're banning Storm Striders, and I was just like, I'm in disarray, bro.
Disarray.
Like, I was,
right before, like a month before. I
Dude, it
remember.
was like, cause it was like a week before the battle hardened
Yeah.
in Dallas, which I won. I was like, they banned Storm Striders, and I remember talking to Brennan Patrick, and we looked at each other. We're like, bro, how could we ever win like without Storm Striders with Kano? They're like, why do they hate us? And I was like, yeah, like my entire like Blitz testing was like thrown off because I was like, oh, I don't need to practice, and then I like went back and I was like, I need to practice heavily now, like so it was good.
You gotta get those reps. My buddy Blake, I think, described Kano very interestingly. Playing against it and playing as it, it's like walking on a tightrope.
Oh yeah.
It's like you got to walk down like a very narrow path. You got to know what you're doing. Going down to 2 must be scary.
Oh yeah.
Tell us about that game where you're thinking, because you took a lot of big hits, but you seem very comfortable the entire time.
Yeah. So basically, there's a lot of different ways. So this, obviously, my opponent's a really good guy, really good player, and he was actually, if you watched yesterday, Majin actually played against him in his Winnenden that you saw. It was off camera, but he actually played against him in his Winnenden. So I knew he was gonna bring AB2 in today. He's actually one of the Lexis today that are actually prepared with AB2. Not a lot of them have AB2.
Interesting. Okay.
With like the Heart of Ice, which is why Kano is really good right now because nobody's playing it.
No respect.
There's no respect.
No respect.
So being able to play against Lexi that has AB2 versus AB1 is very different because the math of the Wildfire combo is greatly affected because of it. So that's why I needed to get him low enough, like to around the like 24 to 28 range. Which most of the time, if it's AB1, I can probably do like get him around like 32 and like maybe like try to get it at the end if he doesn't have enough resources. But especially when you have AB2. You need to chip him down. So I was blocking pretty aggressively on certain cards. He was kind of looping the endless arrow on me, which is like
It happens.
it
That's what
happens.
Lexi does. Yeah, that's what Lexi does.
He had multiple arrows that like all had good on hit effects. Like the heat, like he hit me with Heat Seeker twice, and gladly the second one only hit a blue. So I was like, thank God.
Yeah.
I was like, surely he doesn't get another relevant arrow here, right? But no, he was playing like Lace with like frailties and and Bloodlots. I think those cards are like really good in Lexi, and it's a different way to take the deck. But I was going to the last round when he had the endless arrow, and then he said +1 on it to come in for 5.
Yeah.
I was wondering. We did the math after the game we were talking, and I was like, if you did go again, could you like take multiple cards out of my hand? And I only needed to block 1 card and live at 1, so it wouldn't have changed anything, and we've been an AB1.
Yeah.
But just being able to like, I had to take all the damage to be able to like double spell on his turn to chip him enough for. I had Wildfire in Arsenal. I had Blazing in hand. I just needed to I need to get him less in cards so he can't pitch as much and have him commit into me. So yeah.
Find that opening, and that's another thing we're talking about. How Kano, you're coming in pajamas.
Yeah.
You got no armor. It's just your health. You got no heal.
Yeah, like this game, I could have blocked with the tunic for one, and I just decided to let it go to get the resource that mattered off the tome to gain before life. Like it.
Super. That the opening turn
Yeah.
is another aspect. Is turn 0 for Kano is different
scary.
than for most people.
Yeah.
You know, so Kano's turn 0 is very important.
Yes.
Whether you're first or you're second, and your turn 0 was massive
it
because
was massive.
you broke 10. You made it even. The Scar for Scars were turned off. It was 30-30. You know, like
It was interesting because I had the good like triple blue into spindle start, which is like something that I always liked seeing. So I came in for 5, and then he only AB'd 1 the spindle.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, so he must only have like his hand must be like blue red red, like blue red red red, right?
Yeah.
And then he AB'd 1 that, and I was like, oh, he wants to load 2 arrows, and then I was like, okay. If I hit anything good off the spindle and like to do more damage, it's gonna be really great.
Yeah.
Obviously, worked out in my favor of like being able to triple spell. He ended up being a little bit more and only loading 1 arrow, and then I did 10 damage to him, which is, you know, I only have to do so much more chip, and then but he gets to start with the 5-card hand, and then he had the lace into 3 of a kind, and I was like, all right, you know,
that was a hard one.
It's the Lexi matchup is really it's a coin flip. Like it's pretty hard because you can kill them obviously because they only have AB1, AB2, but they do a lot of damage.
And I think we saw that
Do a lot.
yesterday with your teammate Mahjong Bay.
Yeah.
He did burn through great, and then he played more Lexis in the finals. And he almost got there, but just not quite there. And you guys have the same list, correct?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I built this list a couple of weeks ago. I've been practicing it at locals and like online. It's like don't get me wrong, it's like eight cards off like a standard Kano list and stuff like that. It just has my spice.
So your 8 card. That's
my
fucking
8
blood, though.
cards.
Yeah.
Right? My 8 cards, right? No, it's just like I think the deck is really nice. I think it's actually super well positioned currently because of like the lack of AB on a lot of people. Like even Oldham is just like. The Oldham matchup was already good for you, and like Oldham just totally just said, I will just lose to Kano no matter what. I'm gonna play AB1.
Yeah.
And they don't even try. They don't even play like AB3 Oasis anymore. And sometimes they could get you if like the draws were awkward. Now it's just like they just completely concede it. So there's so many decks right now, and especially because the meta's so wide, like you can't put so many slots in, and like. There's not a lot of Kano players, although there's a lot. There was a lot yesterday. There was 10.
There's
I
a lot of Kano
don't know how many people are here today playing Kano, but no, you can't sideboard for everybody. So I think it's really good that Kano can have his little niche in here.
It's very true, and I've been in the meta for a bit, and Kano has ups and downs. Kano becomes someone that everyone forgets about, and then he becomes the main villain again just as fast. Because when you get blown up, you just remember like, I hate this. Like I hate this. I don't know what to do, and so I think he's definitely a very strong contender too because. Lexi being probably the most predominant. We had 23 Lexis yesterday. Like a lot. You can, as you saw, race. You have a very effective race too.
Yeah. You're really sweating the entire time. If they only have AB1, it's a little bit easier for you because the AB1 versus AB2 math, it's so much easier to blow somebody up.
It's an exponential
it's
difference.
exponential difference, right? Of AB2ing Wildfire versus AB1ing Wildfire.
Correct.
I just think like it is so hard. Like they yesterday, I actually got blown up by Alexi in Swiss. I did 27 damage to him on turn 0.
Nice.
And then it went to his turn. He loaded 2 arrows, and then he double rain razored 3 of a kind me, and I died.
Yeah, I would die too. I would die too.
I was like, like that's just how the game goes. Like he can present so much damage, and I can present so much damage, and it's just like we're walking that tightrope and just trying to figure out like, hey. Who can get there, who can play the game, who can get the inches a little bit more. So
I want to break it down, if you don't mind sharing some team secrets. Your 8 cards of spice. First off, you said it's not that many, but they're mine. Well, I'll remind you when you're cooking, when you're in there you're cooking in the kitchen, you're eating. You also do a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper. You're not supposed to like dump the whole thing. And so those 8 cards are a massive expression in how anybody plays. And I always encourage people to experiment with that sideboard or experiment with those group of cards. So what 8 cards make that difference for you that makes think Kano this is the way it should be played right now?
Yeah, so something that like I'll go for the more obvious one is going to be the red snapbacks, the 3 red snapbacks. So I actually I either really like this card and I really hate this card. Currently, I'm really liking this card. It is personally, I really like it when you have it's really good in the matchups where you red Aether Flare gets a lot of value when they're playing AB1. Not the Lexi matchup because I knew he was playing AB2 going into it, but most of the time I would bring it in versus him. Playing three snapback reds, and then it does so well with the red Aether Flares. Just being able to like come with Aether Flare for 4 and then snapback for how much that deals plus there. You basically chip every single thing that you need for the combo right there. And when you don't have a lot of time versus these prevalent aggro decks, like especially like Fi, especially the Briars of the world.
There's a lot of Fi here.
Yeah, there's a lot of Fi here. Like you have to be able to chip like very effectively, and that's like the card I really like currently.
Yep.
And then we have a little bit of spice for the Wizard Mirrors and the Wizard Mirrors, either the Icelander or Kano. We're playing 4 1-for-4s on red. Exclusively the 3 Scalding Rings and the 1 Aether Quickening. The only reason why is because I have first hit Scalding Rings, and so
I handshake on that. I didn't understand that.
Yeah, you understand. Like I got the first hit Scalding Rings. I have to play with them. So,
Yeah.
So the Scalding Rings and the Aether Quickenings are for the Kano Mirror and Icelander because of just you're playing Waning Moon in those matchups, and you're forcing them to double blue pitch because you're doing 6 damage for your action point. Them pitching 2 full cards, if they want to come in with damage on their turn, they have to expose themselves so much, and that's when you can chip in damage or potentially go for a combo or like a couple play lines to deal enough to chip them out until the end of the game. That's there, and then the spice. Imperial Edict.
Oh my!
Let me tell you,
that is a spice and a half, bro.
Let me tell you, I love Imperial Edict because exclusively it's kind of like that sideboard card that is pretty much for top 8. Although going into any Oldham matchup blind, if they are playing AB3 plus Oasis, I want the Edict because I want to Giga Stack and then name Oasis. And then double wildfire, double blazing them, right? Is the normal combo for me.
Double blaze it.
And in Swiss, obviously I don't know if they're going to be playing AB3 plus Oasis, so I put it as a 1-card answer to hopefully if he is, I need to stack and I can build my game around on that. But going into top 8, it's obviously I get to, you need to know deck lists most of the time, so that's really what it's for. But if they're only playing AB1, you win the matchup anyways. So it's just a little bit of insurance for the Fatigue Oldhams out there.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think, and I like it. It's a different perspective of a card that you don't see typically in the meta. And I previously I was talking about how these gray areas, when you're at this high level of play, and they have such good players, you can't hit them with the basic stuff because they'll know the answers right away. They'll slam a card down. They've got the math already figured out. But when you hit them with something like a little hook, a little something that they've never dealt with, that's when you can get them kind of stumbled. That's when you can find you're in and turn a losing scenario to a better player into a winning scenario for you.
Yeah, I think it's just like the small differences, and like I'm playing 2 Deja Vu potions main board, like just like the very, very small edges of like Deja Vu potions gets you lethal randomly out of nowhere. Like
that was a sick Deja Vu thing where you put the blue on top, you switched out Ragamuffins.
It made it so instead of me hoping that when I Ragamuffins there was just a blue on top so I can pay for everything, it made it 100%.
Yep.
And a card either making it 100%, like yesterday you saw Majin be able to, pitch Tome double blue, draw blue. He had a whole 3 pitch of value more because of the Deja Vu out there to make him almost win the entire game and to kill his opponent from like 30 something.
Yeah.
Right? So imagine if I like Ragamuffins hat like before, and now it's like I don't have a Ragamuffins hat, and Deja Vu basically works the same way to where I can put that card back on top and have enough resources to do it. So
you can stack the top.
Yeah, you can stack the top correctly. It's really, really, really good.
Super great.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And I really appreciate one thing, too, is you coming out from Vegas.
Yes.
To show us your skill, your expression in this.
I always like coming out here and stuff like that. Arcane, amazing guys, what you guys are doing in the community and everything like that. Being able to talk to everybody every single time I come down and stuff, like just smiles, laughter, everything like that. So welcoming. So it's a great SoCal community out here. So I'm glad to be here.
We're glad to have you. Before we wrap up this interview, is there anybody you want to shout out? You have a team? Anybody out there?
So shout out to Kayfabe Cards, obviously my sponsor. Great guys up there.
Thank you.
Doing a lot for me. Really helping me and trying to play there. Shout out my Twitter at Mask Momentum if you want to see me shitpost and have some very funny takes and let me cook,
That's the Flesh and Blood experience as well, on Twitter and having some fun.
If you want to see me play 6 different card games at the same event, that's the place you want to go right there. Also, shout out to the experience, those are my boys. Those are my boys out there. And then Hemel as well. He gave me I traded my Marvo Katsu, and he gave me the Marvo Kano I'm playing
Looks
this
beautiful.
weekend.
Looks so
Dude,
nice.
amazing German, bro. It's everything,
So
dude. It's
good.
so nice. So
Alright.
shout out to those guys.
Shout out to everyone in the community. Thanks for watching. Thanks for staying tuned. We're going to be having more matches come up. This is only the first couple of rounds. We're barely even through. We're not even the top 8. We're going to see some more cooking going on, some more spice. See you guys. Oh, we have Meta Breakdown? Next one.
Nice.
And we'll have Meta Breakdown coming up to you soon. So please stay tuned. We'll kind of take a short break, like 10 minutes, and we'll get you guys some more action.
lost again. I was like, bro, I don't know how I'm
win
gonna.
this skirmish.
I'm gonna because we rematched. We were just playing in between. And hi, Colin, Connor. I'm talking. You're using in the middle of the barraging beatdown rehash. You want to say hi to Colin? Connor, you're on probation,
You
bro.
could have ignored it.
And so I basically taught Joel Joel taught me how to beat him, thinking, oh, well, we're not going to play again. I just need to certify play the other Reinhardt. Then we play in top 8 immediately afterwards. And I was like, Joel, it sucks to suck, dude.
You should
And
have
then
not said anything.
he goes, my health was 6 before I had my first turn.
Really?
So 18 down to, 12 damage.
15.
And
Oh, no,
I'm at 18, yeah. Icelanders
Plays that other
disadvantage. So anyway, we got through that. We got through the top 8. I beat a AB 5 dash, and then I beat Evan using the Feiyu from the first part. Every mistake I ever made, I undid the mistake. I beat the best in the field. John Zapata didn't even get top 8 in this. People that have almost won Battle Hardens didn't make top 8, but I made it to the top. And there's a lot of jig. I gotta figure this gym shit out. I made it to the top, and I get my first skirmish win of the year, April 22nd. I'll do it again. Be ready for it. It's coming. One skirmish win a year. It's one of those things that it reinvigorates your love, and then you start watching Azalea dominate arrows today, and you're like, maybe I really do got to figure out this gym shit, and I can just focus on that for a
So
bit.
could you say that all of your experience through the Swiss of that skirmish, you were just psyopsing all of your
Oh, I think that's just called learning. You know?
opponents? No.
What's the difference between experience and psyops?
Subscribe now to find out. We
Yeah.
got one more topic.
That'll be on Patreon only.
Yeah, Patreon only content. How to psyops everyone you know and be liked.
Cool. I like that.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
we have
so
one more?
this is some warning content.
I don't
Not
like
warning
this.
of the content, but this is
Is this
a
the one from earlier that I
this is a PSA
saw a little bit
announcement.
of?
And just so you know,
Oh,
whenever you see Blake, make sure you slow down while you're walking in front.
okay, you gotta say in my ear where you saw me be the most mad about this. Every day at Odyssey. I feel like people aren't gonna be on my side on that. I gotta figure out a fake one where they'd be on my side. I think what's frustrating. Okay, so I walk in the mall a lot. So I'm walking in the mall. It's like left and right mall. You walk on the right side because you drive on the right side. So if you're ever walking on the other side and going the wrong, that's like completely different. If we're walking on the sidewalk, like walk with purpose, I think is the main thing. There's just walk slowly isn't. It is kind of like, what are we doing here? Like, I think there's a standard pace of like, this one's, I don't know. It's like, is it 3 miles per hour or whatever? But there's just a lot of people. It's not the slow walking that's the worst. It's whenever people will literally walk to the escalator and stop in front of the escalator to have a conversation with their friend, and you can't walk around them. And I literally started talking to people. That's a new tactic I've been doing of like, you guys are in the way. And people are not taking it that well. And there's some people on TikTok that will do stuff like this. I don't know if you don't do TikTok, but like there's somebody that'll go, oh, do you know how to get to Taco Bell? And you'll say,
Yeah, it's right over there.
oh, okay, take a little bit longer.
Oh, I think.
That's enough. And so I'm like, okay, I need to start using that tactic of, like, let's just, as people are in the way, let's just go like, bro, get out of here. Like, I'm trying to go quicker. I don't know. If you see Blake in person, walk slowly in front of him. I think this is just a good way to get me frustrated as soon as possible. And, oh, that's what it was. At Odyssey, I was trying to go pay. At Odyssey, and it has a choke point on both sides.
Yeah.
And so you walk down the access ramp. If you have a wheelchair, go slow. You need it. Go slow. You got this. But there's somebody who's like literally, I guess it's just like, what are you doing when you're walking slow?
Just thinking, I'm pondering about stuff.
But
You know
that's
me.
like at the park. At the park, I wouldn't be mad about that. if you're in a place where there's nothing in between you and where you're going, you're not like, oh, let me read this stuff. If you're reading, you would stop.
And
I don't-
honestly, they've got all that fine artwork on the wall. That you
Bro,
can
and
check
if they
out.
were looking at any of that, that'd be fine. This is just this is a good way to piss me off. I like walking fast. I like getting to where I need to go fast. Probably because I'm just trying to sit down and plump down again, and like, it's like probably the whole like need to get better healthy stuff of maybe I would walk slow if I wasn't dying the whole time I was walking. Maybe we're learning a lot about me right now, but
Honestly, if you want to piss,
don't do
Blake
anything
off,
slow in front
just,
of me.
Just talk to him.
Because like, don't even slow play in Flesh and Blood.
That's
And-
true. That'll
And
piss
like
him off.
now, I swear to God, Tuesday Hearthstone new set came out. I was like, these cards look super cool. Normally I spend $80. This is the first time I spent $80 3 times a year for years. This is the first time a new set has dropped. I didn't spend the 80. I spent 15.
Oh.
And then I played 3 games, the slowest games of my life. Marvel Snap and Flesh and Blood have ruined Hearthstone for me. I can't even sit there for like literally 30 seconds. Somebody, do you have your 2-drop or not? And like, don't do anything slow in front of me. The only thing that sucks is I drive slow. So I'm the problem in driving, which most people are like, they go fast when they drive, but why are you fast when I want to go slow and you're slow when I want to go fast?
These are the questions.
This is where I don't fit into society. I don't fit into society very much.
Society hasn't made room for you.
I don't fit in this shirt, baby.
Look,
just kidding. There's nothing.
I won't walk slow in front of you, Blake, okay?
And that's psyops. That's how you get people. You use reverse psychology. And so I'm going to do that with. Could show up.
Hey. Hey-o.
Round 4.
Round 4.
Just kidding. Breakdown.
Breakdown. Let's take a look at this. We are seeing some similar numbers to what we saw yesterday in the top 2 represented decks, with Lexi and Oldham at 17 and 10 apiece. But breakdown, what else are we looking at, Mr. Meyer?
Dromai's 4? I feel like Dromai's more than 4, right? Dromai has to be more than 4. I think there's 8 Dromai.
You just kind of saying that, or you?
No, I remember being like, Dromai can't be 3rd if there's only 4 or whatever, but there's 8
Hey, there is
Dromai.
8
Yeah,
Dromai,
yeah.
yeah.
I had it memorized.
You're really good at this.
Yeah, geez, Louise. Interesting. Ninjas are down there when there was a Katsu and a Phi yesterday in top 8. That didn't change anybody's mind. Instead of 10 Kanos, there's only 3. So now if you're playing against Kano, you just have bad luck, which happens to at least 3 people every round. Does this all add up to 90? That just doesn't feel like how numbers work. 86. People dropped. People were left at the altar. What's the most interesting thing about this, Theo?
Well, I think it's pretty interesting that there are still 2 Arachne coming to the table, even when you have a hero like Azuri that does a lot of what Arachne
Right.
wants to do, but has that specialization card that can be so effective. I'm curious to see what the Arachne players are bringing to the table in those decks that make them want to take it over the Azuri. But, you know, having Icelander still kind of holding strong at 5, I think that means, you know, a lot of times when you play that deck, it didn't really happen on stream earlier. That was a bit of a
Right.
blowout, but a
Yeah.
lot of those Icelander games can feel really close. Like if 1 or 2 other cards went your way or broke in your way, you might be able to take those games down. So clearly feeling still like they had some game into the rest of the field. But, you know, it makes a lot of sense. Still see people wanting to bring Oldham out for one last very slow ride.
Right.
And then Lexi remains.
Slow ride.
Take it easy.
Everybody in the chat was like, please, please, please don't show us any more Lexi. So here's 2 Azalea.
Boom.
And their teammates?
And their team, and they
They
were
were teammate,
teammates.
and they're 2-1. So somebody's going to have. Oh my God, the eyes are always so creepy.
they're
I
look-
can't
they're-
think of
bro, and
anything else.
They're looking at each other.
Who
Look at
did
that. Oh,
this?
God,
We
they're
got-
looking at each
We
other.
gotta fix this.
Look at each other. It's
Could
so
we do that on our ends if they're not gonna do it on theirs? Jeez. what is it?
Joshua Rath on Azalea Ace in the Hole versus Chris Ioli on Azalea Ace in the Hole. Not
Yeah.
the, not
Chris, you're
the
good.
Sand
Can you
Scours.
see us?
No Sand Scours here. We're looking at Death Dealer. We're looking at Crow's Nest. And these people are playing their teammates on the experience. They're playing nearly the same list. Josh has, I think, 6 different cards, he said. When I was walking over to the stream area to make sure everything was good, I heard Joshua bellow, "No! My deck is
No.
his, but worse!" So
No.
clearly he's a little worried about the changes he has made. But
When's the last time you saw somebody outplay Chris Ayali, though?
Never in my life. Outplay? No.
No.
Cards break the wrong way? Perhaps. But
Okay.
Chris Ayali is just, he's that dude.
He's the man. What is that card?
That's
a mobilizing shot?
Mobilizing shot. So that's
a knowledge check for the people in the chat. What does that do?
I think when it hits, I think it has to have an aim counter.
It has to have an aim counter. You only get one attack
and
one
non-attack.
non-attack.
Yep.
We know our stuff.
Come on, baby.
For at least another 3 minutes.
And we're going to go ahead and pitch a red sedation shot to the bottom, though you have to imagine this deck, these two heroes are going to be aggressive. They're not going to be getting to that second cycle. Most likely. They're going to be playing as many pumps as they can, putting as many dominate effects on their arrows as they can. So even though Joshua was able to go first, he wasn't able to find any way to activate the Azalea and get any dominate through, getting any value off of going first. So now Chris just gets the first quote-unquote real attack of the game.
Crow's Nest.
Yep.
Only off the top of your deck?
Yes, sir.
Not off of Codex, not off of, maybe a Codex of Inertia would do that or whatever because it's off the top. Codex, or no, what am I trying to say? The Crow's Nest basically says you don't have to put aim counters on stuff like from the bow. We'll help you do that from just the quiver. That's going to make some of your arrows go from who cares to so oppressive.
Starting the turn here after a draw off the Death Dealer, loading in a Withering Shot. This is going to get a buff from the Premeditate, so it is coming in 4/8. This is going to represent a Ponder on hit. This is going to represent a Frailty token on hit. And however, it is just loaded from the Death Dealer without the Azalea. We weren't able to start this turn with a Skullbone Crosswrap activation to opt and check out what the top of the deck was. So rather than do anything blind, get fancy with it, Chris just saying here's 8 damage and representing a little more value with that Frailty token. So because it is able to be blocked, Josh can put some cards in front of this rather than just the one that a Dominate would represent. So let's see how much damage he wants to prevent.
Right. If any of this hits, though, it's basically like we're blocking one of our next arrow, too. Frailty's so good in the mirror match against... Frailty's so good against arrows because Frailty blocks one of each of 3 arrows instead of just one of your Dawn Blade or one of your club.
This is a Sedation Shot block from Josh here. Moving to the reaction window, Chris going to go ahead and immediately throw the Snapdragon Scalers down.
That was one thing I was going to ask is, like, when do we do Snapdragon Scalers?
You know, you want get a certain amount of value out of it per se, but we're going to get the Ponder. We're going to Bullseye Bracers immediately. So this is going to give something go again.
Waste.
And we're coming in with the Bullseye Bracers for 5. So we're blowing equipment right away. This is, I think, something that newer players have a harder time understanding, so to speak. Just that it's not, you know, I'm not advocating to just like block with equipment like super early if it doesn't matter, but I think utilizing your equipment earlier in the game than sometimes might feel good, like in your soul, in your heart. Sometimes it just is correct. And Chris Ayali here showing that, you know, I guess I can't call it objectively correct, but showing the propensity to blow some equipment early in the game, just because the opponent is at 40, we've now gotten 5 damage through, and we're going to play out the Codex of Frailty that was in the hand. We're going to opt before we do so, but this is most likely going to be now a second Ponder, perhaps, or a second Frailty that Chris Ayala is going to be able to play here.
I was, like, so confused at where the op's coming from, but that is Skullbone Crosswraps. I was like, what card just gave him opt? Skullbone Crosswraps is usually basically filtering to have your best arrow on top. But we don't care about having our best arrow on top because we can just go grab another arrow from our graveyard right now.
So let's think about exactly how much damage and how much value these 2 pieces of equipment got him. We got an extra 9 damage through 5 plus 4 from the cards loaded and played with the Bolt and Shot and the Codex of Frailty. That's 9. We got an additional Frailty token down and an additional Ponder. We really only need the 1, but still, that Frailty is now another multiple points of value on the next turn. So that's 9 plus from your 2 pieces of equipment. That's kind of what you want, right? I mean, that's a good value from those pieces of equipment. Just because the opponent's at 40, we've now put him to 26.
And these guys were like, in our testing, this never happened this bad ever. Why is it happening now? They were laughing at each other.
No, we've turned off the potential for just random go again later in the game, but we're now starting the game for Chris Ayali here with an arsenal with the opponent at 26 and down a card. So Josh is going to try to begin his clapback by playing the Lace with Blood Rot before just firing that infecting shot for 8, representing 2 separate instances of Blood Rot Pox on hit.
Jeez Louise.
It's only
That's
for
a
6.
blue one.
Yeah, it's a blue. I was gonna
5 plus 3.
Yeah.
Or 3 plus 3. Well, that's what you were trying to say, yeah.
Yeah, Snapdragon Scalar is going to go ahead now and come in the Blood Rot because we're getting 2 Blood Rots though.
So I can do Codex 2, take that.
So this is going to be, if you're Josh here, you're clapping back with.
No, the reason why it's 6 is because of the double
Oh,
frailty.
okay.
We said it, but we forgot it ourselves.
Yep.
This is why, like, when you're in tournament mode, it is kind of like half the battle is just remembering everything you're doing
Yeah.
and not being like, whoops, I forgot this. Can I go back real quick? And then your opponent's like, no, dude, like, you're
But look-
toast.
Yeah, and look at this too. I mean, the Codex of Frailty is such a powerful card, but with the 2 frailties, we're getting 4 value out of those frailties. We're -2 and -2 on this turn. That's just crazy.
Right. But this could be a 3rd Blood Rod Pox coming at him, which would be pretty nice, except are we pondering? This is turnover. This is just going to be...
Skullbone Cross representing a very similar turn, honestly, from Josh that we just saw from Chris,
No, we are
utilizing the
shooting this.
Snapdragon
Okay.
Scalars
Yeah.
in order to make sure. Now, but because of the frailty, this has just been coming in for 3. So this is an easy 1-card block if Crasayale wants to stop an additional, basically 5 damage.
3 Blood Rod Pox? I have not seen that in a while.
I've never seen 3, I don't think.
That's crazy.
I've seen 2 before, but I've never seen 3. So we'll see if Chris wants to, give the camera a little exciting
I did
show.
it. I did it. Dude, Azalea is looking weird on the whole thing the whole time. Don't look at that under their health. It's so,
So, Josh having a pretty significant clapback of his own, representing a frailty that Chris is going to have to contend with, as well as those 2 Blood Rot Pox tokens that are going to bring him down to 30, you have to imagine. But those 2 frailty tokens really, it was the second frailty that turned the Blood Rot arrow, the infecting shot, into just a simple little 3 block. I think that is a critical
Crazy,
point.
yeah.
Yeah, because you turned that from an arrow that represented 7 damage total to representing 5 and was able to be blocked by a single card.
I wonder what is the like pivot turn in this mirror of it's all about getting as many frailties and then you kind of cruise, or if it is like, no, if I could pick a disease token, I would always do Blood Rot because damage matters, because I'm just trying to get my opponent to where I can dominate from my hero power and they can't do anything anyway.
I think it's a pretty swingy matchup. From I remember from the early days when Azalea was the sauce, it's just about who can get the dominate and who can get the most pumps when. And we're looking at
huge arrow.
We're looking at Chris Ayali. There's no aim counter here, but we opted to card away at the beginning of the turn with the cross wrap, and we opted again with the read the glide path. But now we're going read the glide path. Blah, blah, blah. Read the glide path, +3, lace with Blood Rot, +3, lace with inertia, +3. So this immobilizing shot coming in for 12.
Just
with
12.
the -1 from the frailty. So it would have been 13. But this is 12 damage, but it's not just 12 damage. It's 12 damage and an inertia, and it's 12 damage and a Blood Rot. So it's 14 damage and an inertia, which,
Jeez Louise.
I mean, look at this.
It's like, if you're not playing Oasis and maybe 1 unmovable and you show up against Azalea, you're just like, God, what am I doing? Like, why is this deck not better? And why is there not an Azalea in top 8 yesterday?
I think it does have a tough
Just
time in
Oldham?
dromai. It's
Oh,
people are saying
okay.
people are saying Sandscour, Dreadbore. These are the cards that turn this deck into a very good matchup. Maybe not very good, but quite more effective into Oldham than people necessarily gave it credit for initially. But dromai does still exist as a way if you have trouble clearing those dragons. Like, you have to really run hot with your red and the ledgers and your dominates to get through the dromai's defenses. So I think that is one of the decks kind of holding Azalea back at the moment. Perhaps Azuri also out there to do well with all of her defense reactions and the disruption. But
Yeah, that would be a... Okay, I can use my frailty traps that I'm putting in here and, like, get these into Arsenal. Hope my opponent doesn't have the... You can't use the defense reaction from Arsenal to block this. The remorseless. Get that out of here. No remorseless. Fingers crossed.
We opted to start the turn on Joshua's side, revealing an infecting shot, putting the card to the bottom here. Josh at 17 to Chris Ayali's 30. Only 15 minutes have elapsed so far in this game, but we have seen massive life swings so far. So we needed to get some Azalea on the stream. We needed to, diversify the hero pool. However, this
Chris
is...
Ayali hasn't been here yet.
And we haven't even had the man himself,
Right.
world's runner-up Chris Ayali. But this is gonna be fast and furious. There isn't gonna be a whole lot of blocking done. It's gonna be who can find the most powerful damaging arrows and when.
Do you think if Joshua Rath won the world championship, he'd change his last name?
To what?
Joshua Wraith?
Yes. Yes, I do.
That'd be sick.
That would be sick. Is that a poison the tip? Is that the name of that card?
Poison the tip twice.
What does poison the tip do, dude?
If this... Is this the one where if it hits, they discard a card?
I thought... Oh, but that is poison the tips, but I don't think that's what that is, because I think poison the tips has like yellow art, right?
Oh, this is
Sliver
from
the tip?
Sliver, yeah. Silver the tip.
Silver the tip? Trying to kill werewolves?
Yeah.
Looks like it's mostly just damage and a blood rot token. I don't... What is Silas? Yes. What is Sliver the tip do?
Silver the tip is like, it's not the blessing. I think it's something where you can put an aim counter on without using your bow, your Sandscour bow, or your crow's nest.
Heard. So that's how
So
that aim
that
counter.
does help in certain turns.
So
Chris Ayali is gonna Death Dealer. Let's put a card in our arsenal that's got to be an arrow. Draw a card. This is how we go again as Azalea, as the Bolton shot.
need to make sure we can find a way to give this plus any degree of power here, but I'm seeing a Deadeye, and I'm seeing him read the glide path, so this Bolton shot is going to be able to represent some go again. Now, the question is, how much damage do you want to stack on this first Bolton shot, knowing that there's a second Bolton shot in the hand coming up? We're going to start with a read the glide path, opting one. Let's put that down. Let's flip our cards a number of times, back and forth. Look at the card again.
Bolton shot would go again, and then could put the other Bolton shot in there, so that's like representing 6. And then, no, so let's 7. That could be another 4, so it is kind of like...
And if you're wanting to get the reload, do you want to stack it all on the first
Right.
Bolton shot, making it harder to block so that the reload is more likely to come through? We do have a Bloodrot Pox on Chris Aielli's side of the field, so he is basically at 16 to Joshua Rath's 15. We are going to put both of the buffs on the first arrow to make it as challenging to block as possible so that that reload is active. However, this for this turn is just going to be vanilla damage. What you see is what you're going to get. There isn't going to be any pondering or frailty or inertiating. So we're starting off with 10. It'll be an additional 4. So we're representing 1 off of lethal here for Chris Aielli, and we've still only seen...
There hasn't been a single dominate.
I was going to say,
hero power,
we haven't even
yeah.
seen, actually, an Azalea activation yet. This has just been pump, pump, pass.
I think it's race to the bottom of like,
Yeah.
how quick can I get my opponent to probably 6 or 7, and then I can shoot a dominate arrow for 10 plus and win the game.
You've heard of puff, puff, pass.
Oh,
This is
interesting.
pump, pump, pass.
I'm gonna puff pass later.
Yeah?
Like,
Sheesh.
just, I feel like, did we all get food poisoning? I don't know what happened. I think one time I went to an emergency room with a friend. They had E. coli. I was
my
like,
God.
I don't want this to be E. coli. That would ruin top 8. Yeah.
Blocking for,
No.
I think that should be 5, 3, and then 2. So yeah, we're going to take 5 here from this first arrow. We're going to Skullbone Crosswrap off the reload, see if we want to Azalea in this top card, or at least just get rid of it so we don't draw it. Bolton shot here representing 4 damage, but if you keep it in the arsenal and you decide to end the turn here, you now have a way to continue to have a bigger turn next turn. Are you afraid of what Joshua Rath can do off of 2 cards in his Tunic? Now the Tunic could activate the Death Dealer, could draw him a
True.
second card if he loads an arrow, but we are just going to send that 4 damage and say, hey, if you want to keep those cards, I need you to go to 7 because it is just going to be the yellow, so coming in for 3.
Take 2 from Bloodrot.
Going down to 16 will Chris Aielli be to Joshua Rath's 7. Tunic's going to go to 3.
We need a significant turn from Josh here,
Something
or it's
like
going to be gross.
A red in the ledger, perhaps. We're going to take aim. So we're going to reload, and then we're going to Skullbone Crosswrap, revealing a red sedation shot We do have a Tunic, so any 1 cost on the top can be Azalea'd in, which is going to be the first Azalea activation of the game, flipping over the red in the ledger. So this is what we were talking about. You need to find one of these if you're going to climb back in this game. Using the Tunic, this is going to be for 8. This is not going to be able to be blocked all the way because we don't have any defense reactions in the arsenal here. So Chris Ayala is going to have one thing he can do on his turn, including activate the Death Dealer. So by not having the bolt and shot there, this is going to be tough for Chris Ayala to come back from on his next turn. And then if Joshua Rath is able to kind of clear a window for himself, will this be the way he gets back in the game?
And I think this is where you're like, oh, I'm used to doing this to other people. It kind of sucks when it can happen to me, too.
Oh, yeah. Look, they're having a laugh about it. They're like, hey, I knew how this had to happen, and here it is, Chief.
Yeah, like, oh, wow, your best arrow was on top? That's crazy. Tell me another good one.
We can only block 3, baby. This is a dominated arrow. We're taking 5, and we're not probably doing freaking anything on our own turn.
Right.
Red in the ledger, just a crazy effect that because the rest of the card pool hasn't been there to support it, hasn't been a, you know.
Too oppressive if
Yeah,
you're not a
exactly,
ninja.
exactly.
Yeah.
But now with the changes from this outsider set, Azalea able to utilize simply two of the most powerful cards in the game, Death Dealer and Red in the Ledger.
Because Red in the Ledger stops Death Dealer.
Yeah, it stops everything. So
Oh, crap.
yeah, because Chris Ahali is just having to pass because he just has to
'Cause
arsenal
the
and
other
pass.
bow,
It's an
strike
instant.
twice is instant.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so we're loading a Remorseless. We're pitching a red, so we're needing some more gas to happen here. We don't currently have any way to opt, but this Remorseless is representing a lot of damage. Here's 3,
Seek
here's
destroy.
6, here's 5, here's 11. So this is a lethal attack, and then any action cards that are played on Chris Ayali's next turn are going to represent another point of damage loss. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him block with at least 1 to 2 cards here. I mean, he's going to block with something. It's either a piece of equipment or it's cards, and I wouldn't be surprised to see 1 or 2 cards come down, knowing how much damage the Remorseless could end up being. If you just take 8 damage and then play 2 or 3 cards, you die to the Remorseless triggers.
Right. Inertia's not fun either for Rangers.
Nope.
Inertia's maybe not fun for anyone. I feel like that's like the hidden best disease token is like, who cares about 2 damage sometimes? Frailty's really good against certain people, but overall, like, a lot of people use their arsenal cards to use a combo in the future. And if you could just say, no, not this time, sorry, have a couple bad turns in a row, I think that's just so strong indirectly, probably.
Yeah.
What are we going to do, Chris? Block everything. He can't have it 3 turns in a row.
If you block everything, would you give Joshua the kind of onus to be able to just do it again?
No.
Do you give him the power to just have another full hand and actually maybe find a dominate on this turn? You have the ability to block with multiple cards on this turn if you're Chris Ayala, so do you want to take that opportunity in case later in the game that agency is taken from you by virtue of that hero ability?
What do you think about people that are sleeving up their decks in other hero card sleeves?
It's what I do, actually.
Interesting.
I play Fi in Oldham sleeves.
On purpose?
Yeah. I thought when I was first playing that deck, I thought it was funny. So we're blocking 9 cards. We're
Whoa.
blocking 9
Take
here.
2.
We're only taking 2 because that Remorseless trigger is a really threatening thing. Perhaps there's something like a Codex, but we're for sure going to be opting with the Skullbone Crosswrap because it's only action cards played from hand with the Remorseless. So blocking 9, only taking 2. We're going to start with the Skullbone Crosswrap. Let's see what we find. We've got a Bolt and Shot in the arsenal.
Not looking good.
He's going to go ahead and leave it on top. And we're going to
Oh, it
Azalea
does look
for
good. I tricked
ourselves.
you. Let's do it.
Show me the red in the ledger. Nope. Lace with Blood Rot. That's fine because we have the Tunic if we want to load something in.
He's trying to buff. That's important because he needs to try and get an arrow up to 7. Because if you don't, somebody's going to go, who cares? This
And we
is
got-
red in the ledger number 1 for Chris.
Yep, and so now but critically, this one does not have Dominate. Chris taking 2 more damage, going down to 7, but Joshua has to block all of this out. It requires 3 cards, and without the Tunic for Josh, that means there's a very good chance this is just a pass from Josh here, leaving Chris with the agency now to continue his turn. So again, 2 huge Azalea. We talked about we didn't get to see any Azalea activations, and then all of a sudden it was into
The 2 best turns.
1 into red in the ledger, 1 into the card that allows the red in the ledger to be
right.
played in that Lace with Blood Rot. So representing a Blood Rot on hit and only the 1 action activated or played on the turn. So this is going to require 3 cards. And if one of them is if we have a couple 2 blocks there, which it looks like we might in those
Blocking with Spellbone
yellow slivers.
cross trap over
We're
there.
blocking with the cross wrap, and that's huge because the opting is so important in able to sculpt the top of your deck.
Sculpt away. Oh, Arsenal pass.
Arsenal pass, because at this point you've had to block with all your cards. There's no way without the tunic to get something into that arsenal.
Onus for Chris. I like onus.
You like that? Should we keep it?
Initiative's another one. Agency. We're doing all kinds of words here.
Now here's the thing. Josh Wrath's at 7. Depending on how many pumps are in Chris's hand, there's a Knock the Death Whistle in his hand. He would be able to put any arrow he wants on top of the deck and create that dominate for himself. So it depends on how much damage can he think he can push through. He'd have to find basically 11.
Also doing like 5 damage to Josh right now. If he uses Remorseless, kind of also does really well because you can't play attacks.
Yep.
If you're you could kill yourself.
Yep. Remorseless here representing another kind of must-block scenario if he puts that Deadeye in his hand on top of it. Because, again, if you take too much damage from the arrow itself, you're going to die to your own action cards.
Yeah, no thanks.
No thanks.
My least favorite way to die.
So we are just going to go ahead and knock the Death Whistle at this point. So we're going to grab an arrow and put it on top of the deck so that we can Azalea it in and give it dominate. Most likely you can just grab that one of the other 2 red in the ledgers. You're still going to get damage across, and then maybe an arrow gets fired back at you, but it's certainly not going to be for 7. Maybe it's that final red infecting shot.
I didn't realize how good Red in the Ledger is against a person playing Death Dealer.
It's true, yeah, because even the action of loading the bow
That arrow
itself.
better be in there already. Oh, how much do you want to buff it? You can't. So Red in the Ledger is the choice. We're going to keep it face up because everybody knows what it is. Put this card underneath. Now this has the ability to dominate.
And we're coming in with the Lace with Frailty, so it's coming in for 8. It's representing dominated damage, so most likely 5 of this is coming through, putting Josh to 2 and saying you can only do one thing on your turn, giving Chris all of the momentum and tempo in the world to close this game out.
This is where he blocks with... No. That was interesting of like, if Spike with Blood Rot was an attack reaction that both Rangers and stuff could use. Like, that was some design that I thought was pretty cool of the laces are all up front for Rangers, and the spikes are all on the back side for Assassin.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. That's interesting.
Because if you're playing sealed outsiders, there's not going to be an attack reaction from a Ranger. Just block the damage.
Josh there giving the Tunic just to go to 2 because he had a 2 block he had to throw in front of that arrow. We're seeing a lot of 2 blocks out of Josh's deck in those sliver tips, in these pumps that are really coming back to bite him. He's having to throw multiple
Chris
cards.
is smiling. He's looking at the top card. If it's an arrow, he could probably win the game right here. But it doesn't seem like it's an arrow, or would it be a snap play? Or maybe he's just thinking about what card to pitch.
True. Also wondering if there's any interest in playing the Deadeye before you load off of the Death Dealer to see you already have a pump, then you can load off the Death Dealer, draw a card, and perhaps then use your... Oh, I guess you can't opt at that point because you've already had the...
Then it would be a blind Azalea.
So
we're just gonna Azalea.
We're just
pump.
We're just putting
Shoot.
an additional 9 on top of an attack for 5. So this should be 14.
3 dice arrow.
Yeah,
He says, I can't even
14.
block that much.
We're blocking for 12.
14 minus 12 is dead.
Is 2, and we've already used all of our equipment, so that's going to be the game there for Josh. Putting down the Bullseye Bracer is kind of saying, like, I'm maybe wondering if there was a turn that he could have utilized it. It never feels good to have equipment still sitting on the board when you've lost a game, thinking to yourself, where could have gotten some value off this equipment?
And it's not like, oh, I missed. It was a mistrip, and it was more of, maybe I could have blocked less one time, but it's still the same problem with Red in the Ledger, because you can't use your equipment and something else, because that's your one action point the whole time. Azalea.
Azalea, a couple Azaleas on stream together, some Azalea dogfights, so to speak. Interesting to watch, especially because the Azalea hero ability really only became relevant in the last couple turns of the game. Before that, they were just sending haymakers of big arrows back and forth with on-hit effects that needed to be blocked, but because these Azaleas want to use these 2-block laces, you don't want to block with that there. They're 3 as an attack, or they're 3 as an action, they're 2 as a block, so you don't want to be doing that. But then, if you're not blocking with them, we just saw the life totals just freaking chunking down.
What's your favorite mirror match to play in this game? If you had to pick one.
If I had to pick, oh, Icelander Mirror is super fun.
Okay, yeah.
Super
I've
fun.
done that.
Yeah, you like that too.
That is like
That's fun. Yeah.
this is more like your turn, my turn, your turn, my turn, and
Yeah.
obviously wizards can do.
Well, and especially because, unlike say something, I mean, actually, I've never played the Kano Mirror, so I can't speak too much to it. And I
That's
think
terrifying.
there's a lot of posturing and back and forth because you can just someone goes for it and then you can go for it in response.
Right.
But what I love about the Icelander Mirror is the
Waning
the
moon,
Illuvian,
waning moon.
yeah, the Illuvian back and forth. When do you try to go for it? But yeah, that's my favorite. However, that's not what we got to watch.
No, Azalea
You got
was
to watch
it was
Azalea on
kind of
Azalea.
it was interesting. We didn't see it dominate,
Until the end, yeah.
and is that just like I'm sure when you're playing with a team and you're like I'm testing the best list that we can find. Do you ever play each other? Like it feels like when I don't test where I'm doing it on the level that these people behind us are, but it doesn't ever feel like you would play the mirror match because you're learning so much of I'm going to play Azalea into the 7 heroes we're probably going to see. Azalea versus this hero, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got good at playing Azalea. Do you have 2 Azalea decks that are built where you go, now let's try the mirror, or you're not expecting the people behind us to have the same list you have, so what's the point of playing the mirror?
Yeah, especially in a field like this where there are so few, how much respect do you give to something like the mirror match when it's a little more, at this point, of a niche pick?
Right.
Azalea started off as the boogeyman of this format, but
And
after
started hating on her.
well, people realized how good Voltaire is
Right.
with all these new cards. And, I don't think it's, I mean, I have only played it a couple times, but I think Azalea does have game into Lexi, but it's one of those, in a weird way, it feels like a Bravo, or it feels like a Guardian, where they start with the initiative and they're just attacking you with the Spinal Crushers and the Pummels. Like if they get to start on that front foot and you just have to be blocking, or you are just taking red in the ledgers as the Lexi player, sometimes you can just get to so much of a life deficit that even if you have your big turn, you've been disrupted so much that just 1 or 2 more dominates can finish the game. So it does feel like Azalea should have game into some of these decks, but maybe it's the things like the Dromais. If you didn't bring the Dreadbore into the Oldhams, the Azuris, the things that are keeping her from reaching the top of this metagame.
And we're going to have Sam interview Chris Alley because I'm
Tired.
honestly feeling sick, guys. I'm sorry I'm not, killing it or whatever's
killing
going
it.
on. It is like as these arrows are coming in, I'm like, ugh. So I think we all got food poisoning. I really do. Something bad is happening to me right now.
Well,
So we'll see you in an hour. Hopefully, I've got some more color in my face. Y'all will be more knowledgeable about Chris Iali's list. And as a group in chat, we will get through this. What is it? How many rounds are left?
3, 4, 3. That was round 4.
Oh,
3
Jesus.
rounds. No,
We'll
we're
get-
excited. We're excited to
I'm
play
just kidding.
more Flesh and Blood.
We're so excited. There's going to be 2 more rounds. Actually, when I do that,
Feels
my goodness.
That does feel
Actually, okay, I'm going to go. We'll see you soon.
We're back in like 2 minutes.
We will
with an
not
interview.
tell you about my health anymore. We promise this is we're going to go figure this out. Short break.
Welcome back, everybody, to Los Angeles here at the PTI Gold Foil AGE Open event. I'm here with hometown hero, world's runner-up, Chris Isle, you're the hometown hero. You can own it.
All right, all right.
We love you.
Like it.
How you doing, man?
Appreciate it. Good.
Congratulations on the win.
Yeah, thank you.
Tell me a little bit about the game. Tell me a little about the deck.
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing. I played azalea yesterday, and I'm played it at a couple RTNs, and I think she's pretty strong. I like her into Lexi, and I think that some of the guys have figured out the Oldham matchup with using like the Sandscour tech with New Horizon and Dreadbore. It's actually pretty good.
Do you have that in the list as well?
Yeah, I'm playing Dreadbore New Horizon versus Oldham.
Wow.
So-
Whoa. New Horizon and Skullbone Cross Wrap.
Or yeah, so you
That's
switch-
crazy.
You play Cross Wrap with Death Dealer.
Yeah, yeah.
and yeah.
That's
so-
sick. I thought there might need to be more like specialization of aim counters towards the Scanscour, but you're really just playing it for the because you're not playing Scanscour, you're just
Yeah,
playing Dreadbore.
Yeah, well, no, I have Death Dealer for when I'm playing Cross Wrap. And
Okay.
so I think you just get like more value. You
For sure.
always guaranteed the card out of
Yeah.
it, and you can go taller. But versus Oldham, you just want to prevent them from playing the D-reacts from their hand. And so, and in order to do that, to make up for the card advantage, we try to play 6-card hands with New Horizon. So we
Cool.
get like the second arsenal.
Okay, so it's Dreadbore, New Horizon, not Sandscour.
Yeah.
Okay. Because there are the Sandscour lists using New Horizon these days, but
Right.
those are really aim counter
Yeah,
centric.
we stole that idea from the Sandscour deck.
Yeah, totally. No, that's super cool. So we've got both of them in this list. So feels like this game was in some ways a little self-explanatory, but just in case there's any insight you want to provide before, because I do want to talk about the deck into the field and why you brought it. But we did just watch this mirror match. Walk us through your perspective of the game. What went right? How'd you get there? How'd you get there?
Yeah, Josh is a friend, and he's playing a list that's kind of similar, but you kind of threw it together right before the tournament started, so he was missing some of the cards. But so
Is that where the sliver the
it's a
tips
little
come from?
bit. It's a little point the tip.
Wait, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I love that card.
Really? So what?
Yeah, I was playing it yesterday. I decided to. It cost me one game yesterday, so I decided today we're gonna play something more traditional. But yeah, no, that card is very cool. It's a 0 for 4 when it lines up right.
The aim
and-
counter?
Yeah, and like when you're focusing on more mobilizing shots and stuff, then,
Sure.
just a little bit more aim counters matter.
Yeah, because when you're already running all of those withering shots and immobilizing shots and
Yeah.
whatever, the infecting shots, like yeah, sure, we'll take the extra random aim counter.
And so yeah, like started off both of us weren't really interested in blocking. I had to like pop all my equipment pretty early to make the most out of my 4-card hand,
Which is cool.
and but then in the end, like yeah, once we started finding our red in the ledgers, then it became a little like awkward. And
Got it.
yeah,
Yeah, I think I got it. Yeah.
I felt really good at the beginning, and then at one point I thought maybe I was gonna lose, and then when he blind flipped the red in the ledger, or like when he opted and found the red in the
Yep.
ledger, it was pretty scary.
Right on top. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, in the end, it's just whoever maintains the tempo.
Yeah, definitely. And then you were able to kind of find it there at the end. You had your own red in the ledger. It just didn't get to be dominated at first, but
Yeah.
still had to be blocked.
Right, exactly.
Still had to be blocked.
Exactly.
So, looking ahead, I guess, at the rest of the tournament, looking back at the tournament yesterday, we were talking about, because I was saying it feels like Azalea into Lexi, in a funny way, it can be like the Guardian players into 5 when I was kind of first playing more competitively, where if the Guardian players with the disruption gets to kind of start on the front foot and start with those disruptive effects, you can keep them from their, once the big crazy turn happens, you've already gotten ahead in enough value. What do you like about the deck into this field? What feels good, and what are you trying to avoid?
Yeah, I think I am trying to avoid dromai. I think that's the matchup I conceded the most with this build. I think we have a good plan into Lexi. We have a good plan into Oldham. Besides that, I think Bravo is probably a little bit tougher than Oldham. Like they're gonna have more aggressive turns more consistently, and so. But yeah, I mean, if I could face Lexi and Oldham for the rest of the tournament, I'd be pretty happy.
Feel good about it?
There's a good number of ninjas in SoCal, I think, and wizards. I think Azalea does fine into those.
Yeah.
But yeah. We'll see.
Yeah, so Dromai, the third most represented deck today. There are 8 floating around out there.
All right. I did
So-
face one earlier, and I got a little lucky.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Yeah, we've got a Dromai versus Azalea game actually coming up next on our channel. I won't
Alright.
spoil it, but it was a good game. It was a good game. It was a good game, I'll tell you that. Interesting. Okay, cool. So what is your for the people at home, because this is, I mean, we can talk about the Oldham, but the Oldham, if it comes up, it comes up. Dreadbore, stopping the defense reactions, right? That's the main part of the tech there. Is it really just knock the death whistle, find your red in the ledgers, and immobilizing shots? Do you feel like is immobilizing the shot that kind of takes it to the next level against Lexi?
Against Lexi?
Yeah.
So yeah, laced with frailty is like all the frailty tokens.
Yep.
Like the frailty tokens hurt them more when they're trying to attack multiple times a turn, versus like Azalea when they go tall. And so you have withering shot to give frailty. You have laced with frailty, and then obviously the codex too. Everything is just like and stopping their go again. There's a lot of good tech against Lexi in the deck.
Sure. So looking ahead now, we've got the rest of this tournament upcoming, but after this tournament, it's Wild West out there. We got a whole new set coming. We got somehow Briar sticking around, but we got the granddaddy of boring, which I see you on Twitter, like not falling for it. Everybody's out there like, Chris, play Oldham. Your Oldham AD is incredible, and you're like, no, that is boring to me. And I'm like, my king.
Never played Oldham. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. In a funny way, actually, if I'm like super honest with myself, I think if I had just like done it earlier, if I just started playing Oldham for whatever reason when I kind of first started, I probably would have really liked it. But I never did, so now I'm like, I don't like it. It's boring. But looking ahead into Dusk Till Dawn, what is exciting to you? What's getting the wheels turning? I know we still haven't seen a lot of the spoilers are forthcoming. We're about to start seeing as those floodgates open. But what are you thinking about in that cute little head of yours?
Yeah, I think like most people
You said,
a lot of people, I think, started in Monarch, and I'm no exception. I started in
Sure.
Monarch too, and so my first hero was Chain. I played Prism a little bit too, so I'm really excited to see like these talents come back and see what impact they'll have on Classic Constructed. From what we've seen so far, it doesn't look too strong, but hopefully things will click with spoiler season next week.
Are you going to give it a try regardless of the strength because of the nostalgia, or are you
I
going
mean,
to...
we're gonna test everything for
Yeah,
nationals
for sure.
But yeah, if things stay this, if like nothing changes too drastically, I think Azalea being able to not have to worry too much about the Oldham matchup, like with Oldham leaving, I think Azalea and Dorinthia will probably be some of the stronger picks. That's what I'm looking forward to, because I think there'll be some warrior support.
sure.
I think her Unity specialization is pretty good, especially if Prism's going to be popular. So yeah, we'll see.
So you feel like even with Oldham leaving, you're not worried about a good matchup for Azalea leaving. You think that the decks that come up after Oldham leaves are also good for Azalea?
Yeah, I could see that. I think it's just that when you're preparing for a tournament, you have to dedicate so much sideboard space to the Oldham matchup.
That's very
Like,
true.
If I get to remove two,
Yeah.
I get to remove two equipment, and then like the release attentions, all this
Interesting.
anti-Oldham cards. It just lets you tech for other matchups more freely. Where since Oldham is so popular, you have to just dedicate so much space to it. So.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, Oldham is a deck, as Nick Butcher put it on the podcast the other, on Arsenal Pass. He was like, "I'm not just trying to beat you. You have to know how you're gonna beat me as
Exactly,
Oldham." And
yeah.
like, so you're at, when you're prepping for these big tournaments, you have to devote all that sideboard space. That's very interesting. So now, final question, because I'll let you get a little break before we move into the next round. But you talked about, you said we're gonna test everything for nationals, right? And your team, the experience, quietly. One of the top teams in Flesh and Blood. We got the world's runner-up right here. We got the runner-up of the battle-hardened and Anthony Pham yesterday. Because the events are not, you were, I think you bubbled at like 9th or 16th for the calling in Indianapolis. You were right there right up until the end. So you guys have such a powerful team. With the, density of the events on the East Coast, we see a lot more spotlight on some of these Eastern Coast teams that can play in a lot more of these battle-hardens. But what do you think, what do you like about being on the experience, being, kind of in a leadership role in the experience? What do you, talk to me a little bit about what it's like being on the team and how you like to kind of prepare and move forward as a unit through all these events.
Yeah. Well, first off, everyone's just like an amazing player on the team,
And Evan. His game was insane on stream.
Wow, I'll
He
have to watch it.
destroyed Alex. Just
Really?
rolled him.
No, yeah, everyone is great,
Yeah.
and yeah, I think we're all really excited for national season. I think after Anthony got his BTI yesterday, I think everyone on the team is qualified.
That's
again,
awesome.
So,
That's
yeah,
crazy.
It's
That's
honestly
pretty cool.
yeah, and it's honestly a little tough, like trying to maintain that leadership role,
Mm.
trying to like get a schedule for everyone to like practice drafts, and then once after spoiler season starts, we'll start looking towards classic constructed. But it's a little difficult, but we manage, and a lot of us like the same things, but we have our own little cliques in the team also.
Sure,
so.
sure. Do you like delegate any of those responsibilities, or is it really kind of like, hey, if I don't do it, nobody else will?
So no, we split it up
Yeah.
a good bit. And like when it comes to classic constructed, we'll split up into like groups that are working on like 1 or 2 decks, and then during our like team meetings and stuff, we'll talk about what we've discovered or what we learned and stuff.
Yeah,
so.
well, and it makes it easy in something like this, in a game like Flesh and Blood, where it's really, you guys are competing at a high enough level that there is real value to be gained from these tournaments. You can get really cool prizes, you can get great monetary rewards, and everybody's here for the freaking love of it, right? So
Yeah.
people are going to want to be like, putting in some legwork, making the scheduling happen. So it's, it's not just necessarily like, oh, I just got to go to work.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, we all just hang out on Discord and have a good time.
Yeah,
like
it's
5
awesome.
days a week.
An
so.
excuse to just like have good friends
Yeah.
as fucking nerdy and just like locked in. So it's awesome. Well, thank you for chatting, man.
All right, appreciate it, Sam.
Yeah, congratulations again on the win. We will be seeing, hopefully more of Chris Ayali throughout the tournament. We'll see if we can get him into the top 8. That's kind of depending on you. Doesn't really depend on us. But we'll probably just take about 10 minutes-ish off as we let the round finish. And we will be back shortly with the last 3 rounds of Swiss of Classic Constructed here at the AGEPTI Gold Foil Tournament. And we'll see you shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, and by the way, don't use the deck that someone from Vegas made for Baltimore. That was a psyops. I do know about that. And that was a psyops to get you to walk fast in front of me.
Congratulations. You did it. That was Barraging Blake.
Round 6.
Always a pleasure. We're going to go to a short break. We're going into round 6, our final round of Swiss. Shaping up to be an interesting top 8 for sure. Thank you all for hanging with us all day, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Long Blake to a short break.
All right, we are back. We got a few minutes between rounds here, so we're going to take a little second to sit back and think about some stuff. It's time to ponder with Colin, Colin from the Attack Action Podcast. I'm joined by
I can be with you or by
you.
you.
Can be with and by me at the
Whatever
same
you
time.
prefer.
Sam O'Byrne. And you know what? This is a time for me to ask some questions that I don't have answers to, but we're just going to talk about it.
We're gonna pond.
Yeah, we're going to ponder because, I've got the face that looks like I'm thinking about something when I'm really just, wondering what's for dinner or how much more Kano I can fit into my schedule. So let's dive into it. I think we got a couple of topics today that I think are somewhat relevant and interesting to talk about. So yeah, we're talking about the calls for bans, and maybe when I came up with this topic, it was like, well, maybe people should stop calling for bans. But after seeing some Azalea stuff today, maybe they're right. But you know what? I don't know. Here's my thought.
Tell me.
This is what we're pondering on.
Okay.
Should we just cool it on this calling for bans 2 weeks after a set comes out? We're in a new meta, and the first thing people do is see a hero do really well, and then they call to ban a bunch of cards. And my reaction is, well, why don't you just adjust how you're playing against this hero first, and then come back with a ban idea later? So I don't know. What are your thoughts?
I guess. Well, this is. I'm but the guest on your talk show here. So
I'm asking the questions. So.
Oh man. Well, can I will respond to your question with the question. What do you think constitutes a ban in Flesh and Blood? When do you look at something and you think to yourself that needs a ban?
I think when there's a proven track record over a period of time that shows that something is absolutely busted, or if you can point to the card directly and say why it violates the core tenets of the game.
Sure.
We saw this with Awakening. It basically encouraged you not to block and then do something completely insane that you gain nothing but value from. So that was clear,
Sure.
Duskblade. Just busted.
We didn't even get a chance on that one.
Anybody who did try to take a chance was like, "Yep, this is busted." So things like that make a lot of sense. Starvo probably should have been banned. I'm going to say that. That's okay. I can say whatever I want.
This is your show.
This is my show.
We just created this just for you to get your willies out.
And I think in the past, LSS has been really great about looking at the meta and banning certain things. They suspend cards where they think they need to be suspended. They ban them outright when they think they're broken. And they've been very kind of transparent on the reasons why, and I think that's all really great. They've also been transparent on the fact that they will use this suspension and banning to manipulate the meta because they want to, which you can feel about that any way you want. I just realized we got this mushroom up here that's kind of funny, but that's okay.
That's our next segment.
That's our next segment. What is this mushroom?
What is that mushroom?
But yeah, it's so, I think there are clear points where that comes into play. And I'm not against banning things.
Mhm.
I just think when, we have one big event or like two big events and one hero does really well at that event and people's immediate reaction is like, well, this is too good, this is bad. And you're just like, just let Azalea have some fun, man. She's been like just under the rock for, for a couple of years.
Yep.
And all the diehards who've been playing her ever since she came out finally get a chance to like have some fun. And the first thing everything people do is call for a bunch of bans. I don't even keep track of how many bans they want, but it's Codex of Frailty. It's whatever. I mean, I guess Codex is probably the only one that I would consider we might see a ban in the future, but I don't think it really needs to be worried. Like right now, like let it play. Like,
It seems like from what I'm understanding, for you, it's about length of time with the thing. See how the thing actually develops. If Azalea is unbeatable for 2-3 months, at that point, data is clear. But we're still in the period of time where we're gathering the data and we're seeing how the cards really play, seeing if there is counterplay to something like Azalea. Codex is hard to play around. There are small ways you can, but in terms of just the hero itself, Lexi, Azalea, if these cards are pushing it too far over an extended period of time, that's when you'd want to see something change.
Yeah, and I think that has been the way they've done it.
Mhm.
So it just seems like the reaction people have to a hero doing well is to just call for bans.
Yep.
And I'm not into that.
Yep.
I think, I'm also, not someone who's chasing the meta. I don't switch up my hero to play the most important, best deck in the meta at any given point. So I'm probably in the minority for a lot of people where it's just like, well, I'm going to play what I want to play, and I have to adjust that to be as good as I can into this meta. And sometimes it's not your meta to shine if you do that, and that's okay. And it can be frustrating, but I don't know. It's just I just don't see how your first response isn't, well, how do we beat this? That should be the first response, especially if you're considering yourself a competitive player. I'm calling all of y'all out. So if that is your
Where's your fire?
Yeah, like that should be your cue to like go into the lab and deck build and try to find a counter to it. And if you can't find a counter to it, you're probably supposed to be playing that deck. So figure it out. And that's easier said than done. That's why I'm not one to do it, because I'm not the
Everybody,
deck
you
builder.
deck build, not me, but you do it.
Do it for the rest of us. I mean, that's how
That's
most
true.
of this works.
That's
A
true.
couple people build some decks, and the rest of us just profit. So
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
you
you.
for your service. But at the same time, I think the first reaction it just seems like kind of just overblown, and I don't know. Twitter again. Also, another thing, side comment, Twitter's not the place really for, coherent discussions about stuff. So
What?
I'd rather
Really?
you have those conversations, in person and, on maybe a podcast or, a YouTube channel. So if you have a lot of opinions that you think are relevant that you need to share, it's real easy. Just go out there and just do it for the rest of your life. Spend a bunch of time and money to make that. But yeah.
Easy enough.
Easy enough.
If you have things you want to talk about, don't go on Twitter. Start a podcast. God knows we don't have enough of those in Flesh and Blood.
We don't have enough of
Podcasts.
It's like low stakes, happy, fun podcasts where we just have a good time. Everybody's so competitive.
Ugh.
But that's fine. You do your thing. I don't know. I think that's about it. I don't have much else to say. I think it's just silly that people want to ban things immediately. And if
You
you
want to let it marinate.
if you disagree,
start a podcast.
Yeah, don't at me. Start your own podcast.
I don't want to hear about it.
All right. So next up, I think we got something else I've been thinking about. Is staying open in Outsiders draft. How much draft have you done so far?
I have done like 6 or 7 drafts.
Okay, it's pretty good. I think I'm at like 4 or 5. And I was just thinking about this, and I've heard some other people talk about it. I think the general feeling I get is a lot of people are excited about this draft format. It seems really fun and interesting. I think the gameplay is really interesting. There's definitely more of a mid-rangey feel, and as Isaac Jessen from the Attack Action Podcast likes to say, incremental exchanges of damage. And you block, you do a little bit of damage, you pitch stack, you do all these things that are like really good core fundamentals of Fab, which I think is great. Question being, can you actually stay open? We got a ton of generics. It's the first talentless set we've had in a while, a draftable set, and usually in that case, it means you can stay pretty open. I think the last couple metas, that has not really been the case. You've been incentivized to either go, first it was hard into Briar, and then Oldham showed dominance, and then in Uprising, Phi, just Phi. It's like be good at the Phi mirror, and then you're good at Uprising draft. So, my question kind of is staying open real in Outsiders? One, couple factors here. One, the generics aren't equally good for all the heroes. Some of the heroes might kind of be a non-factor. Not making a totally bold statement, but it seems like Benji. I mean, Ninja in general seems harder to get together a really good deck that does what it wants to do, and then I am not sure about the rest, but so generics not always as good. So just taking generics to stay open doesn't quite get you the cards you need to do well in a draft. And then there's so many assassin cards because of all the hybrid cards that, it's kind of like you should probably be an assassin, it seems. So, but I don't know. What's been your experience? I feel like so far I try to stay open and I kind of just get punished because I didn't pivot into a hero much earlier in the draft.
Yeah. For me, I've had a fair amount of success not being fully open, but being open and a half, where I'm kind of between 2 heroes, often assassin and something else. There one draft I was over either going to be a ranger or a ninja, but because of the hybrid cards, I'll feel like I'm in between things. And I try to take a lot of generics kind of into pack too. I feel like the Rabbles don't work well necessarily in something like a Benji, unless, it's just
blue
for 2.
one.
Yeah. But, I really like just like red Seek Horizon at the end of the chain. I found looking for a scrap to just be like ridiculous. Humble. I mean, we're seeing Humble just played as a 2 for 6 in Classic Constructed out here. So sometimes you can just throw that card down and just be like, what do you got about this? So I've definitely found it to be possible to an extent, but my last draft, I hadn't gotten to play Azuri yet. My first pack had red Death Touch. My second pack had red Sneak Attack. And I just said, I am forcing Azuri for the rest of this draft. Yeah. And I'm just going to hope that I get it and I don't get cut off. And I 3-0'd that one. So sometimes you just got to force, I think, to like... I mean, I think that's a natural thing in draft. Like, you sometimes things have to just break your way, right? And I think part of what is important is just being able to read, like, am I getting the generics I need to stay open, or, like, do these cards just suck? And I kind of need to, like, find a lane and just maybe hope things stick with me. One of the things I think interesting about what you talked about is because there are so many assassin cards that with those hybrids, it feels like maybe a pod can support slightly more assassins than the other things. So you might... Like, I feel like Arachne, you can have an okay Arachne deck and still win a draft just because there are so many good stealth cards. You can just kind of get some stuff that other people won't really care about, but, 2 for Blood Rot, the yellow Blood Rot card can be okay. The yellow Inertia card can be okay in certain situations. So, I don't know, but I'm certainly like, this is my first set really drafting Flesh and Blood, so I've just been loving it. Yeah, I kind of stayed away from Uprising just because no one wanted to play it if they didn't have to.
I think that's fair, and I think, this is all to say, I think this limited set is great. I'm really excited about it. I think, maybe staying open in the past, like in Monarch or something, would be something you do longer, and maybe staying open now, like as you say, it's kind of open, like half open. You know, you're trying to take generics that are good, but you're also grabbing key class cards that could benefit you going along the way. The other side of this too is something we talked about in the last segment where we pondered together, but it was me and Blake.
So by together you mean?
Or was it Blake? It was Josh. I think it was Josh. Yeah.
So by together you mean definitively not us.
Well, if you go watch this, go back and watch the segment, you could be a part of it.
Okay, cool.
But the other thing being that the 2 token slots and the 14 cards that we're drafting rather than traditional 15 cards, I think does also impact.
Yeah, for sure.
The ability to stay open, how long you stay open, and what that actually looks like. So, I think, I'm kind of like a pragmatist or purist about this. I'm like, I want to draft my seat. I want to try.
So you want to you want to be open for as long as you can be, so you can read the signals.
Yeah.
And you're finding that to be not as easy as you want to be, or
I think and this is limited data. I'm doing this on. I tried to stay really open
data.
in.
Come on.
Boom! That was unintentional. I'm basing this off of a couple drafts where I was really trying to do that, and I read my seat very well. The last draft we did, it was 6 people, which I think also it was also weird. I think that throws in some other kind of issues that may have contributed to this, but we had 2 of each hero and 2 of each class, 1 of every hero.
Wow.
And I was just like, dude, we did it, guys. Like, we drafted perfectly. And then I just had the crappiest Benji deck, which, is probably more of a me problem. But I have seen better players who have been talking about, staying open. What does that mean? Is it actually a thing, or, is it more correct to, pick those powerful class cards and go into a class quickly so that you can kind of gobble those up, and then later when people stop taking generics, you can get some good generics too.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't have any good answers. I think this is also interesting because it kind of pivots into a lot of talk of the kind of collation issues between the Belgium and Japanese packs and what they're going to do at the Pro Tour.
Well, don't ask them because they're not going to tell us.
I mean, honestly, I think that was a great response. They're like, we're gonna do this. We're gonna give you something and trust us. It's fine. And everyone's like, well, it's not fair. This is the most fair because the only edge you get is how good you are at quickly reading packs and paying attention to your draft pool.
Yeah.
So I think that's great. If you're going to the Pro Tour, you should be pretty good at drafting. So, if you're worried about not being able to memorize the exact, pack layout, and that's the only thing that's really contributing. I mean, that's not the only thing. I'm being a bit glib about that, but it is what it is. But I think I think it will be interesting. I'm excited. I was talking about this earlier. I'm really excited to see the Pro Tour limited play and what people do if we see any like real archetypes form up. And I don't know. But again, all this is just me and my silly opinions, thoughts. But thank you. I think that's all we got today for pondering with yours truly. Sam, thank you for coming on this thoughtful journey.
It was an honor to pond with you, sir. I've never ponded so hard in my life.
I feel like I've entered a Zen state and will just not take any damage for the rest of my life.
Wow. Could we be so lucky?
All right, we'll be back in a few minutes. We're taking a short break.
Round 5 coming right up.
All right, we'll be right back. Match. I had a great time. We chatted with Feiyu. He's just out here chunking damage on people, and you know what? That's fine. It's just how it goes some days.
He said, "Get ready for some more. There's 2 more rounds of this." He's like, "I already got $50, but I want the other 350 coming my way."
He probably locked in. We're doing 5 rounds, so he's 3-0. So he's probably locked in for top 8, which I'm very excited about. So Kano probably wins today. Just gonna say that now.
Hell yeah.
Why not? Unless he plays dromai, and then we're just going to have to keep that lucky streak going. I don't know what
Could you
to say about
imagine
that.
being Alexander Vor, whatever, I don't know if he drove or flew, but you come on over to California, somebody wins the tournament you're in as Kano, and you're like, I didn't play Kano, but somebody won as Kano.
Welcome back to Los Angeles, everyone. Sam O'Byrne, joined by Joshua Myers.
What up,
We're
man?
here for round 5 of the AGE PTI Gold Foil tournament here in Southern California on this beautiful Sunday.
Pasadena.
Pasadena, it's okay.
No, I'm just saying, we're in Pasadena. It's been beautiful out here. I just had an amazing lunch, Rubio's. It was 10 out of 10.
Incredible news.
Dude, I'm so stoked for this game because we got some Rune Blades, and I know so much about Rune Blades, and I'm excited to share with you guys my knowledge.
We have a viscerai sniffing these top tables here at 3-1, looking to continue the streak alive and make it into the top 8 of this tournament. So we got a viscerai winning. We got to get it in for the man himself.
Yes, yes. I'm very excited. He's one of those things like how Aiden says, plays Dash. He's a dark horse in the meta. He has great matchups into dromai. He can race aggro decks. Goes really 50-50 with some of the top decks, but he has a chance, so it's always great to see the players, how tight they have to play in order for him to make it work.
What's the matchup like into, say, this is just kind of a random deck, but into, say, Briar?
Briar, the Rune Blade matchup is great. It's so fast because you're just wailing on each other. And if Briar hits CMH, it's a lot of trouble. But Viz has answers like Runic Reclamation. I'm excited to get into it. Let's check it out.
We have a beautiful viscerai game, especially for Ethan Mansant Van Sant. This one's for you, buddy. Supercomputer, are we ready to head to the match intro? We're heading right on it.
Viscerai.
We have Angel Benitez on Briar, Warden of Thorns, John Ho on Viscerai Rune Blood. This is the Mansant special. Let's go ahead and dive into this game here.
Both Angel and John, local to see here, they see him quite often, and they also both produce high placements. So these are two very skilled players on their decks. I'm assuming this game's going so fast because they know exactly what to do. Interesting already from John Ho, you can see some people flip, some people don't. John Ho is showing us that he's playing Royal Viscerai. He's going to be bringing Vexing Coolham because it provides more offensive damage. You can pop it, and you could AB1's needed most of the time versus Rune Blades.
Absolutely, and not only that, the flexibility from the Vexing Quill hand into the cards that care about the rune chance for the cost reduction. Something like the Amplify the Arcanites, the Rune Flashes, the way, you know, the cards that really tie the deck together, allowing you to have those go-agains already. Vexing Quill Hand can turn on those cards when you wouldn't otherwise be able to make those rune chants.
Yep.
Something like even a Mordred Tide into your Vexing Quill Hand, all of a sudden, boom, there's 3 rune chants. Your Amplify is free, or you turn on 2 Swarming Gloom Veils in a row. So let's see how he wants to utilize it here. We're going to start the turn off so far with an X equals 2 Sonata Arcanics.
That's the best. It comes in for Arcane 2. You get 2 cards off the top. It's amazing. So X equals 2 is definitely a more rare occasion, but always feels great. John Ho, having only AB1, will have to take one of it, and then he's deciding if in this hand he should pitch right now, or the worst on hits are coming. And you see it, you see a snatch, you see a swarm go to his hand, you know a lot more is coming.
Yeah, so now in this first turn of the game, are you happy as the Briar player here to get the value on this point, or are you do you wish it was in a point in the game where the blocking matters a little more and the cards that John is going to put in front of these AB and these blocks, he's just going to get them back at the end of this turn cycle. You know, are you still happy to be getting the turn that you have here, or do you want to be maybe setting up for the rest of the game?
So I find the correct method here is not to be greedy. You got to know, like kind of Kano, you got to know your range of lethality. So you can extend his hand, you can push to get that hit. I think Angel, there's a couple things that determine this factor. Angel, if he gets a embodiment of Earth early, then that's good for him because he can now be. You're always trying to get embodiment of the Earth this Briar. Your defenses are better. Oh gosh, that Scar for Scar is so sick.
Yeah, that's sick.
That's so sick. That was a sick.
That hit
flip.
me too. I was like, ooh.
Oh my gosh. So he's gonna attack here. He's gonna try to go for the Earth embodiment. If he can get that, that's great. John gets the Earth embodiment. So okay, so John's playing a little Lysis. Sure, you can have it. Now he still has 3 cards. John's waiting for the snatch to come down because John knows that if it's kind of like a ponder. If it hits, he can put one in his arsenal at the end because he drew one from it. So I think John's gonna be saving 2 cards for that because he doesn't want to give armor early. Because his armor is very limited. He has only 2 armor because of the Iron Weave and the Creepers. Yep, this is an easy block here. So he actually might give some armor early for the snatch.
Yeah, we've used 3 cards, so there's only 1 left. the question is, do you want to now?
Yep.
We already have a card in hand, though, so it's not as though this snatch is going to draw us a card that's going to be truly "quote unquote" relevant for the arsenal. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're just going to take the one here.
Yep.
We're not expecting those snaps to be pushed on this first turn of the game. We're
Mhm.
drawing 2 cards. They're both Scar for a Scar, so if Angel can get low enough to turn both of those on, that's definitely going to be part of his game plan for his next blocking turn.
Absolutely insane opening from Angel. I think just getting the Sonata for 2, the highest roll possible, getting 2 cards, not one of them having go again, and one of them being a breakpoint draw card, cycling through the deck faster. It's looking really good for Angel, but Viscerai plays Mordred Tide. He's Super Saiyan right now. He is. I make many rune chants now, so every rune chant he makes is that +1. This is where he can trade damage really well, and Angel doesn't have any AB against Viscerai.
Wow.
This is a full race, and this is very traditional. Some Briars do choose no AB. You know, you can do the Vexing Cool Hand, some people prefer, but Angel chose to want to block the on hits for like Moss Guys and stuff because that's a very common card in Viscerai. And so all this is going to be free damage for these rune chants. John, as long as he can create as much damage via Arcane, he can push past what Angel can do, as long as he doesn't draw CMH, of course.
So this Mordred dot here really representing 1 extra rune chant on the turn, and that's it. It was really a glorified turn on my Rosetta card.
Yep.
It was just the non-attack to go into the Swarming Gloomveil that turned on the Rosetta Thorn. So at this point, we're up to 30, or we're down to 30 for the Briar player here, but John really looking more to set up for his next turn. Still get 10 damage in, but definitely that Mordred Tide, we've seen it do bigger pushes.
We've seen him do bigger plays, but that was definitely a great aggression. Like Angel took it all, and all you're trying to do every turn is turn on Rosetta and swing with it. So non-attack free attack, and swing is exactly what you want. Now watch Angel do it right back. Non-attack and attack, go again.
So we have turned on our Rosetta Thorn already. We've come in for 7. We've used our Aether Ironweave to get a couple resources. Now we're playing an Earthlore Surge, utilizing those resources, which is going to make us the embodiment of lightning. So this E-Strike, which more than likely is just going to draw a card because it already has the go again, is going to go ahead and come in for a good big old chunk of damage here.
That was my favorite because this is a decision where it's like, do I be greedy and extend, or do I arsenal? The answer here is John Ho isn't relative range. You're not going to present 20. In my opinion, you should just arsenal. You want that extra card. Briar doesn't like blocking, and if she has to, it really sucks. So if that card's something that's like you can just play for free and keep pushing that embodiment of Earth, you know, keeping that defense strong, that he can definitely block out John Ho and be able to trade damage well.
And that was the
passion.
Yeah, I was thinking about like, oh, he bought him the Scar for Scar, but it doesn't matter. We don't care about the Scar for Scar. That's on the bottom of the deck. That's a cash into a Mordred Tide. So
perfect ordering too. All right, so Super Saiyan again for Viscerai. He's going to be doing twice as much damage from his abilities. Angel won't be able to absorb any of it. Let's see how many rune chants he's about to bomb on Angel here.
It does look as though Angel might have missed that embodiment of Earth trigger from those attacks hitting, because I don't see an embodiment on his side over here. We have 4 block available to us on our equipment if we're the Briar player here.
Swarming, getting that for free. That's like a Falcon Wing. It's just go again on a stick, but it's better with Mordred because now it's a breakpoint go again for free. Swarming's amazing here. Drawing MM, great.
Yeah, so we're taking 1 from the Arcane. We're taking 2 from the Swarming Gloomveil. Now, it doesn't matter that all the Arcane's being taken because we don't have any AB. So how does he want to continue the turn from here?
If I was John, I would be looking for free damage, and free damage represents those free little purple circles, those cookies that you get. You throw them at him. I love your little slurping noises. He can't do that right now. There's no little faces that come out, and so he just needs to do as much AB as he can, because then Angel can't do anything about it.
So this is a drawn to the dark dimension, so it's going to draw a card, but at the moment there is no go again represented. So you have to imagine that those spellbound creepers are going to be used, which is why he activated the Aether Ironweave before this all started.
Yep.
The spellbound creepers utilizing a non-attack at instant speed to give this drawn to the dimension go again. Yep, you see him
on the layer. Yep.
Go ahead, and before the damage has resolved from the drawn to the dark dimension, we're going to play a lead the charge. This card itself has go again.
And another drawn, which is insane. Wow. He's making rune chants the entire time, by the way, through Mordred. And so drawn is drawn to the dark dimension is one of my favorite cards. You draw a card, it gets discounted per rune chant you have. It only costs 2, and it's a 3. Not a breakpoint, great, but it draws you a card like this, and you can look how much this chain is.
Yeah,
it can just extend so well, especially with creepers. You're
oh my
your
god,
hand.
dude!
Swarming,
dude.
That's the 3rd swarming. He drew all 3
Dude.
Stormings and 2 Mordreds in the first couple hands.
Hold on. So we went Drawn to the Dark Dimension. We instant speeded in a Lead the Charge, which is going to give the Drawn to the Dark Dimension go again, but it's also going to give us an action point. The Lead the Charge also says when you play your next thing that costs 2 more, you get an action point. Drawn to the Dark Dimension draws you another card, but then it gives you another action point. So we're able to keep going after we played our second Drawn to the Dark Dimension. We make 2 more Rune Chants. We play a Swarming Gloomveil. We're making 2 more Rune Chants. We still have a card in our hand, Arsenal. Now let's go ahead.
Vexing
Why not?
Quillhand for
Vexing
3 more
Quillhand.
Rune Chants.
Why not? Why not? 3
3
more.
more.
We've got 5 Rune Chants. We've got 2 cards in our hand. We have the go again. I think we even have somehow at the end of this another action point. So let's see. We haven't even used our Rosetta Thorn yet. Angel's been trying to keep all of his cards. Here's an
Arcane.
Amplify the Arcane.
Oh my gosh,
This
the
is 5
6 for free?
Arcane damage with 6 more. We're making 2
That's
more Rune Chants
11?
in the back. Don't forget to make your
Oh
Rune
my
Chants.
gosh.
You make 2 Rune Chants. Don't forget to make your Rune Chants. I think he might have forgotten to make his Rune Chants. Because he should be making 2 more, right, for playing the Amplify.
Correct. He would make 2 more for playing the Amplify.
Yeah, so I don't know if he just didn't play it there. Or, now, if he has an extra action point here, right? Doesn't he?
He would have a tank because it's stacked because you have
Yeah,
to go again,
so-
and you have an action. You get 1 action point for
Yeah.
the
So can
2.
he Rosetta Thorn here or no?
He would not be able to because he doesn't have any pitch.
Oh, because I thought that was still sitting there.
That's I think it's his arsenal.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So maybe deciding how he wants to crown on this turn. No, yeah, we're just drawing up.
Angel was at 34, wasn't he?
Ah, dude.
30 something before this, and that was like a massive 25 plus damage
That was
turn.
wild. That was wild stuff that we just
Welcome
saw,
to the
so-
viscerai experience.
Yeah, so we're turning. I mean, this is John doesn't even look at his hand. He literally he looked at his hand briefly, but now this is just 7 damage. He said, "Yep, I got it."
Rabble. Yep.
We've got a Ravenous Rabble coming in. Oh, we're revealing a blue on top. So
Ooh,
this
not
is
what you
gonna
want
go
to
ahead
see.
and only come in for 2. The arcane damage on the Rosetta Thorn here looks like we're gonna go ahead and pitch and make an Rune Chant. I think is what he was kind of pointing to when he pitched the Earthlore Surge. So we're probably just taking 5 here. John Ho has only blocked on the first turn of the game when he had to.
Yep.
But now we're just taking 5. We're going to 6.
Well, because Angel can't soak Arcane, so he just needs to present 4 Rune Chants, and that's game.
He should have 2 more, right? So he should have 2 more.
We should. We'll see. Let's see how he handles this. Maybe he thinks of them mentally, but he might.
So yeah, we'll see here because there should be 2 Rune Chants.
Yeah, I think he just missed it. I think he was just so blown away. He heard us yelling. So he's like, "What is going on over there?"
Yeah.
And he just forgot those 2 Rune Chants. But yeah, technically he would have another 2 Rune Chants from the Amplify play because he had Mordred up. Yep. But so far we're gonna do Deathly Duet. Unfortunately, not necessarily the strongest, but he has the creepers.
Yep, and we're gonna go ahead and use the creepers to
Sonata.
once again. Sonata Arcanix.
1 hit.
We've already hit the 1, so we're grabbing
all
the
you
Rune
need.
Flash, but we're given the most important thing here is this Deathly Duet is gonna have go again. We already
Rune
have.
Flash is insane off the top of how many Rune Chants you make.
Yeah.
Yep. And his Spring for Rosetta would have been game.
Simply too
GG.
much arcane.
Oh my
damage.
gosh. John Ho, masterclass Viscerai chain, knew exactly, like he didn't even have to think of it for that long, right? Like it was definitely
Oh, a little
like,
smile. Little smile on there.
We're freaking out over here because that was like
That was
the most
crazy.
savage Viscerai chain you could see with the cash in.
For me, it was just the Drawn to the Dark Dimension, instant speed in, the go again enabler, play another Drawn to the Dark Dimension.
It's such a good card. It's so good. Drawn is so great because it just refills it. It could be anything, and because you have creepers, it's just immediately you could put on a layer on it. You could draw into an answer that you didn't have before. It's just like it's kind of like small cycling through your deck too. You're just seeing so many more cards.
Yeah.
And that was amazing. And that's why Vexing Quillhand is such a sick piece of equipment. I don't know why it's $30, but it's gonna go up at more Dusk and Dawn because it can present so much damage like that and be good in the Runeblade Mirror. You know, super good because the Runeblade Mirror, all it is just racing.
Yeah.
It's literally just, I love Runeblade Mirrors because I'm like, we're going to be done in 10 minutes, and I'm going to go get something to eat. I'm hanging outside with the friends, you know, so.
How'd you like that, Ethan? Yes, and for those of you who didn't tune into, I forget what hero maybe it was Riptide or something, but he was playing into a Viscerai, and I actually haven't ever seen my man lose his mind in that way. So, but regardless, that was a pretty insane turn from John. Just a ridiculous game, and there should have been even 2 more Rune Chants after that Amplify the Arcanine.
Yep. And he is not interested in doing an interview. So it's gonna be me and you talking about this. I know you're like new to Viscerai. You came out with that new 3 floating video that group you're part of, where you played Viscerai. Seeing this now, how do you feel versus when you first picked him up a little bit back then?
Well, I know what Viscerai can do. The ceiling on the hero is pretty insane,
Yeah.
especially when you have the cash in turn, you have the Mordred Tide to go along with it. I mean, the damage is just ridiculous. I played the deck. We played it on the show. I played it at the Armory that night after we shot, and I didn't resolve a cash in until like my last game I played. It's just like I just never found it.
Yeah, it's true.
It just simply didn't show up.
Yeah,
And,
it's true.
you know, for me with Flesh and Blood, I definitely want to be a little more like, here's a problem, not necessarily just like here's a bunch of damage. Like, here's something, if you don't deal with it, your game plan is affected. Because if I don't do that, then I feel like if your cards just work better than mine, you just win. So I want to interrupt what you're doing a little bit,
Yeah.
so that you have to try to work for it. If I just let you go off king.
Yeah, exactly. You like the interaction. That's why I have some lists. I have some really spicy lists. I run them all
for
the time.
Viscerai.
For Viscerai, yeah. Where it's like there's pummels, the Reeker Corruptions. That's my own spice. I always recommend my own spice. But he's definitely so cool on how wide he can go and the different types of styles you can see. You know, you haven't even seen OTK Viscerai, where you build like 30 rune chants and then you just swing on one turn and you get tempo immediately because it's a fun time.
Yeah, I never got to play with the Scaletta, the Bloodshot Scaletta. I heard much, but I watched a bunch of games.
Yep.
But I didn't get to play it in Blitz. I built a Blitz Viscerai list.
Oh, it's
brought it
disgusting.
to I think an online like little Blitz tournament back when those were a little more of a thing. And I showed up with the deck, and the guy was like, "That is banned."
Oh, that sucks. Now I want you to imagine what just happened now, but in Blitz.
Oh, but yeah.
That's why he LO'd so fast.
God in heaven.
Yeah.
God
He would
in
just
heaven.
play Mordred, and you're like, I don't know what to. Like if you just have an all red hand and I play Mordred in Blitz, that's like a Rosetta for 10.
Yep. Yep.
The king, the number one, the rune chant god, the rune blood. I'm excited to see more characters come out in Dusk Till Dawn coming up, more new rune blades. In the lore article they released, they talked about like 13 different people of the demon industry that ran it. So Viscerai being one of the early ones, I'm excited where they're going to take it the new direction with him, because it seems like they're kind of rebuilding it with these new rune gate cards and stuff. And I'm super excited to see how that will affect him in the long run.
Hey, listen, if all these new Rune Gate cards are working off Rune Chants, ain't nobody makes Rune Chants better than the Purple Man.
Yeah, he's
Purple
the number
Man
one.
makes Rune Chants better than the rest of them.
The little
So,
circles.
Let me just little cookies, like you said. That was funny. That counted. So we wanted to get again some diversity of heroes. We hadn't seen a Viscerai yet this whole weekend.
Yep.
So one sniffing around the top tables, now moving on very much live for top 8.
Yep.
So we had to get them on, but that did mean the game was over rather quickly. So what we are going to do is we are going to grab, I believe, renowned artist Haley right
there.
behind us, who is
That
going to, she worked on an incredible poster here for the Battle Hard in Los Angeles that we're going to go ahead and show you the key art for that, get a little bit of insight from her about what went into creating the incredible work.
Yep.
And we're going to talk to her in just a couple minutes before moving on, maybe get some other members of the community come on and chat, local heroes and or other powerful members of the Flesh and Blood world. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back before moving on to the last 2 rounds of Classic Constructed before the top 8 of the tournament. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Bye.
welcome back, everybody, here to sunny Los Angeles. I'm joined now in the artist's studio. My name is Sam O'Byrne, and I'm joined by renowned artist and wonderful Flesh and Blood player, Haley Neighbors.
Hi.
Haley, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I didn't really brief you that I was going to start a little bit, but it just kind of happened because now we're here in the
What is
now we're
this?
here in the artist studio. We're not in a Flesh and Blood tournament anymore. We're
Oh,
talking
wow.
about what it really means to be to be an artist. And so, to start off with an easy question, what do you think is the soul of art? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We are here with Haley. Haley is one of our local players. She is a badass Azuri and dromai player for the most part, from what I've
Yeah,
seen.
pretty much just dromai and azuri.
Yep.
Lately more azuri than dromai,
Yep.
but I really enjoy them both.
Yeah, great. We've had many battle. We had a really dope draft battle. I remember that
Oh
came
my
down
gosh,
to
yeah.
a red sneak attack and then some
And then you
hurls.
took the win.
So
Oh.
it was a good game. It was a good game. But we're here to we can talk a little bit about Flesh and Blood, but I really want to focus on, here at the Battle Hardened, we were lucky enough to have Haley here as kind of the artist in residence, and she made just the most incredible poster with key art for the Battle Hardened. Do you want to hold it? Do you want me to hold it? Wait.
I don't know.
I'll hold it. Talk to me about. Oh my God! Oh, it looks so good on camera. Look at
Wow,
the
looks
colors.
really good on camera.
Look at the colors. What we got going on here?
So I wanted to showcase some Everfest heroes at the Rose Parade because this is taking place in Pasadena.
Mm-hmm.
And those of you that know Pasadena know there's like the Rose Bowl, the annual Rose Parade, and I thought Everfest would be great because everyone loves Starvo,
So much.
and Valda is underappreciated.
And they do seem like they'd be good on a float.
They
You
seem
know,
great.
Like
They seem-
Bravo would be over there. Hello.
Oh yeah, the star of the show.
Oh, he's the star of the show.
Yeah.
And then Valda would be
She doesn't really want to be there.
no, but that would make everybody love her more. 'Cause they'd be
Exactly.
like Valda.
It's like begrudgingly.
Yeah.
But
So yeah,
Inside, she loves it.
yeah. This is available here at the Battle Hardened and Supercomputer. Is it available elsewhere online? Extras will be available online after the weekend if you're interested in this beautiful piece of art. So talk to me a little bit about the process of what it was like creating this wonderful piece.
So this is digital. I worked in Photoshop and Procreate, if you guys are familiar with both of those. My day job
So
is
good.
a background designer in animation.
Working on shows such as
I work on Disenchantment, Futurama, Fired on Mars. So if you guys watch the upcoming Futurama season, which you should, it's really good.
Let's Go.
I drew some of the backgrounds.
Let's go.
So I wanted to showcase, some of my background drawing abilities, and I just wanted to see, what's the best thing that I could do for such a great team, such
Yeah.
a great community.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. What about, did you have any other ideas or things you were workshopping, things that you kind of like were
Yeah,
working
yeah.
between?
I was thinking about like some ideas of like, some of the heroes at the beach, like maybe Icelander, Oldham at Santa Monica Pier.
Sure.
There was also the idea floating around of like maybe the shadow heroes at like a Dodger game and like the light heroes at an Angels game, because Angels and light. But copyright, don't really know how that would go.
Sure.
But we ended up settling on the Rose Parade. We just thought it was the most like the one that would encapsulate everything the best.
Oh, yeah, and it certainly does. It looks so good in person, and I'm so floored by how well the colors are popping on this camera right now. It looks
Thank you so
gosh
much.
dang good. I mean, the colors, each flower hand drawn. Look at the
Yeah,
flowers.
I spent a long time.
Look at all those flowers.
I drew a lot of flowers, but it's kind of nice, kind of meditative.
My girlfriend is also an artist, and I had to trace. I followed a YouTube video that was like a 10-minute video, and I had it go so slowly, and I just
Oh yeah.
just traced the flower slowly for an hour and a half. Well, I had to become cross-eyed because I'm not a very good artist, so I'm
I'm
impressed
sure
that
it looked amazing.
I was
today.
tracing, girl, but
You know what? More artist trace than you would think.
yeah. So you've been over. How has your weekend been? You've had your own booth. How's
I
it been going over
have.
there?
Yeah,
What you've been working on? What you've been doing?
Aside from selling the prints, so we have this size and also a bigger size, 18 by 24. I've been doing commissions, so just like custom little commissions, whatever people want. So this was like Arachne and Azuri being besties.
Yeah, they're.
I've done some other ones like
get
Kano upset to wear Ragamuffins hat.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah,
That's cool.
quite a few Reinar ones, a Dash one. It's been so much fun just like just talking with the community, seeing what they're interested in, and how, you know, their faces light up when
Absolutely.
they get the piece.
I love the lightning bolt on the fist bumps.
Oh, thank you so much. I just wanted them to be besties.
Yeah, absolutely.
Assassin besties.
So we've talked a little bit about this, but for the people at home, when you're looking ahead at a future in art, what are some things that you're aspiring to? What are some goals you have, and what are you kind of working towards at this point in your journey?
Well, I love my job in animation, but as a huge Flesh and Blood and TCG player, I would love to do card art for LSS, for Flesh and Blood.
That's the goal.
That's the goal.
Yeah, hell yeah.
We'll get there one day, but in the meantime, I love doing stuff for the community. I love doing these little commissions. It's just so much fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we have such a great community here in SoCal, and even everybody that's traveled in from everywhere else, they've just been so kind, so amazing, really feeling a lot of love for local artists. Which has been really, really great.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get you and Mara together at one of these events.
That would be
amazing. You guys can have a little tag team booth.
Two
and just-
dromais, two
Oh my
artists.
God! Yeah, 2 dromais, 2 artists, no problem. Just coming in, making the most
Yeah.
incredible art. So, just for one last time, I'm just going to show this off. If you are interested in this wonderful piece of art, it will be available after the event online at age.events. But in the meantime, thank you so much for chatting with us, Haley. Anything else you want to say? You feeling good?
I'm feeling great.
Hell yeah.
Thank you so much.
Well, in that case, we're going to take another little break here. We're going to see if we can rustle up some other members of the community to come hang out with the chat, hang out with you guys. But until then, we will be also getting ready for the next round, which is the 6th round here in Swiss. So the top 8 will be beginning to settle in. We'll be starting to look ahead at who's locked and who's still fighting for a chance. So we've got a lot of incredible Flesh and Blood still coming up. So hang out here with us. Day's not over. Let's keep it rocking. We'll see you soon. Thank you, Haley.
Yeah, thank you.
Wow.
Hello.
I feel a little better.
Good.
So let's watch an Oldham game, you guys. let's take that goodwill and throw it right in the trash. What's going to be cool is we're going to watch a 90-10 matchup both ways. It's Oldham versus dromai. Both of these people are people you know. A classic battle from the last year of the meta. It's going to be Zach Wallach. Am I saying that? Yeah, wow. Oh, dang it. I should have just practiced. If he was a hero of Wraith, he would make Tumultize every time. And then you saw the other dude yesterday. I mean, you can look at his brother for a second. It's this guy, but his brother. So
that's who's playing? His brother.
Yeah.
Next time, his brother will get one. It'll be even.
Yeah, top 8
top
yesterday. Matthew Vor.
But he's more than just his brother. He is.
He's his
Oldham.
Old man.
His own Oldham. A great pilot versus another great pilot. Zachary Wallach, AGE champion. Coming out here having a good X1 run. Hoping, he told me, I want to get 2 medals so I can clink them together.
Oh, well, he only has 1, so.
Yeah. So,
luck.
Zach very determined today. He's got the eye of the tiger. He's ready to give it his all. Hopefully, so this is really interesting. So these are 2 experienced pilots, but I know this is typically like a longer game.
Yes.
It can definitely have a lot more nuances. Is it still that long for experienced pilots going as fast as they can? I'm not saying like these guys are going to play, but I mean like playing well, if that makes sense.
If you are an AGE, we don't have Patreon, we don't have fan clubs, but if you would do one of those, you have seen Zach beat 2 or 3 Oldhams already on stream.
Yeah.
He is somebody that's like, it's not like it's the back of his hand, because you could run into, oh, this is super hyper aggressive, and I have, oh crap, I have the crappy block, or I didn't want to block with Tumultai because but I need to, and like all that can happen. This is the 90-10, like a high roll of whenever I do my Tumultai and I get your main Crown of Seeds, too bad, now everything's gonna hit.
Yep. It's definitely if Zach sees those bombs really early, it can sway the game in his favor, but that's part of the game, Blake, is drawing cards in the right order.
Yeah, I never do that.
Never? Your Blood Rush Bellow just always banishes a non-6.
Bottom 20 cards every time.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, I'm super excited. I obviously Zach's from here, but where's Vorik located out of?
He's Arizona.
Arizona came out? I know how much you love Arizona, Blake, and they're here.
Dude, they were talking,
wrong.
they were actually saying like, we just drove here. When we walked to our car, it was 110 degrees, which I don't know if I believe. They probably like drove halfway through Friday, not Saturday morning. They were like, it's 110 degrees when we started driving, and now it's 75 here, and it's like, this. Why do I not live here?
Yeah,
like,
I agree. Like Arizona is definitely very hot, and there's like cloud in the sky in the beautiful Pasadena Convention Center, and it's still very cool.
And the reason why they don't live here is whenever they go check apartments.com, and they'll go, oh. Okay.
you think Vor, like it's so hot there, he has to play Oldham to get like a degree older? Like he has to be in that mindset of like.
It's like Zelda where you put the sapphire on your shield and you're always cool. He needs the stalagmite.
It's like I've never seen
times.
snow in a day in my life. What is this? Strange.
What's crazy is one of the coldest days I've ever been around was in Arizona, 1 January. So they can go both ways because it's a desert.
Yep.
Oh, Fabric, Tony, Puff Trees in the chat. He used to live in Arizona, and now he lives in Los Angeles.
Made the right decision. Now
and
he's out
he
here.
just said Los Angeles for the W. So
one of our beautiful sponsors. Thank you, Fabric, for supporting the stream and AG and all of us here. We miss
somebody earlier was mad that somebody pile shuffled twice. So now they're also going to be mad at Zach.
For continually to pile shuffle more times. But everyone has different things, you know. I see pile shuffle.
I see France. I see.
There's lots of different ways to do it. How do you typically shuffle? How many shuffles is appropriate?
If I get deck checked, geez, like I heard the what is it? The riffle 7 times and you're good.
Okay.
I think I go heavy on one side. So me doing 7 of the riffle actually doesn't work because I'm just putting the same 20 cards over and over again.
You got a little
so
heavy
I have to pile shuffle and I'll count and I'll be like 63 because I have a 61 and then I'm going to do the 2 this and like that's great. But then 1 pile shuffle and then if I'm like trying to stall or like they're ready to go, I'm like, let me just do another one for fun. But then I'll go quick and then like I think one thing that's crazy is I probably need to buy the hero sleeves because people were wondering like, oh, you accidentally pitch it upside down. And sometimes my deck, like sometimes it's a face-up card, sometimes it's a backwards card. I probably need to get a hero card, so I know if I'm doing it right finally.
That's really
We're
interesting.
pile shuffling on the other side. We didn't do it at the same time.
Apparently
We're
not.
taking turns.
Apparently not.
I wonder if they just got deck checked or something.
I think they're just setting up. They know it's gonna be a long game, and they're gonna get an extension from just because they're beyond stream.
Yeah.
It takes a second because.
Might as well make everyone watch this for an hour and a half.
Well, like fine. We'll go back. We can.
No, I'm saying we can watch some pile
We're gonna enjoy this nice Pasadena venue. You see how bright it is out there. We have a little nice little skylight. There's a Rubio's across the street.
There's couches upstairs that I found.
Where'd you find couches?
Yeah, there's couches. You see those like those funnel type things?
Yeah.
Those are an atrium where it's sunny, but then there's an overhang that goes shadow on couches.
That's beautiful.
And by couches, I mean like benches with
Did
cushion.
you take a nap on it?
I laid there and checked all my dating apps, bro. Look,
Flag.
let me know. Okay, we have an Oldham player. Oh, we already did all this.
Okay.
They're about to start.
Now we're starting. Now that we showed you the beautiful venue.
A Nothos goes where the arm piece goes. He misplayed his weapon, so he doesn't get it at all.
Very interesting. Oh, there you go.
He figured it out.
He's like, these aren't my arms. These
Yeah.
numbers aren't my arms.
What is Van Brace doing against the dromai Ash artist? Getting rid of Oasis? One damage on Oasis? Or is there more stuff that I'm not aware of?
The Vambrance?
Yeah.
There's some cards that do damage prevention. Isn't there sand cover?
Okay.
Yeah, so I
Alright.
think there's some niche things.
If you're gonna Oasis my
Yeah.
Command and Conquer, let me just pay one more and go ahead and hit your arsenal anyway. Easy block here.
Easy block from, yep. This is Zach's going to do a little 4 breakpoint, make an Ash.
Because I played a red card, I can pitch one.
Yep.
To
Next second.
get my secondary resource going.
Yep, I think at turn 1 of Jeremiah, you're focusing on getting your Ash economy up. You need to get as many Ashes as you can, so when you draw those big dragons or draw even the smaller ones that you have you can practically play them. There's nothing worse than drawing dragons and not having Ash, you know?
Right. Well, there's nothing worse than flesh and blood.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things worse than that.
Oh, no, Terra Sunder.
Oh, my
Enough.
goodness.
Early on, this is
How
going to be
could
hard.
this happen to me?
So this is a scenario where if he had the Ash cover, right, he tried blocking one, Vor could Remembrance theoretically and ruin that perfect block in a way,
Right.
and then he could get the discard off of that. So there's some, I think there's some niche interactions that might be necessarily worth it for swinging tempo in this matchup.
Right. We do have 4 block showing on our equipment. So, this is only for 7. We could do 3 + 2 + 2, and that'll stop one of these. We can't stop every Terra Sunder.
No, you
I
can't.
think you want to maybe take the early Terra Sunder where you can just still like, as long as I get to choose which discards, maybe I'll keep my best dragon and keep my best pitch.
I think that's correct.
And make a dragon and just try again next cycle for cards.
Yep, and Zach Wallach with the Ghostly Touch, another necessary thing to defeat Oldham as Dromai is it's going to take a Dragon Soul every time it gets popped, and as many counters as it goes, you can swing it at the Oldham at the very end. It's a great finisher. So Zach's it's going to be a long game because he has to build those counters up in order to guarantee the finish on Oldham.
Right. Because there's a thought process of what's my Oldham opponent's health? I need my Ghostly Touch higher than that, plus like the cards in their hand. Like it's like magic numbers for baseball playoffs is the only thing I can remember in the real life for that.
Yeah. And Zach's you're at 40. You know, it's like okay, like you get the Terra Sunder early. It doesn't hurt when you get hit by Terra Sunder when you're at 10. You know.
Yeah, sigils probably come into.
Yeah.
Buckling Blow. What would we put a counter on? Definitely the. They're actually after the Ghostly Touch to eliminate that in-game plan.
Oh no, definitely. Vor being able to pressure Ghostly Touch is very interesting. I haven't seen too many Oldhams yet to be able to pressure it, and so this puts Zach in a very awkward position, not allowing him to develop his dragon economy any further. The Wallach.
Oh my goodness. Take
the move.
1, but get rid of the rest of it,
Sorry, that was
and I
loud,
get
chat.
so
I got
much
really
Ash.
excited.
But that's going to end up being like, well, I don't really have a turn unless the card in my arsenal is Dromai.
Yep.
But that's fine. Just going to immediately draw back up. A Nothos Oldham, that's a recent thing. What is a Nothos Oldham doing?
Anothos is just great. Anothos is swings for 6. It allows you to put cards back into your deck and pressure. I think it's just a great way to pressure Zach's health, honestly. And with Zealous, CNC2, looking good.
5 + 6. We take the 5. That's kind of like what we've seen with like looking for a scrap and some other Scar for Scars. Like, yes, it's a go again. That's pretty big, but there's no on hit, so who cares? I think the Van Brace is also turning on a Nothos. That's why they're played together. Is because I can pitch another card to turn on Van Brace, and now my Nothos is coming in for
Oh,
6.
that's an interesting perspective. Okay, I didn't think about that. That's super cool.
Uvia is coming in. Uvia is one of the best dragons in this matchup because we want to build a dragon army of 1/1s because Oldham doesn't want to block things under 3.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
true.
you can with Crown of Scenes, but if there's 7 1/1 dragons coming in, Oldham's going to go, well, great. This is just going to run over me unless I pop, pop, pop.
Yep, that's exactly correct. Having those small little dragons bite at his feet definitely nicks away over time all of Oldham's extra armor and health. Thankfully, though, Vor doesn't have much armor, just the crown and the tunic, really. So all the blocks are going to have to come out of hand or be popped.
I think Matthew played so quick that Zach didn't see it, and like for a second was like, "What are you gonna do?" And he's like, "Bro, I already pitched, and here's a disable."
Yep.
I think this is a red, so this is 9 damage.
This is red, correct. I don't know. I think it's 7, isn't it?
I think blue is 7.
Blue 7? Oh, that's strong.
Yeah,
So then it's 9.
It's a 5 cost.
Yep. Guardian cards.
They're too good.
And this is coming directly at Zach's face. So Matthew Warrior is choosing these early rounds. He's like, I have health. I have priority now. I'm just going to go straight for the face and hope that he can't set up.
Because the 90-10 on Oldham's side that we joke about is like, if I aggressively hit Dromai over and over again, they won't be able to set up the Ash, to set up the Dragons, to set up the end game. Who cares about the end game if I beat you in the first 5 turns? It's not 5 turns. That's kind of gross, but first 10 turns instead of going into a 30-turn thing. What's the longest Flesh and Blood game you ever played?
Flesh and Blood game I ever played, man. I've probably when I first started learning playing against Oldham, I've slammed my head against that wall so many times. I've done like an hour, 20 minutes. Like definitely just took a long time to get that matchup and think about what the proper ways to do it. And Oldham's the perfect little body bag to do it because he likes sitting there and just responding to all your tricks and shenanigans. Zach was able to block out and play, a very important dragon here that will allow his dragons not to get popped. This is one of the dragons in this matchup that I think Vor has to prioritize because if this stays up, Vor cannot just say no on a big dragon board.
Right. Mirage is how you can remember that one.
Yeah.
People in the chat, there's been a couple people that are like, why is Oldham here? Oldham does not rotate until July 3rd.
Yep.
So this is basically the last hurrah. There's no living legend points being given out today, but somebody will get a cold foil or a gold foil with a G
and a PTI.
And a PTI. So that's why everybody's behind us.
2K cash.
$2,000 will be given out to the top 8.
Yep.
So somebody's gonna have lunch money.
Oh man, that's always the best thing. We were out about last night having lunch or taking dinner after this with everybody. It was a lot of fun. That's where you had that chicken sandwich.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember it differently.
I remember had a great time. Like, woke up refreshed. All right.
Back for 1. Now we go to 39.
Awesome. No
38.
poppers there. Matthew, a little hesitant now. He's going to keep his full hand. I think he's going to try and clear dragons this time. It's getting a little out of hand. You got Uvia. You got Misty Dragon.
Yeah. So that's going to be the 5 go again at Miragai, which will knock her out.
Yep. And then
what is next? We can see the Glacial.
A Terra Sunder, second one coming down.
And now this is the time where you would block with equipment twice, probably, if there's something you value in your hand.
Yep.
Because it's 2. We can't just take 7 again. Unless we have a big health gain plan, which hasn't really been a cornerstone of Dromai recently. That was like an idea in the back of, you're always playing 3 sigils because they give your dragons go again. You're always playing 3 oasis because then now you have 12 health extra. Beating Dromai with 52 health is almost impossible.
Yeah, I remember when she first came out, people were really leaning into kind of like more of a cushiony build, but I think it's much more sleek.
Right.
Now we're going to see the armor blocks coming down. This is exactly correct.
3 + 2 + 2.
What's that equal?
7.
There we go. 7 good blocks. No discard. I think that that's what the armor's for, is for those big dominating attacks. And Oldham is different, you know. He doesn't have too much access to dominate besides Macho Grande and these Terra Sunders. So blocking that Terra Sunder with the armor, I think, is correct.
Uvia at the beginning of every turn, Zach has the opportunity to turn one of his Ash into a baby dragon.
Now
They're
that
called Aether Ash Wings, not baby dragons. So somebody designed that. So
baby
I'll
sharks,
go ahead and use it.
I want some altars that are baby sharks. Kids love that meme.
I feel like Mama Shark's Uvia. Who's Daddy Shark in this deck?
Yenderai.
That's the wrong.
That's the wrong answer.
Yeah, what?
Well, Tomatai is like a crocodile.
Oh, okay.
He kind of rolls around, gets angry.
I feel like Tomultai has been the end-all be-all best dragon if you had to ask all these players.
What?
Dracona Optimi, nobody.
Optimized, Dad? No.
Matthew is drawing amazing right now because he's getting all of his go-again attacks to spread the blocks out enough where Zach can't set up. Zealous Belting number 2. We've seen 2 Enlightened Strikes? Just 1.
1, I'm pretty sure.
The Rouse the Ancients are going to be another one of these. Rouse the Ancients requires blocking. Zach said, I don't care about this time. But now here's another one.
So you're right. We've seen 2 Easter eggs.
Yeah, I didn't know it was like that. He's putting a card underneath, or he's thinking about it. Does he want to draw a card to turn on his Crown of Seeds, or does he want to...
So a couple of things I've noticed. So Vor has a very go wide build right now. You're seeing the Zealous Beltings. You're seeing the E-Strikes. You're seeing... I wouldn't be surprised to see like some more go again enablers. So he's a very aggressive Oldham. He's not the Oldhams that you love that sit there and block and pitch stack. And remember they can play Channel Lake Frigid.
Oh, I thought that was a Icelander card only.
So this is going to be a real beatdown game for sure. This is going to be more of a Guardian Oldham than a Winter Oldham.
That was 7 damage, getting blocked perfectly by 7 block. Build another dragon. Sweeping Blow is one of the best things to do because you're pitching a red, and it says do 3, go again, and build an Ash as well. So that's one of the best. I don't know if you're one of those people that talks like card positive or Ash positive or Ash negative. Sweeping Blow is probably one of the best things you can do to be Ash positive. We're getting to the part of the weekend where we all get really loopy, and somebody is just throwing water bottles in the background.
Despicable.
We're talking with an Ashwing, which does have an Ash under it technically, which means it can be popped by Phantasm, which Macho Grande is one of those where you're like, well, I'm kind of glad you're popping it with that, because now you're not going to dominate me with a blue card 6 turns from now. Or 15 turns from now.
Yeah, once again, the access to dominate, super huge here, I think, because Zach is willing to give cards and block and be patient and build his dragon army, his empire over time. But if you can't make it so you can do that, you're going to leak so much damage. And being at 22 is scary for most heroes. Thankfully, Dromai might have some ways to get more health. I might have ways to come back a little bit. But it's still losing almost half your health right now. Dromai doesn't have the best dragon army.
Right.
Zach has to be a little bit worried.
Sweeping Blow again. We're building Ash. Yeah, let's kick Ash. I don't know. Who cares about that kind of stuff? Kick Ash, bro.
We gotta kick Ash.
We're gonna kick Ash. Make some kick Ash dragons. I guess that is the first pop of the game. That's why there's 1 on the Ghostly Touch. I missed that. We're gonna make a dragon. This is Ash negative because you don't get to pitch a red to bring Chromai out.
But you do play a Passing Barrage, which is also super solid. Having 2 of the things that Matthew Forward doesn't want to see, things where it makes it, or if he pops a dragon once again, doesn't end the turn, and he can potentially take a lot of damage.
Right. Passing Mirage means this is Chromai, not Chromai, Miragai, but on an Aura. It was up there for about 6 seconds. Math Boar said, I am not about that life. Here's an Othos on that.
But
didn't even move the hammer. Everybody knew what was going on.
Communicated that perfectly. But now this gives Zach Wallach a pivot point. Matthew Vore has been a great job at pressuring him, not allowing him to have a full hand, making some sacrifices on armor. But guess what? Zach has an arsenal. Zach has a Chromai. Full hand. He is about to rain down.
Right. Dragon Lady is
Dragon.
One thought process too is this is how this matchup works. Is most of the damage is going to go towards Dromai in the first half of the game, And then around 22 minutes left in the round, or 25 if we want to get technical. It'll be like, I have all my stuff set up. You've used some of your best attacks. I've used some of my best blocks. What's left in our decks? Can you take out these dragons if you've already used all your go again attacks? And any time that Zach puts down 3 dragons in one turn, Oldham is immediately behind, and then it's I'm going to turn on the gas and try to get this gone. This is a Mage Master Boots from Arcane Rising, everyone's favorite card. Pitch a red.
Another passing mirage.
So now any dragon I play will have protection. Yes, you got rid of my last passing mirage, but I can do it all over again.
Yep.
Chromai isn't the best one to use with this because Chromai gives you an action point back. But we see Dust. Viscerai's Dust is there.
There's
What does
5
Dust do for
dust.
people that are wondering what?
So
I
what,
know Ash. What's a Dust?
so what Dust does is it's like an item how you would put on like a passing mirage or an aura, and instead of it being like a typical ash, it's just an ash for a certain dragon. And when you are able to create that ash, whenever to create that dragon, yeah, you pitch it. But when you create that dragon, it takes away the phantasm from it,
Right.
because it's like this is from where it's from. You're not making it out of thin ash. This is the ash from where it's from. So it's not just an illusion. It's very real.
And the Red Desert one makes Viscerai unpoppable.
Which is
So now you have to hit a 1 damage dragon with your 6 damage hammer.
Yep.
Which a ninja would be like, this is the best day of my life, but a Guardian's probably like, this is the worst.
Yeah, no, you're starting to see Zach going very wide, and with the Nothos, you can only swing one, and most of the time you want a Nothos to be getting 2 cards out of Zach Wallach's hand. You know, that's what it's there for, is to make it leak damage, to make it very hard to block efficiently.
Right.
Let's see, but he's at 31. We still got time. He might have a way to, you know, we've seen the Zealous Beltons, we've seen the E-Strikes, a way to kind of clear and fix this up a bit. But definitely that passing Mirage, I don't think you'd go for next turn, because that would be your only.
Wow. We're going to pop a baby dragon, but we have an action point. Do you swing it again, or do you play this? He had a second Dust.
Yeah, you run 2 of
That's
them.
crazy.
You run 2 of them if I'm familiar, just because it's so strong, giving that one very spooky dragon with a giant mouth no phantasm.
And if you're like, I thought Flesh and Blood wasn't a board state game. What is going on here? Not the hour for you to watch, because there's going to be a lot of cards being placed down here. Disable's going straight towards Zach, which is interesting because now it's Zach can block with all 4 of these cards and say, who cares?
Yep.
And just swing with Chromai for free, basically, and then Yindarai. No, you probably swing Yindarai with the protection of the stuff. Did he just take the whole damage?
That's scary.
Yeah, Matt, this is going to be the 3 dragon turn,
What's
probably.
cooking? What's cooking in that hand, Zach? Let's see.
Azalea.
Zach has 5 ash too, which you can do anything. The world is yours with 5 ashes.
The world is yours.
Show me the world.
This is protected by passing Mirage. It's going to give an action point whether it gets popped or not.
Yep, that's super strong.
Azalea is interesting because it splits the damage. So you'll be leaking damage unless you use 2 cards, one to do physical and one to do arcane. And
Yeah,
even though it does total of 2 arcane, you can't target the same one twice.
Yeah. That's correct. Yeah. I think Azalea is like really good in the mirror, because if you have like other things you can target, Azalea can just clear them. That's what that little lightning bolt coming out of his mouth does.
Right.
Yeah.
It really takes the baby dragons out of the equation. This is an Aether Ashwing.
Yep.
This is where Matt could be like, okay, I'll pop it.
Pop the Ashwing, very nice.
But it's a 1 damage dragon that gets popped.
Yep. And he still has an action point, right? Because
Right.
of Chromai?
Chromai is putting in work, which we're going to set up another board
A time
card.
snap, yep. That one's insane because, once
That's
again,
the Ghostly Touch.
yep, that's exactly correct.
Okay, here comes Matthew Vore is going to go. I have 43 health now by using the Sigil, but you've done 8 damage to me, so we're at 31.
Still 3 very strong dragons presenting here.
Or 12 damage to me. I just did the worst math of my life.
You have the red dust. You have a time snap potion. Zach's going on the offensive.
Here we go. We're going to do Miragai again.
Misty Dragon.
Protection on your first dragon attack. No Phantasm anymore. Ooh, Chromai first.
Chromai.
Keeping Chromai up as long as possible. So smart.
As a brute player, with a lot of 6s, which 4 of these dragons would you go to pop if you had the popper?
I love popping Yendurai because then I don't have to attack him. And
That's actually really fair because that's really annoying to deal with, and that 3 damage starts adding up over time.
I would love to pop Miragai, but they never swing with him. Number 2. This is crazy. This is where it gets out of hand is when there's multiple chromais in the building.
So
Because they can just synergize with each other of, yeah, I don't really care if you pop one of my smaller dragons. I guess we missed Uvia's funeral. When did that happen?
Oh, a long time ago.
Oh my
Long time,
gosh,
Blake, come
what
on.
am I doing?
For anybody also
I
new,
thought like Uvia was over here by the helmet or something.
there's the pop on that chromai, but he has so many action points now. He has time snap potions. He is looking good at keep swinging. For everybody first time watching Zach Wallach, his deck is very interesting. It has all the Marvel dragons, but double the amount you traditionally have because he doesn't want to take them out of the sleeve and ruin them. So he keeps a side deck of each one to be able to put on top.
I'm supposed to feel sorry for Illusionist playing stuff like this. Come on. And imagine Zach now he has lost in thought in 3 weeks, and it's like, don't worry, I'm saving my popper so I don't get ran over, and then you just get lost in thought, and it's like, oh well, you got to draw better.
Every time like you lose, I'm just gonna say, just draw better.
Yeah.
See how fast you can.
I wish I could.
We're
Thinking about blocking here.
Yeah.
I'm assuming Azalea that's the one
Dude,
that's a little bit further.
13, 31, 31, and 13 are the same, but if they're
Dude.
backwards. If that makes sense.
Mirror match.
Dude.
So it's a 90-10.
What's
each
that
way.
called? It's same.
Palindrome.
Palindrome. There you go. Thank you, Tech. It's a palindrome we're in now.
His name isn't Tech.
Thanks, guy. I appreciate.
What are we gonna do? Are we gonna swing with the indirect? I don't think you do, because if there's a third one, that sucks. But he's gonna do it. I wonder what the 1 purple dice means.
How many action points he has stacked, probably?
Because that's already on Dromai.
Well, but he has one of the action points also on Yendurai as well for attacking. I think right now, like he used one of them.
Oh, it has go again. Okay.
Yeah.
Got
That makes
it.
sense. And then so he has another
That is
one.
an interesting way to do that. I have not seen that before.
Yeah. How many times have you hit a 6 on Scabbies?
I have not seen that before.
that's what you
Boys
can
in the booth are tired. We can tell. We have food poisoning. Yeah.
You have food poisoning.
Sheesh.
I have.
Also, we're watching an Oldham match and trying to make it interesting one final time. Passing Mirage number 3 is going to provide protection again. Matthew Vor's like, I've already taken care of this twice. Thank God this is the last one. Unless there's a remembrance to put another couple in.
I imagine you might have remembrance in this matchup, but I think it all depends.
You
on
would care more about the Rake the Embers, which we have not seen Zach play a single one of those yet.
Those always get buried. Those like I want this card in this matchup, and they're like at the bottom half of your deck every time, right?
Hammer, we don't even move the hammer once again.
Oh, it's the endurance counter, not the action
Yeah.
thing. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
We need an endurance map fab metal token.
Yeah, I mean, or just a different color than what
Yeah.
we're doing action points. I guess it's been
those
there
are
the
the
whole
same
time,
one,
so
yeah.
that is on me, guys. Thank you guys in the
colors.
chat.
The colors confused us. They're the same.
Zach hasn't had a threat at his life total in about 3 turns, but Matt Vor has only lost 7 health in that time.
Yeah.
So it is kind of like, here's your open window, but how come you haven't busted through the window yet? And I think we're waiting for Viscerai to show up, because then that'll
Yeah, he's
put in
had
some
set up for that.
absolute work.
Yep. He is definitely set up for that.
You can't do, can you do, oh my gosh, can you do, with Irish Dromai, can you do take dusts and turn them into swings? I don't think you can, right? They're not
No,
the
because
right-
dusts are like a consumable. It's like it's different. It's like it's a material. That's what it's a material. It's not a because Irish Dromai uses auras to
Auras,
swing.
okay.
Yep. So you cannot.
That's
That'd
why
be
you can't
broken.
swing at them. Okay, got it.
That would be broken though.
All right, here's the play. We are making another Yendurai. They're going to put a purple 1 on it. That's going to be the endurance counter.
Yep.
That means it's basically like a shield that the first time damage happens 2, you prevent 3 of it.
Correct.
Unless you Vambrace? Does that work? Interesting.
That's very interesting.
Maybe that's how that works too.
I don't know that interaction. Is Vambrains because they can't prevent damage?
You could swing an Anothos for 4, but then you wouldn't have an extra one to pay
No.
for. Yeah, that doesn't make
Maybe
sense.
we'll see.
Dromai's coming in.
I want to see the Vambrains put work in.
Action point. This is not a popper, so we're taking 1 damage from Matt. Here comes Sweeping Blow. Believe this will be a blue one. This is one of my favorite cards to go. I will never block a blue Sweeping Blow in my entire life. Just go ahead and.
I'll take the 1. Yep. Pocket Sand.
The reason why it's called Iris Dromai is because you use Iris of reality.
Yep.
So you just put an H in there. And then
That
Dromai, instead of her name doesn't really seem Irish, you go Dr. Omai, like Soulplane has in the chat.
We're just a bunch of silly people here in the
Yeah.
Fab community.
Creativity.
Yeah, silly names.
We're figuring out which dragon. How about Yindarai number 1? Immediate pop.
Look
Up
at-
to 6.
We got producer Justin. He's admiring Zach because he's also a Dromai.
He's trying to learn everything Zach has by
Great
osmosis,
opportunity.
so he can do it in Las Vegas. And
Also going to Nats.
month-
Also going to
2 months,
Nats.
yeah.
Yep.
We're doing the second Yindarai. Is there another popper in your hand?
Matthew's been doing a great job of managing these dragons. There was much more dragons out on the field before this, and he's doing a good job of kind of keeping the wave of them back and still being able to remove them. At 21 health, life's a resource. Zach's at 13. Remember that big swing he
Right.
took. So
he took damage from the Yindarai that I thought was happening, and then Zach was like, go ahead, I'll do Maragai because I don't think you have a popper, or I'm just trying to get damage, or I'm trying to get a card out of your hand maybe. And Matthew said, nope, it is a popper. We'll go ahead and get rid of that big pain that is Maragai. This is where Zach is hoping to draw in his next 2 hands. A Viscerai puts him very far ahead.
and there it is.
Rake the
Ash.
Embers number 1.
Rake.
So this will make 3 Aether Ash Wings, up to 3, which he has so much Ash right now where that does make sense to do for him.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a healing.
Baby dragon.
Yeah. Aether Ash Wing for 1. What are you going to do? But he did not use Chromai. So if this does get popped, there is no action point anymore, which is fine. Zach is like, I'm doing this on purpose.
He needs to build those
Instant
counters.
speed. I will go ahead and gain 3.
Nice.
Sigil of Solace, but not the Merlion. Then we're going to pitch
More Ash.
to do our Flamescale Furnace.
Dude, Flame's
I
so
feel like
sick.
Flamescale Furnace is probably one of the best designed legendary equipments of the game. Whoever did that one, I would love Flamescale Furnace for other heroes. That'd be very cool.
Matthew being able to clear another big dragon out of the way. Chromai going off the board. Zach didn't have too much of an impactful turn besides setting up that rake. You saw it was a sigil. You saw it was Oasis. You want to see a dragon that's so defensive. So, but I think we're kind of leveling out a little bit. You're seeing Matthew get kind of stable. You're seeing Zach kind of going a little bit on the back foot as he's trying to find the right answers to keep pressure going. Another rake here would be massive for Zach if you can pull it off, because that would just completely refill the board. And now you have 5 baby dragons at home you got to deal with.
And there it is.
There's the second rake.
Sheesh.
Look at that. Now he has 5 dragons.
So what this is representing is anytime Matthew gets exhausted of poppers, we can just dump 5 damage.
And Chromai coming down as well, replacing the one that Matthew took the time to remove last turn.
That's some of the most annoying thing when you're playing Dromai is like, I'm going to get rid of this dragon, and then you immediately replace the same dragon down the next turn, and you're like, all right, well,
There's 3 of them, Blake.
thanks for everything.
It's going to happen.
All right. We're not going to pitch for Ash this time around.
Yeah.
Thunderquake, nothing to sneeze at.
A blue one. No heave, just a lot of damage coming down. That would be, if Zach would say no blocks, that would take half of his health. I don't think that would happen. I think that he probably wants to block at least a little bit here.
But it is vanilla, so there is the thought process of, who cares? More dragons.
Yeah.
I've got sigils coming up. Justin just gave somebody a thumbs up and nod. So I wonder if that's Evan. the superstar.
I think that was his friend Angie Rudin right there.
Oh, nice. Those are the 3 best dromai players I feel like in our area.
Yeah.
Until Steve Lee shows up for all this stuff.
Then he just wins it all.
The time snap potion that you're wondering about, the whole thought process behind that is so. Oh, not you. The chat's wondering about it.
I'm wondering too.
Oh, you're wondering?
I'm wondering.
That's so you can get around your opponent popping ghostly touch whenever you put down like a. I guess he's done with all his passing mirages.
Was it like semblance? Doesn't that make it so it doesn't have phantasm anymore?
Right, but that's super expensive.
Confirm.
Both doesn't block and requires a blue to play.
We need Mara here to tell us.
This is a dragon. This doesn't have go again because we haven't played a red card. Winky face. We probably have sigil in hand. That's kind of the thought process there.
A little sync.
Sigil to give it go again.
Very nice. Very nice.
Now we're close in life. Here's a Thrashwing number. Do it, Zach. Do it.
Do it. Do it.
No, I gotta rate my life totals, shake my hand a bit, talk about what I'm thinking about doing.
He's playing his thought process. Oh, okay.
I think they may be doing the whole, I'm going to attack you with every dragon, I'm going to attack you with this, which isn't very visually interesting. Or I bet there is a life total discrepancy right now. Because something... Okay, all right. Dragon number 2.
Back to play.
Good thing I didn't hold that the whole time. That one's going to get popped.
Oh, okay.
We'll go to 10. So the magic number... Yeah.
What's the magic number? It's like a certain amount over what they're having. It's like
it's not going to be right
like
now.
6 or 7 over
we
what?
We need Matthew Vore to lose another 9 or 10 health. This is what we were talking about earlier. Of Rouse the Ancients is going to be able to spread Zach pretty thin of blocks because the Nothos after this kind of makes this a 7 + 6, 13 damage turn.
Yep.
We haven't seen Tumultai yet. So far, I don't think the equipment on Matthew's side has really done anything that if he had Tumultai, this game would have been over by now.
Mm-hmm. No, Tumultai would have been huge, but of course, it's a 1 of in the deck.
Right.
And it's in the bottom half of your deck every time, right? Right on the matchups you need it.
These guys always have a turn 3 against every wizard they ever play. So stop playing that deck.
Turn 1 Tumultai against Wizard just hurts so much.
That is how Zach won his AGE finals.
Wait, look in the hand. Do you see that? It looked like a little crocodile baby. A little Tumultai in his hand as
my
well.
Goodness.
Speaking of the devil.
I think it's cool too to like, oh, I love Tumultai so much. It's my sleeves. Like
He is the one. I think one of the best dragons at that rarity.
Yes, Dominion can just really ruin somebody's day too. We haven't seen that yet.
So can blow up your equipment.
Yeah, I mean, they're both super strong in pretty much most situations.
Yeah,
Doing some anime hand thing? That was crazy. He was like this. He was like so sick.
Just stretching his hand like?
He's thinking. I think this is a matchup too where they have played it so much, but once again, if your opponent has like a card you didn't expect, or there's so much bluffing in person where maybe you look across and you're like, okay, there's no way he has a popper. I saw him look at his cards weird when he drew them. That could be a tactic too of I'm double bluffing you.
Still has that also dust, so you're going to have a viscerai come down and be really difficult for Matthew Vore because it won't be able to get popped.
Somebody said Dominion has been gone for years.
Worst dragon in the trash. Okay, and a sink. Rouse the Ancients is really strong here.
Right. We're blocking all of that. Now 6 more. I wonder what he was trying to get off of Sync. If he's like, if I draw Viscerai, I'll take the Nothos.
Mm-hmm.
I bet that is what's going on. Great. We did move the hammer this time, so that's nice. Which one is this? Is that an altar, or is that just what
This
that
is
looks
that
like?
shiny,
That's
bro.
Billowing Mirage.
Yeah,
We're going to make a dragon and then 3 with go again.
Cold foil shows on the screen a little better than the rainbow foil. That's what that is, I think.
Okay. So this will give dragons go again. So we can do 3 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 3 + 3.
It, like, Billowing Logic gives it straight up?
This has go again on it.
Yeah, the Billy Mudge has go again, but you're saying
Yeah.
that Billy Mudge.
Because it's a red, yeah.
Oh,
It
he
gives
plays
Elder
red, and then it
Dragons
gives
red.
yeah, it makes
Yeah, yeah,
select,
yeah.
I thought you like active.
Hero power.
Dromai does it. Yeah, hero power. Hero power.
That's why you need to play Crush Confidence
Yep.
against dromai. Stop her in her tracks. And then just block it all and pass. That'd be the worst.
All right.
Matthew's going to be
Hashtag
popping.
one. You think he's gonna pop it?
Always be popping.
He has Chromite, right?
That one's gone. Okay, so
one
you're,
action
you're
point
wasting your poppers on my 1 damage Ashwings.
But then he can swing. So the whole point is it shuts down the turn right there. He doesn't leak any more damage, and then he just swings at the big ones.
Right.
You pop the small one, swing the big one. Pop the small one, swing the big one.
So we're going to do Buckling Blow one more time. Interesting. This is a...
His deck might be triple
a
sleeve.
blue and a
I'm not
blue?
100% sure.
Is this 4 pitch or 5? I thought Buckling Blow was 4. Because I know those are 2 blues, or maybe... You wouldn't play Macho Grande yellow, would you? I'm
Macho
worried about
Grande
I'm
yellow?
worried about the wrong thing.
No.
We're Buckling Blow.
Yeah.
We could really mess up a piece of equipment, which would be the Ghostly Touch, so we could buckle it later. That's the idea there.
Yep, yep.
Justin's looking up in the air.
Have we seen a buckle get pitched?
I don't think so.
Hmm.
Maybe it's
still
just a
buried in the
blood, but
deck.
why would you have Buckling Blow red?
Yeah.
He's been using Crown.
Yeah, has been using
that's-
Crown. Yeah, he might be hidden. Yeah.
But it hides it from the commentators,
I know,
too.
that's not very nice.
This is Rake the Embers, the final one, unless we start doing this.
Yep.
Dragons just went from 3 to 6.
That's exponential value, Blake.
Matt was like, okay, that sucks because I've been trying to get these dragons out one by one, and now there's you just made 3 more.
Yeah, he does have oversleeves. I can see in the on the little border.
Cranial Crush. We're going to put the squeeze on Dromai's head. If this hits her for 4 or more, won't be able to draw cards. I don't know if that was anything that Zach was trying to do. Also, you can't really take 8 damage. So what Zach's doing when he's thinking about blocking is like, is this part of my endgame plan or not? Block with all the cards that aren't my endgame plan, and keep the other ones, which is kind of like, okay, duh, Blake, but it is blocking 7 of 8. Somebody says Moraga in a blue, and he's good. I could agree with that. Good idea. Viscerai, possibly an Arsenal.
Probably an Arsenal. You would have to have seen one by now.
Yeah.
There's no way.
That is not a legendary, so there could be 3.
I know there's typically it's 2 dusts, maybe 3 Viscerai.
That'd be crazy if you ran 2 dust and only 2 Viscerai. You're trying to get him out.
No.
This is just the perfect time.
You run 3 dust? Doesn't it?
No, 2 dust.
Yeah, it's 2
2
dust.
dust,
Yeah.
but 3 Viscerai. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can block with
Burn them all. Really great here. Start leaking damage now.
Burn them all is great because, once again, split damage is just very oppressive at any point in the game, but definitely at the end.
Yeah.
The purple on this one is the arcane damage, not an endurance counter. So purple things could be anything.
1-1. Gonna pop it?
Pop. Arcane still goes through, though.
Yes, it does.
So there's not a pitch there, so Matt did take one there.
He pitches him Viscerai to the bottom. Maybe he's looking to pitch stack a certain order. Viscerai is going to come towards the end and force cards out of Matthew's hand.
Because if I force cards out of hand with Viscerai and then Ghostly Touch later, that just makes that Ghostly Touch damage. Okay, cool. We have 13 over here. Viscerai would make that a 19 damage turn. Spinal Crush is one of the best things Matt can play right now. Because if he can catch him with maybe a Remembrance and the 3rd Sigil, then maybe he wouldn't be able to block everything and maybe has to use a combo piece to block, which would be devastating. So there's still a chance for Guardian to get out of this.
I think Zach has some answers. He has D-Reacts. He has Instants. Matthew's not giving him too much room here, especially with this. This demands a block, right? This is something that says, well, guess what? You won't be able to swing back at all next turn against me. So Zach has to be efficient about how he blocks here.
I think what's interesting is that this is just an old dude with a hammer, and look how many dragons and other things that are going on. And that, like, this is what it takes to beat Oldham, is to have your 15 damage, or not 15 damage, your 15 piece combo, take 36 damage, and make sure you draw everything in the right way so you can keep going. We're gonna block 3.
Yep, as well.
I'm assuming there's gonna be a sink or something.
There is an Oasis,
Oasis
which
is
is going to give
better.
him +1 health as well, which is great.
Plus
We
1
love that.
health, plus 1 ash too.
Yep. So he had a decent blocking hand, it looks like.
Right. 3 plus 4 is take 2, but heal 1. Make sure you do that the right way. Fingers crossed. Draw 4, hope it's good cards. Crown with Tunic resource.
Yep.
That was what got the Arcane last time. Thanks, everybody. Sorry about that. Dragons.
Dromai.
Dromai. Even with no real cards in my hand, I can Dromai first.
An action point too, right?
And then I can swing with another dragon after this.
Yep. So you guys get 2 Dromai sick for this exact reason.
Right.
There you save. And you have the 1 Arcane.
That's going to hit the discard pile after getting
Pop.
obliterated by a 6 damage attack.
That's going to happen. He's got more resources here. See, Yandura is the dad. He protects the babies.
I like that.
Yep. He protect.
We don't have go again on dragons. We just have 1 action point left because we have not played a red. So this is a 3 damage attack.
Also pops.
And now it's maybe, I don't really care about these dragons because I'm just trying to get Ghostly Touch up.
Remembrance.
And let's see, we're going to go Dromai. 1 maybe target would be Rake the Embers number 4, but maybe it's just,
Mirage
no,
Eye.
we're doing this.
Passing. Okay.
This is the in-game combo with Ghostly Touch, nothing else. There's no point in getting queued of more baby dragons.
Yep.
It is build the exact combo you want, and now there's probably, I would say, 18 to 20 cards left in Zach's deck. So sometime in the next 5 turns, he can put this away. Can you do 5 turns in 10 minutes? Fingers crossed. I don't know if they have time extension. They kind of went a little late.
They should have a slight time extension.
They were pile shuffling like 5 times. That was this
That was before that. It was they got pulled for a different reason. They'll have a time extension anyways. When you get pulled for stream, it takes like we re-up you, so you gotta have some transfer time by when the time starts. So
this timer is mostly for chat, not for judging. I feel like that's one thing that maybe gets lost in a broadcast is like we are not the official like. Don't listen to like.
We're not the timekeepers.
Yeah.
We are here for your entertainment and knowledge.
Not to make sure that the people are honest. There's judges over there.
Sometimes our looks, but not all the time.
No.
Not all the time.
I wish. Zach, what do you have?
Show me what you got.
4 dragons. I think it's interesting, too, because you could put all that stuff in, and then you draw it in the wrong order, and you're like, what?
But after your remembrance.
Right.
You have to shuffle it, yeah.
You did shuffle, so who cares about a pitch stack on Zach's side now?
I think he got something really upsetting, something that doesn't allow him to produce momentum. It looks like a Burn Them All, an Oasis.
And that's
a
the
sink,
speed
maybe?
bump you could run into.
Yeah, I wonder what's in Arsenal.
What do you think, Viscerai?
And he's just waiting for the setup
Yeah,
for that.
that's what we think.
We
had to vote.
He ghostly touches Viscerai, make it impossible for him to block and just leaks damage.
Right.
Okay. Double block. Sounds
blocking,
good.
no
Azalea, Burn Them All, gone.
Some arcane damage is hitting the discard pile, so it's not going to be arcane that gets Matt.
Interesting. Zach, just going for the baby dragon, not playing any reds in order to go again. So this is the only attack coming through. It's going to be 1-1 because of the Burn Them All.
Maybe this is the 3rd sigil.
That'd be crazy.
That would make all this make sense. Because why would you keep these cards? Oh, we're going to remembrance number 2, maybe? There we go.
Wow, you're a dude.
No, I mean, I saw it. Yeah, there was no. It is an interesting thought of like, why would you keep the other? Why would you use the other cards to block if you're going to do this? Dromai, same exact 3 we picked last time. That's a very interesting thing of. I know I have 2 remembrances, but instead of doing like the first half of the combo and waiting for the second remembrance, I'm going to do the combo each time with Remembrance. So I know it's in there no matter what. And by combo, we mean passing Mirage. It'll go, I'm going to play my Time Snap Potion to give me 2 action points. I'm going to passing Mirage and then swing Ghostly Touch. And then Ghostly Touch will be protected by the passing Mirage. And there's other stuff like Chromai gives action points too. You just want to have some redundancy in what you have in your deck list still, so you can make sure the Ghostly Touch is protected. That's the whole point here. Anothos.
This is really scary.
6 damage Anothos.
Possibly threatening a pummel.
Which one of the? Oh, 3 cards on hand. Okay.
What if it's double pummel?
3 cards on hand.
Double
Oh,
pummel.
he tunicked? What happened?
You can use tunic.
Oh, yeah. No, he used. What happened here?
Why he has 3 cards in hand, 1 pummel. Or he had
I'm
rouses.
Okay. Put two rouse. We're just gonna Anothos for 10. This is a oh my gosh, you just die out of nowhere attack. But usually when somebody does this, they probably have a defense reaction, and they just don't want to deal with pummel and attack action later. We're gonna do even better. We're going to block technically 9 of the 10.
The wall.
We're gonna heal up.
Yep. And also it's funny because that was a defensive hand that he drew before, and that's what kind of really messed him up. But here, where Matthew Vore has been setting up pitch stack, and we kind of setting up a surprise finisher like this, he has actually a response on top of it, which is
Right.
great. Yep.
Offensive crown is something that I have not seen 100 times in my life, so that does make sense.
Used to them using him as a.
Yeah, I'm used to them ruining
Defensively.
all my breakpoints for the rest of my life.
I don't think the breakpoints matter too much here against those dragons.
No.
So you probably use it offensively.
Van Brace is going to do 1 more damage to Zach because we have the money.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, but we need to pitch. No.
Nope. He could, but it is not.
There is 1 left over.
I think
Yep.
Van Brance's attack.
I can count to 6. Yes, it's an attack
action.
An
Yeah,
attack-
it's not.
attack
It's not
reaction.
weapon. That'd be broken if it was a weapon, bro.
Zach is maybe going to play a second. Oh, no. Swing. Okay. You can't play the dust, really. I think this card has been stuck in his hand, or maybe he's like, I do want to do this stuff. I do want to keep this dust for something. We're blocking a 1 damage dragon with one of our best defensive cards, which kind of makes sense. Because use him when you got him. Maybe you're trying to get to your more offensive things to get this final 6 damage. Earlier, we saw him pop with a Macho Grande. Macho Grande is one of the best hits right now because it's one of the only ways that we can get Dominate. The other way we can get Dominate is to flip over an ice card right now, but Matt does not have an ice card in hand. That would turn this Glacial Footsteps from just a really powerful card to a very powerful card with Dominate. Right now, time of the round has been called behind us for everyone else.
They got an extension from before.
So
This is an accurate clock.
I think everyone, they technically, I'm the guy in the booth is saying 8 minutes.
Yep.
So go ahead and put +5 in your mind on this right now. Chromai.
Yep.
This is Chromai number 4 because we were remembranced. Yeechin is there. That's head judge Yeechin. He's going to make sure everybody is copacetic, playing everything correctly.
Shout out Yishin, head judge, been doing a great job running a great event on the judge side. And all our judge staff who came out today. 2 cold foil ALSs were pulled out of the judge packs.
Yeah.
Insane. We freaked out. We will see the videos later.
Okay, Viscerai is coming. I'm wondering if this means he's not using Dust of the Red Desert this time, or does he go grab the Dust of the Red Desert?
I do not think he's using it this time, no.
Okay.
He's keeping it
'Cause
there.
it is important to show the right stuff.
2 dust, 3 Vinny. You'd only need 2 Vinnies for the dust, right? And is it her first Vinny?
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct.
And so you've played a red card by playing Invoke Viscerai, so this dragon will have go again. Matt is checking Graveyard, checking Banish. Wants to make sure he knows what he's up against instead of getting surprised after doing this for 50 minutes. That would be the worst thing that could happen, is thinking something is coming at you when it's not and blocking the wrong way. Aether Ashwing Pressure
Very, very relevant here.
does 4 every turn. So technically, you could break a bigger. No, he's gonna say, I'm gonna be disciplined and break the first dragon you send me.
Yeah, but this is super important here. If he has the blue Macho Grande, dude. Zach's at 4 health.
I mean,
But Zach does have 1 armor on his furnace that might be able to.
blue
dig him
Macho
out.
Grande is 8, which that's crazy if Matthew gets out of this, because I eventually have been thinking like Zach has had the quote unquote nuts of like everything's going his way kind of in the mid game, but the remembrance kind of made everything not slow down, but it is like I want to draw these things. Okay, we're just gonna note those. So no Macho Grande yet.
We're gonna try and set it
We are
up.
going to. This is just 4, I promise. A note those for 4.
I think you're kind of hesitant here, right? Because you saw an immovable really early, just 1. Whereas the second one, just 1 immovable it would be a very out of like left park like field thing.
Right.
So he's probably like, well, wherever this other immovable is, it can stop me. So he wants to be very careful on how the approach is to finishing Zach. The wall. When you're facing the wall,
Right.
you better come correct, or else you're gonna get punished.
Because Pummel will punt it away if you have enough. Not Pummel on a Nothos, but like sometimes that surprise Nothos is for 10 now, can do some stuff.
Using
We're
the
getting
armor here.
rid of the armor. Oh,
Pummel overhead.
there we go.
The wall Wallach, knowing that's what's happening right now, was great reads.
So there's 10 damage coming in. We're blocking 8.
Matthew
So-
Vor's putting together some really excellent like finishers or like confirms, and Zach is just ready.
He's probably like, just die already.
Dude, I would be like that too. Oh my God, every time he has an answer, but that's why we call him the wall.
Pitch a red, play Miragai. Miragai offers protection to your first dragon. Now it's time to Viscerai. This
He
has
has
go
it.
again because we've invoked.
Burn them all.
This is where I am going to just hit you with everything I have and hope my 2 health sticks around.
And now we have our ghostly touch as well. We have our time snaps.
The other line of text that's on Viscerai, why he's so strong, is if any of this 6 damage hits Matt Vor, we will go ahead and do another 3 Arcane.
Yeah.
Just out of the sky. So 9 damage is represented here.
Out of the sky.
We're going to block 2. We're going to block 4 of the physical. And then everything else goes through. So that's 5 damage total. 2 physical, 3 arcane. What's the next dragon you want to send over, Zach? I think it would be interesting to maybe do Chromai just to... I don't know if he does not have a card in hand.
He does not have a card
So
in hand.
pretty face up here. He can't get to 11, though. So it is kind of like... How could you threaten lethal? You need to get cards out of Matt's hand so you don't have to deal with like a Macho Grande. Macho Grande could just put this away though. And then it's one of those things where one player is doing
You see it. I see it.
a,
It scares me.
1,000-piece puzzle and the other dude's playing a card with Dominate. You're like,
if you know he has it, you just go all in, right?
right.
So he couldn't pop it, right, because of the barrage eye, right?
Right.
There's the burn them all trigger having at the end. Oh, so
Macho Grande,
what's he draw?
Tunic plus 2 blues. I think Zach's probably going to go, dang it.
GG. Yep, Matthew Ford got it. Was very close to setting it up, but didn't quite just get it.
I think that is the first time I've seen Zach lose that matchup before.
It's a very grindy matchup for sure.
It does feel like we were more confident than Zach was maybe those last couple turns. Like maybe Zach knew the writing on the wall of, I was hoping to get this set up a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't have
I feel like he was doing the
given
best he
this
can.
room to Oldham. Like it'd be nice to get a Viscerai earlier. And then like Viscerai kind of took its time.
Yeah.
And we got a dust early, but the Viscerai took its time. We pitched one, we didn't play one.
Yep.
Then it was like, Viscerai's coming, I could attack with 6, or I want to wait for the dust. So maybe that 6 there, I don't know if it throws off Matthew, or if he's like, no, I got it like that. Completely. Time snap was maybe available.
taxing the hand is a little available, but once you go for it, then what do you have to beat Oldham after that?
He didn't have 11 damage of dragons, so it's like,
yeah,
what are you going to do?
It's a very hard matchup for sure, and not easy to pilot, and one that was played at the Pro Tour Finals.
Right.
And
That is what happened there.
Yep.
Even with Oldham winning, I think Matthew Vore will do the unthinkable and top 8 both days, which is very cool. I have not done that before.
We got one more round.
Somebody did that last year. That was Tao Tao that got top 8 at both the Battle Hardened last year in July and then the RTN we had the next day.
Yeah.
So he will join Tao Tao in doing that, which I think is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to go ahead and take a short break because we just used the whole hour.
Yeah.
There's no
We spent
interview
it with
here.
you. It was a lovely hour, Blake. Always enjoy. Thank you.
And then we'll have a thing where it's like, Zach is my dromai player that's like, don't worry, I'll never lose it. And then it's like, come on, Zach, you gotta
root
win
for him,
this.
underdog. He's
Come
definitely
on,
trying
bro.
here. But I'm excited to see who our top 8 is going to be. We have one more round.
Yes.
Stay tuned. Don't leave. Go get some snacks. We'll be right back.
Short break.
We back. It's the final round of Swiss.
Welcome to the 7th round. This is the last one right before top 8, baby. We've got 2 people that we play every Tuesday. And boy, does it suck to be in their meta because they're always kicking my ass. Now they're going to take one of each other out of the top 8. Let's get some energy going, y'all. I just went to the bathroom. I'm ready to go.
You're not even talking about your battles on stream today.
Yeah, no, I would never do that. We're going to do a dromai,
They're up
which
here.
you haven't seen. Oh, look up there.
Yeah, there they are.
Oh, my God. We're going to do a dromai versus a Lexi player. The Lexi player from round 1 that we're going to all root against as a family. We're going to root for Andrew Rudin so we can make Evan not be top 8.
Okay.
Because it's so fun to root against him, I promise.
We have got, hopefully in a game that will show off the trench a little more. We've got Evan Bridges, the Lexi from round 1, who really barely used that trench in the round game. We have to imagine that's going to be happening as we have him going against one of the premier illusionist players we have in Southern California, and Andrew Rudin. This dude is just, you know, top 5 XP player type of deal. Evan Bridges has been honestly on a tear recently, doing so well at the Pro Tour, qualifying for nationals, winning an RTN.
Who would have thought that playing Flesh and Blood 6 days a week all around the greater Los Angeles area would get you that good?
So you've got 2 players here at 5-1. Now, there's a very good chance they're both going to make it to the top 8 no matter the outcome of this round.
But man, I hope not.
That's not necessarily true. There was a draw right at the top tables between undefeated players, so we know how that can make things funky.
Really?
Yeah, there was a draw earlier in their, like, not last round, but the round before. So these players definitely still have a lot to play for here.
What's crazy is we never do draws at my locals. We're always just like, just play it out.
Yeah.
Sometimes we're there till 11:30.
Well, there's a difference in like tournament level Flesh and Blood versus, say, you know, your local armory. And these are quite literally our local armory players here at the top of this PTI Gold Foil AGE Open tournament.
And if you think you have deja vu when you see Andrew Rudin's complete massive money deck of dromai. Because Zach just had every single one. I feel like it's every dromai player though.
It's a thing, dude. It's a thing. Totally is.
He's probably got to wait. He's gonna pay extra to get the Merlion sigil. Yeah, the Hermione sleeves are back.
What was his explanation? I heard you ask the question.
Who? What happened? Oh,
what
was
Evan about the sleeves?
It was probably so boring. No, he was like, he's like, you don't
even remember.
He's like, I love her or something.
I don't think it was that.
He was like, she was my main squeeze back in the day. Lexi's my main squeeze now. I think was kind of the thought process if it's not verbatim.
We didn't have any dromai really on the stream at all yesterday because they didn't do that well. But we do have a dromai right here, definitely like very well looking like they're gonna get into top 8.
All right.
Right here with the Seeker's leggings in the legs, the Wave of Reality, which is going to really kind of shore up the breakpoints on those beginnings.
Evan's playing in the camera instead of focusing. I hope this backfires completely.
He's really just...
You're good to go, Evan. Just play, please. Wave of Reality was not played against Oldham because obviously you need Ghostly Touch. Wave of Reality, for anybody that's tuning in who's like, what does that do? It has Ward 1. And then when it breaks, make a Spectral Shield. So no matter what happens, it will block 2 points of damage. Unless Vambrace, but there's no Vambrace. So we can say that.
And so, well, yeah, on these arrows that Lexi's going to present that are often like a nice 4 breakpoint, sometimes a 5 breakpoint over like a D-React, the Wave of Reality is going to, again, shore that up for those first couple arrows, which can be really important as the game goes along. I do want to call attention
Seeker's
to the...
leggings.
Yeah, I do want to call attention to the artist proof that he just put to demarcate a used equipment there. It is the reason he's playing dromai today. He told me he played Oldham yesterday, but he wants to show off those artist proofs, and showing them off he is, as he's going to start this game.
Sarakai, I hope you have your battering bolt, fool.
and Evan Bridges only with the 1 battering bolt in the list.
I think 2 Command and Conquers too. So
okay,
3 total.
3 total poppers. We do have the Quiver of Abyssal Depths there just in case, and we just
in your opening hand, dude. How lucky! That's the down and dirty. I think that could maybe make a return when we Codex of Frailty.
Absolutely.
Just to get some popper protection. Of you can't mess with my popper with Dominia if it's in my arsenal.
We're going to start the turn after that with an Art of War. Now, Andrew Rudin, he didn't get to keep an arsenal, but he does have 2 Ash. Nice to start him up for the game. Starting your your game with 2 ashes is similar-ish to having an arsenal because you have some resources ready for you later. So we're going to first start off for Evan here. We've got 2 floating as we finish off this Art of War. Banish, draw 2, into the 3 of a
Three of a
kind.
kind. What does that card do?
He always has it. It's like when Evan comes
Yeah.
on camera, he just draws all the cards he wants in the exact order he needs. And now let's see what he's got. I see a couple of endless arrows. I'm seeing...
We already have a GG in the chat.
we
It's
have an
over.
infecting shot. But we're going to start with the Bolton shot because this is threatening the reload. There's no dragons on Andrew's side of the board, so you
Right.
can't just like automatically trigger the reload, which sometimes is nice off especially like your yellow and your blue Bolton
Yeah,
shots.
get a big dragon with that.
Yeah,
for
but here
sure.
we go with just the 5. So let's see again. Andrew, if he does have the D-react here, this is going to go ahead and shore up the damage if he wants to use it. But let's see how he wants to go ahead and block this out. Or
I wonder how fast and loose this is going to be. If, like,
these are 2 good friends.
yeah, they're like, something already went wrong. Call the judge. Fingers crossed that it's nothing too crazy, because it is literally turn 1. Somebody else from our local meta, Francisco, getting in on the action. Seeker's leggings. What are we talking about? Oh, they're wondering if he has 2 ash because what is the order of flame furnace? We'll go ahead and let them have some. Ooh, wrong button. Privacy. Some privacy, if you or UK.
So he used his furnace when he hadn't played a red.
Potentially is what they're wondering, or are they doing it? I don't know if that's going to be some crazy thing. We see Francisco running to grab Yichin, probably to appeal, or the thought process of, yep, Yichin is standing up. You're going to be able to see the back half of Yichin closer.
Head
It's
judge walking over there. They're going to resolve that.
I don't think it's too crazy in turn 1. Thank God it was turn 1 or whatever, instead of like the end of the game where it's like game losing if you're whatever. Andrew Rudin, very famously, will at like 2:30 in the morning be like, "You guys aren't sleeping, are you?" and say it into our group
Yep.
chat, and it's like,
Trying to get some
"Are you
games in.
practicing at 2:30 in the morning?" Like, maybe this is why you sleep so you don't do random stuff. Turn 1. Yichin's like, all right, let me
Let's
sit
pull
down
up
and
a
ruin
chair."
your life here. This is why I do this.
So yeah.
Do you understand what IP stands for?
So he used the Seeker's leggings. So would he not have had... Why did he... Did he just use the Flame Scale Furnace to make more ash?
I think what happened is he pitched 3 reds to make that.
Oh, so he wouldn't...
So he has...
So he's showing us here. So we activate the
we
Seeker's
activate
leggings.
Seeker's legging. We look at the top card. I don't know if there's anything with the opt that went wrong. Pitch 3 reds. Boom, boom, boom.
Activates Furnace to make
Oh.
2, and then plays Viscerai by...
We didn't play a red though, so you can't
Yeah.
activate furnace.
Yeah. So he activated Furnace to make 2, and then went ahead
And
and...
instead of being like, "Oh, whoops, you can't do that," Evan was so excited he hit a popper. He's like, "Great,
yeah.
great.
Yeah.
I'm gonna not think about this." It's kind of a irreversible fix, says Anthony. Vinny equals 3 reds. Yeah. So I don't know what this means. If it's just gonna go.
Interesting, yeah, to see how the players want to resolve this.
Yeah.
I mean, you probably just defer to the
I
judges. There's
mean-
no, at this point, this is a high-level professional tournament.
Right.
So there is certain...
Because these people on a Tuesday would just be like,
Oh,
"Oh,
sorry, man."
okay, let's
Let's
try
just fix it.
again." I don't know if it's like.
Because it did critically. I mean, Evan used a popper on that dragon, which
Right.
if that dragon was unable to be played, that's a popper that he's able
Right.
to plop into his arsenal for later in this game that now is sitting in the graveyard.
I don't think that, like, we just grabbed the rule book. Let's do, I don't know. How much privacy? I don't know.
Well, I mean, they're just talking.
We're just talking.
Yeah.
I just don't want anybody to go, no! I think it's going to be, can tell players are getting tired. It's 2 days in a row. Evan didn't play anything yesterday, so if he's tired, he needs to start.
Leave Evan alone.
Okay, I'll leave him alone. Andrew is tired because he played a lot of rounds yesterday.
He did.
And whenever they get done playing and they get eliminated from the tournament, everybody goes and plays
Cube.
some more games.
Yeah.
You just rewind, but they played so much. We got a lot of opinions in chat. I am not a judge, so I could never be a judge, to be honest. That's not how my brain works. We're going to write all this down.
Looks as though the judge is making a ruling.
High-level tournament, the thought process is just there's multiple rules sections.
Mm-hmm.
An armory on a Tuesday,
Casual.
casual.
Calling. First day.
Double, not casual.
There's
Battle hardened. So I think
professional, and then there's also like
yeah,
it's not advanced.
we're like the middle one for AGE tournaments. We're not the you'll immediately lose if you do something wrong. There's like a middle ground, which I think is how we do all our AGE stuff. Cool. Cool. So if you're aware of what football does, offsetting penalties, both players are going to get hit by a Yichin here. The worst person is going to be Andrew. He's going to get an IP2. So for the next 2 turns, he will only be drawing 3 cards. Game violation for Andrew Rudin. And then Evan Bridgen gets a violation for failure to maintain game state.
Because
So
it is also on your opponent
Yes,
to make sure
you
that
can't have your opponent continuously break rules and then call a judge later. That is also on you to do that. Famously known as in Pokemon, everyone gets docked for that because none of those people know anything. I also don't know anything, so that would happen to me. I think it's something that's interesting because Evan's one of our judges from yesterday. He was just so happy to have a popper, though, so it does make sense. Andrew's probably going to take maybe 6 damage will probably hit Andrew over the next 2 turns that wouldn't have happened.
because of the IP2.
And I think Dromai's kind of favored in the Lexi, so will the 6 damage matter? This will be this is why we play the game, is to have stories like that of like, oh crap, I would have been fine, but what happened here?
So Infecting Shot now coming in for 7. We're just going to give up the equipment and the Wave of Reality, which is going to create a Spectral Shield. We're going to lose the Crown of Providence, but we're not going to use the Sync effect. -1 counter on the Flame Scale Furnace, but we're going to make sure we don't take as much damage as Andrew Rudin has to be thinking for the next 2 turns. I am just protecting my life total, and I'm just going to have to start this game from less life.
Right.
Which is kind of how it has to be.
Right. This tournament is a local homegrown tournament, so we do. It's not like you guys know our stuff. It is like it's all on our website probably. I don't know if Evan got the warning. Yeah, we're having our man in the sky do that. Meanwhile, what is this?
Got an Infecting Shot being loaded with Go again, coming in again, coming out after Andrew here. This is going to be
That's the
blocked for
easy
6.
block. But look at this. Evan's just going to have 3 endless arrows at the worst possible time for Andrew to have this happen to him. Because, oh, don't worry, I'll only take 3 on each of my turns where I don't have this, but it's the worst arrow to do that to. Andrew's going to go, okay, great. This is my final turn of intellectual penalty. Do you want to hold this, Seven? We'll put this over here.
Would you like this?
Yeah, will you sign this for me?
So Andrew only drawing the 3 cards here because of the unfortunate mistake with the Flame Scale Furnace. So
unfortunately, this is a punish. Evan is going to be playing endless arrows endlessly.
And we do see in that hand as well a Lightning Press, which has some interesting niche use cases in the Dromai matchup as well, because you can basically have a DIY popper. If you give a blocking card plus 3 attack, all of a sudden, boom, it's up to 6, and it's popped a dragon.
Right.
So this is now going to just be coming in with the Go again. We have the Lightning Surge, or Lightning Press, ready to go in case Andrew tries to only block 6 here, which it looks like he is going to do. Lightning Press going to come through, make it block for an additional 1. No reaction from Andrew, so that Endless Arrow is going right back to hand.
This is something where, like, it kind of sucks because it's like, you would do this when you can set up board. You would take this damage to set up board. He's going to take this damage just because of a lapse in judgment or whatever we're going to call that, and then we're not going to have the board afterwards. Now we're going to be playing the whole time without this Flame Scale Furnace.
Yeah, now we have to give the Flame Scale Furnace and a 3 block to prevent that Endless Arrow from going even all the way back to hand.
4 cards now.
So at the end of this, you've lost your Flame Scale Furnace, you've lost all of your equipment.
Yeah.
You have 2 Ash and an Arsenal, but you're down 9 life. Perhaps it could be worse in terms of the life loss. Perhaps you could be sitting at a greater deficit, but losing all the equipment, especially the Flame Scale Furnace that early,
hurts.
That makes your 2 costs, as we saw with the viscerai guy, and greater, much harder to play.
Right. Which That's one of the things that kind of sucks about it is like I was using my Flamescale Furnace to get ahead, not realizing that, oh crap, and now I just will never have that ability. Like I was so pumped to use that ability and now I won't have it at all. I do like the artist proof covering up broken equipment. That's an
cool.
interesting new thing. Always evolving meta of showing off really cool things in Flesh and Blood.
That is a interesting part of the meta. We're going to go ahead and come in again with our second Art of War of the game for Evan Bridage. Like cribbage, but Bridage.
What's the lore behind getting an intellect penalty in the middle of a duel to the death? You stub your toe, or you get hit.
On the head really hard?
Yeah, you bonked.
You're dazed,
Yeah.
dazed and confused.
Premeditate, that's a good card to come after this. It's going to give the next arrow +3, and anytime the next card hits, next attack action hits, we're going to make a ponder.
So
The reason we're doing Trench, too.
Absolutely. All these ponder tokens, this is what Evan Bridges wants to be doing with this deck, creating as many ponders as he can. He doesn't care what he puts in that first or second arsenal zone because he can just trench it away, use it for resource. He doesn't mind if it's 2 attacks without go again. It's not going to matter to him. But we're getting +4 onto this arrow, so this one's coming in for 9.
Jeez. Take it is kind of like, what is the game plan when you are this far behind in both resources, not resources, equipment and health?
Endless Arrow here, coming in for 5 with the Art of War. We've already pondered once, so we're going to be drawing a card at the end of this turn. No matter what, the Heat Seeker is also going to put a card into our arsenal face up. That can't be trenched away. So whatever card comes in from the Heat Seeker, we're going to have to make sure we utilize on our next turn. This one's coming in for 5. Andrew, bleeding life, just taking the 9 there from the Heat Seeker after that Art of War and the Premeditate.
Is Trench does care about face down, face up stuff?
Yeah, I think it's face down.
Damn. Maybe it is bad. Trench! We're pitching.
We used our Snapdragons on the Endless Arrow, so we're just going to come in again with it.
And I think Andrew's just waiting, please stop playing this Endless Arrow. I'm tired of this. Because if this goes back in his hand, it's like, is Evan going to 40-0? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, we're already drawing a card at the end of this turn no matter what with the
Right.
Ponder token. So this is going to go back to hand. We're not going to be able to bullseye it in. Oh, wait, because did he give a go again off the Voltaire?
This feels like such a, like, this is going to be so cool to watch two people we know, just like, they know each other really well. Maybe some of that familiarity breed, what is that sentence?
Breeds contempt?
Or not, is it contempt?
I think so, familiarity.
Oh, maybe I'm on the wrong.
Contentment? Nah, I think it's contempt. Familiarity breeds contempt.
Or I was like complacency, but I guess it's a different C word. But like, just a one lapse of judgment can just snowball when we're doing this. But check out this $17,000 card I just came at you with. Take it, Evan. Get some karma back on your side, my man.
So this Command and Conquer, hey, it's threatening the arsenal, but look at this. We're trenching a card away. Trench.
Command and Conquer never matters against me.
Getting a resource. You know, you have to imagine there's going to be some inclination to block here. You can use that trenched resource to load your bow after the Command and Conquer has hit and destroyed your arsenal.
Sick.
That's pretty cool.
I remember that when that first happened to me, I was like, don't worry, I'm going to get some tempo here, play Command and Conquer, and then it was trench it away and load it afterwards. And I was like, this is a mess.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and lose our arsenal here. Let's see if he is going to go ahead and activate the Voltaire at the end of this turn. He has the one resource. Let's point to it.
He's pointing at it.
He's pointing to it. And we are going to go ahead and activate the Voltaire to put the Endless Arrow in at the end of the turn. So now,
my
moving
Command
over
and
to his
Conquer.
turn.
And maybe this isn't the worst thing. We're going to Sigil. Sigil means Command and Conquer's only really come in for 3 if you think about stuff that way. And having 4 Ash isn't that awful after what has been going on.
No, he's got a lot of Ash to work with. The question is Evan going to be able to just keep the pressure on enough that any potential dragons aren't going to scare him too bad? He's got so much life to play with because of that IP penalty, because of the ability to just throw all that damage at the beginning of the game. He's just got so much more resource of his life to spend on dragons, and he can just be perhaps ignoring some of them if they come out, depending on how his hand lines up, to just pressure Andrew Rude's life total, which is already down to 14.
Right. Because some of the things that Andrew's going to do doesn't sound as fun when you're behind by 20.
For sure.
Some of these dragons aren't as high impact. Like maybe it is wait for your best dragons, block out until you can start Dominia going or Tumultai.
Andrew here.
Tumultai in the trench would be my favorite thing that has happened in 2 days.
That Azalea going to get unblocked, and then an E-Strike coming in with the draw card tech. So this is 5 damage, threatening Evans, 31 life. He's going to look how he wants to play this one out. I do see a Rain Razors in his hand, a Premeditate, looks like a Drill Shot. Andrew Rudin trying desperately to cling to this part of the game, but those are 2 blue arrows that are going to be thrown at the inline strike.
So here comes the 3 of the kind. That's pretty much
Perhaps
a signpost that somebody's about to draw 3 cards.
we're going to go a Premeditate.
Oh, what is this one? Rain Razors? Codex. You're wrong, Blake.
This is probably going to get the Bolton shot because it's going to have go again from that +5. So we're going +5 onto this first arrow and then +2 onto the second. Luckily for Andrew, he already has an arsenal, so he's not going to have to discard a card after the effect of the Codex. So this one's going to be coming in.
Right.
+5, +4 is 9. So here comes 9 damage. No reload, but Ponder on hit. We don't have the Snapdragons up to give this endless arrow go again, but it is just going to come in for 6 after this 9 damage. So that's a total of 15. So blocks have to happen here.
There is one world where I wish, like we could just be like, let's just start the game over again and try again, Andrew. Do a whole first turn again.
Try again.
I say that with love. Like that is not sarcastic at all. Like, I do wish. Like, if Evan loses this, honestly, the coolest thing ever. But it just feels so. Like, oh, can I beat heroes? Yes. Can I beat heroes without all my stuff? No.
Yeah, it's the difference between playing in a professional level or competitive level tournament where rules violations and game violations can actually be, it's something that players are expected to be responsible for beyond, which is different than your local army where these 2 players are used to meeting, where between friends and between the spirit of having a good game, often you can let things like that, well, we can just go back. Let's just take the turn back because I'm more interested in having, a more competitive, more interesting game.
Right.
But in this situation, when you're playing for something like a gold foil and a PTI, you are expected.
Not flesh and blood and friends.
Yeah, exactly. You're expected to play clean. You're expected to play by the rules. And if you don't do so, even if it is an accident, there are just going to be consequences.
Right. Frailty token's not going to matter to dragons. So everything's going to be coming in for normal damage. Evan's at 28. So I think he is kind of like, I don't really care unless I ever get under 10. And the offensive pressure that my deck brings, if you remember from round 1, if you don't remember from round 1, he kind of plays the high roll version of Lexi instead of the consistent version.
Yeah.
So kind of the worst person to only have 3 cards to block against because he's doing high roll all the time.
We have an Art of War coming in. This is going to say with go again and +1 rather than the banish. So this is coming in for 9. He would have taken 3. So basically comes in for 9.
Sigil block.
Sigil block. So no life lost. But
oof,
we are going to go ahead and Codex of Inertia. So top card from the arsenal.
Dang, I hate that card.
Into the arsenal. And now we're discarding our last card. We've already gotten the Heatseeker trigger online.
Codex of Inertia.
Into a drill
What a
shot
treat.
for 5 after the Art of War. But the top card of Andrew's deck, Fate Foreseen.
That's sick. Take that, Evan.
Evan with a little smile at this point. Taking 1. Ponder.
But once again, what is Andrew going to do on his turn? It's like swing Azalea. Maybe Evan goes, okay, I'll take 3.
There's an attack for 6, the Heatseeker, not for 9.
Also, that card's also $17,000. The Fortune Cookie?
Oh, yes.
Fortune Cookie Fate Foreseen?
Fate Foreseen, yeah, about 17,000. That in the scene.
Sheesh. What are you thinking about doing, Evan? Take it. All right. Inertia. Why are you pointing at my dragon? Don't point at my dragon.
That was probably an Azalea without Phantasm that came in. We're going to flip and show a drill shot after the Ponder token. Let's play
God,
Premeditate.
how many premeditates can you draw? Stop doing this.
This is going to be now a Sedation shot. This one's going to be coming in for 8.
Somebody said no Heatseeker card. Did he forget?
No, I think...
Oh. Oh, he did? Somebody said he did. Okay. Did he forget this? Okay, no. Everybody says we're fine. Oh, he
Yeah,
should have got the
That's
heat
what I
seeking.
thought.
Okay, okay.
I was like, that sigil is just gaining the life that he would have lost. But he did do damage. He did do damage, and then he gained life. So it still hit even though no life changed. Because life technically changed, they just didn't represent it.
So anytime we mess up, we're just going to say we're tired. And anytime we do something good, we're going to say we're good.
Yeah. We're good at all
That's
times.
the option select
We're
that
good
we
and-
use in
we're good and
SoCal
tired.
to make us seem like we're amazing. We're mostly amazing.
Evan here with the Ponder, going to go ahead and ponder that card in. Once again, this is what this Illusionist deck is now just priced in doing. We're going to attack with a single dragon without Phantasm, and we're going to block with everything until the Lexi deck falters at all, and perhaps we can pivot into a little more aggression. But this is going to be, I'm assuming, an attack 4-3, 1 Arcane and 2 Physical.
Honestly, not the worst type of thought process for Andrew of like, thank
Nope.
God I have azalea up, so
Yep.
instead of leaking one and my opponent, nothing happens to my opponent, it's I leak a couple and then Evan takes 3. And if you do that
Until the end of the
8
game.
more times, you win. Yeah, like it's going to be hard to get through 8 rounds of offensive pressure.
We trenched away the card off the Ponder, and we've loaded in a Sleep Dart with our Voltaire after doing so. So that does lead me to believe that if there might not be a lot of pitch
That's not
in
a
Evan's hand.
good.
Yeah,
That's
great
not a
sign.
good arrow at all.
Oh, but there's a blue. So we're going to go ahead and put in the Sleep Dart into the red zone. It's coming in for 5, which is just going to have to be blocked by a 3 block and a 2 block there with the viscerai.
Perfect.
And
block.
the Passing Mirage is going to cover it up entirely. We do see a battering bolt, so one of the poppers, as well as a Bolton shot that could be coming in for 5. But if you put that battering bolt in the arsenal, it's not like a down and dirty. It's not going to be doing any popping.
Right.
But until you clear the Miragai, you're not doing any popping anyway. And as soon as you start to put an attack into the dragons instead of into Andrew, you're leaving him with 1 or 2 cards. That could resolve
Right.
another dragon. That could allow him to get some value out of it this way. So instead, he's just going to go ahead and we're just sending the battering bolt in after utilizing our
And battering bolt, that has never been in an Evan list ever. That is from yesterday. That is saying, oh, battering bolt starts at 6, and I add 1 from Voltaire. Now I can have my opponent leak damage. It's going to be great. I'm gonna be losing to that very soon.
So after that, you know, he bullseyed it in to only take the 1 damage. Andrew blocked for 6, so only 1 damage leaking through. We're going to start this turn, activate Lexi, flip over Bolton shot. Most likely we're going to be activating Voltaire here. Let's put in a
7 turns of Azalea away from winning for Andrew.
Falcon Wing. This is kind of going to come in for 4 with go again, most likely just a block for 3, leaking 1.
Cool.
Andrew just in damage control time. We're going to see how much can we block, how much can we keep pinging. And Evan not wanting to commit cards or resources to these dragons yet, but because being able to load on his last turn or have an arsenal, he's going to come in 3 arrows wide.
Jeez. I think you do commit 2 cards to block this. Because going down to 3 kind of does not feel great. Because then now you can get lightning pressed at any moment.
Andrew Rudin taking 2 after blocking.
But that looks like a sigil, so we're not going to be 3 very long.
So inertia token after the sedation shot dealing 2 damage. Andrew back to 3, an inertia token on his side.
Sigil could make now Azalea have go again.
Yes, it can. So we're going to take 1, 2, 3.
Love it. Now I'm doing 5 to you if I commit Miragai. I'm going to
gonna
commit
allow-
Miragai. Pop it. Pop it. No. Now we're
Evan?
doing 5. Now the turn clock for Evan is 3.
Evan down to 14. Andrew
I mean-
back up to 6. He's not been able to keep an arsenal. He's been blocking with his whole hand every turn because what else are you going to do? But again, until Evan deals. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Goodbye. I hate this combo so much.
That's a Rain
You
Razors.
hate watching Lexi at home?
That's a Rain Razors. That's a 3 of a kind. That's going to be a lot of damage onto each one of these arrows.
I think what is interesting.
What's
i-
interesting,
If we
Blake?
take a second,
What's
it's
interesting?
like that we see some master like combo stuff get placed by a couple heroes like Kano or Dromai, the Ash artist, and then all of that gets like wiped away by I play 2 cards in a row, Rain Razors first, 3 of a kind second. It is kind of like one of those is so much easier to do. Why is that one so strong?
Yeah.
But you can't play from. You can only play from Arsenal. It's like, well, that's where that's the only thing I play from all the time.
This one's going to be coming in for 6. We're able to block 4 of it with the Sink Below.
Nice.
We're taking
What's that last card?
most likely 2 here, going
Better
down
not
to
be
3.
Remembrance. It's probably a Remembrance because we thought this was going to be a long-ass game. Then it was a short-ass game. What was it?
We're
Oh,
sinking a card away. We're hoping for maybe another Sink Below because his comes in with a Searing Shot
Oh,
for a 3, which is going for 6.
too many.
That's going to be the
Too
game
many.
there between Evan and Andrew. The final Searing Shot for 6, dealing 4 damage upon hit, which is going to be another win for Evan. Again, not really getting to show the true power of the trench.
We're
and
not going to put Evan on ever again on stream. Don't worry.
I feels like when we put him on stream, he just gets lucky.
Yeah,
He
what
just
the
gets
heck,
lucky,
dude?
lucky up there.
I think if Brody is quote-unquote the Wonder Kid,
What's Evan?
lucky.
Wonder Bread.
Wonder Bread, same way you spell it.
Coming in from the supercomputer. That's the match between Andrew and Evan. Both players definitely in contention for top 8. Evan very well likely might be the 1 seed coming out of Swiss.
Stop.
6-1. He might be.
He's gonna explode.
He might be him or Matt Vore, I think.
His head, his ego. He's gonna start playing dromai, dude.
Oh my
Get
gosh.
him out of here. Halfway proud for Evan. I should
Halfway
explain this. It's like I don't have brothers and sisters. We're both from Texas. We're both big ass white dudes, I guess. And then there's some layers where it's like you put your arm around him and you're like, all right, Evan, great. But then you sit across from him and you're like, oh, I'm not drawing Blood Rush, Bello. And you're like, well, I'm gonna block my 3-6-9-12 block, 3-6-9-12 block, and then he's just like, oh, I'm gonna endless arrow and do all this stuff like we've already said 15 times. But it is like I'm proud of you, but I'm also rooting for your downfall at every second, so we could have some character growth where you're like whenever you do talk to your opponent and you're like, okay, I beat you. Here's where I would change what you did. You should switch this, and then he's also a judge, so you're like, hey, judge, and then Evan comes over and he's like, I think it's this, and then he like failed the judge test a couple times, so you're like, I think that I could know a little bit, and then it's like, well, I could probably win and be top seed too if people were just throwing their laundry in front of it too early, like all that kind of stuff. You're just like, how's this happening to you? I'm happy for you, but great job. Or is it, or you play some of the best players when it's like, oh, they didn't draw their powerful cards. Aether Ice and Howl Weathervane at the beginning. Viscerai too early for this. We got so excited. Viscerai so excited. Popper so excited. And then he got a penalty as a judge. How do you do that? How do you reconcile you getting a judge card that's worth $75,000 yesterday, and you can't remember to keep game state in your own game, you know? That's just every thought I had.
Yeah, you really gave it to him. No, it was great. That was great. I mean, I got to say, I'm don't look at me no, proud of Evan, and I understand what you're saying in that when I play him at the Armory on Tuesday and I get the W, it's a little bit extra satisfying. I understand what you're saying. He's one of those players, you do love him as a man, as an opponent.
I hope he loses.
Happy to beat his ass.
Yeah,
one of those type
Hell yeah.
But with that is the end of Swiss here
Right.
in the AGE PTI Gold Foil Tournament in Los Angeles.
I don't think we're going to talk to either of those people.
You don't want
We had a judge thing. I don't think it's copacetic there. I think we're going to take a little bit of a break because we're going to announce the top 8. We're going to have stuff happen. We may have something for you. In 2 minutes, we're going to go powwow over there and tell you what we're going to give you.
How's
so
that sound?
Stick around. Go put water in your ice maker. Because you used all of it earlier, and you're going to want it for lemonade on Tuesday, okay? I like looking down here, Christine. This is unnatural to me, you know? I like looking at myself, like I'm talking to myself, you know? We'll see you in 2 minutes, and we'll have something for you, I promise.
Bye.
we're back. Oh my
Hello.
gosh, it doesn't fit on here.
That's
We got the Associate Professional Clinic Counselor, Randy.
Mhm.
Randy is a local who we haven't got on stream because not playing in AGEs because you're vibing.
Just vibing. I come here to support the homies.
Right. The reason why we have your lower third is that let's talk about mental health and Fab. Some people have complained about they've been burnt out before. Some people maybe get too tilted. Maybe the ego comes into play sometimes. One thing you said to me that made me new perspective was people are allowed to be happy.
A concept, right?
A concept.
A concept.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, people are allowed to feel their emotions.
Right.
As in, if
People are allowed to be tilted.
They're allowed to be tilted.
Okay.
They're allowed to get frustrated. But I think oftentimes, not even like at Fab, just in general, people will attribute their emotions to something else.
Right.
As in, I stubbed my toe on the door. I'm angry. Screw the door.
Right.
But in reality, it's like, how did I end up in this position?
Right.
It's like, there's this concept, fixed mindset, growth mindset, fix, blame everything, yada, yada.
Right.
Which can alleviate like stress and blame, but it's like, I don't grow from it because it's fixed. Growth mindset. Some unfortunate circumstances, but how did I end up here and what can I do to change that?
So I'm not mad at Rain Razors and Three of a Kind. I'm mad that I never had a real relationship with my father.
Yes, absolutely.
And I'm bringing that in
absolutely.
to an armory.
Absolutely.
And I should pay more to therapists to get that out of here so I can play the best without bringing my stress to other people.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's, at the end of the day, it's daddy issues. 100%.
Yeah. Yeah. Print it. Send tweet, that's for sure.
Yes.
I think another thing, you play some heroes that you played. Like, I think one thing that's crazy to me is when people take time off and they come back, and yes, they'll ask some dumb questions like, how many cards do I draw? But, like, you have a new mindset, a fresh slate where you do take 3 weeks off. And, like, we saw you play Oldham at a skirmish, and you went, I think you were #1 seed, and you hadn't played, like, Blitz for, like, a month before that, or maybe even longer. And, like, what was your mindset that day of, like, okay, I like playing this game. That's why I show up and I say hi to my friends. But, like, that day, was the fresh slate, like, a thought process, or are you just good and you just don't come?
I'm definitely just not good and don't come. It's not that, I think. First off, Oldham and Blitz, not to, like, invalidate anyone playing, it's pretty easy, right? Like,
Right.
it's not as hard as, say, like, Kane or Icelander. And I've been playing Oldham since, like, Tales of Aria. So it was the deck I was most comfortable with. And honestly, I was just vibing the entire time. That's what I do when I play Fab. Like, I don't put the stress on myself, like, I need to freaking get first. It's like, I'm just having fun with the homies.
How do you get into that mindset? Is there a thing that people can do of, like, I want to enjoy this game more than I am currently? How can I get myself into a vibe and mind state?
That's a good question, Blake.
That's why I'm here. You know?
Yeah. I think part of it for me is I assume for most people, Fab isn't their life. I would hope so, at least, because to make one thing your entire life, not toxic, but makes things hard. So naturally, like, I'm a therapist, so that's a stressful job. So I have a lot of stress and anxiety towards work and life. So naturally, when I come play Fab, like, I was like, I already have enough stress in my life, so why stress about this when I'm just trying to have fun?
True.
So that's, like, the mindset I have. It's like, I play Fab for fun. If I'm good, and if I'm not having fun in this hobby, then something is up, and I need to, dig deeper and see my own therapist.
Let's try some Riptide, and let's kill people with traps, because that's fun.
That's fun.
You've been playing some Riptide. We had 6 Riptides yesterday.
That's
So
crazy.
it's starting to catch on. I think once Oldham gets out of here, we could probably start playing Riptide for fun and for money, or I don't know. I think that's one thing, too, is, like, every Tuesday you're playing for a gold foil, and, like, or what are they called? Cold foils. And it's like a $40 card, but don't value a $40 card over having fun.
That's my mindset, but obviously people play Fab for different reasons, or just in general. I think for the most part, just asking yourself, why do I enjoy this game, or what do I play it for? And if you are not aligned with that, ask yourself how you can align to that goal or change your goal, right?
Right.
So if you're like, I'm here to win, and you're not winning, ask yourself, how come you're not winning? If you realize, I don't want to win, I just want to have fun, ask yourself why you're not having fun.
As somebody who's had, like, 2 or 3 therapists throughout my life, one thing that is interesting to me is, like, what inspired you, if it's not too crazy for a random Sunday? Like, why therapy? Like, what does it do for you? Of like, I like helping people, or is there a deeper like, oh my goodness, that one Tuesday in 6th grade I knew.
Yeah, as I said at the beginning, it's all daddy issues, right?
Really?
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Because that nails it for
Yeah.
me. You're good. Yeah.
Not to get too deep into it, right? It's like a cultural component and like just how it's raised. I'm Asian American. Not to generalize all Asian cultures, but generally speaking, in most Asian cultures, mental health is never prioritized. It's more like conceal, don't feel, don't show your emotions.
Right.
So for me, it was very hard growing up to show my emotions, and I'd be like, "What the heck? Why am I feeling this way? I don't even know how to label my emotions." Fast forward, college, met some great people. They introduced, like, they just, helped me talk about my feelings. And I was like, damn, I like helping people.
Right.
So then it naturally just gravitated towards how can I help people to, oh, I want to do this to help people. Then, skip all the stuff in between. And bam, I'm a
Right.
therapist.
I can be like water.
Yes.
I can help other people be like water.
Mm.
And we can name ourselves whatever
Yes.
to tie it back into Fab.
Yeah, then pay one to
Yeah.
be whatever combo one you want.
Oh, paying one would be sick. A question from the booth. How do you balance taking the game seriously / caring about mistakes and letting things go at the right times?
First off, to answer that question, balance, right? Balance is more than just Fab, right? It's your outside life.
Right.
Typically speaking, I imagine all of us have a lot of things going on outside of Fab.
Right.
And naturally, as human beings, we just can't disconnect everything from life. Like everything's intertwined. Like if I'm stressed out at home, I might be having less fun at Fab. So
I completely I'm such I try to not be asshole or dick, to be honest, on a Tuesday. But like whenever I have some stress at work, maybe I bring that to my romping club, and it's like, take a walk, dude. Like do all this stuff. I just cut you off, but
no, that's fine. But that's like that. It's asking yourself, like checking in with how you're feeling. Like, how was your day, Blake? And you're like, damn, today
Right.
was shitty.
Right.
Can I cuss on stream? But too late already.
Yeah, well, YouTube will.
Was that a
will tell us whatever.
But yeah.
We hit the bump buzzer or whatever.
But it's just like that. It's just asking yourself how you're feeling, just being honest with yourself. Going back to the Fab portions, like making mistakes, right? I think the most important thing is like getting mad at your mistakes shows that you care, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because why would you be mad at something you don't care about? So naturally, that's a good thing. Shows you care. Big props to you for caring. I think the hard thing is asking yourselves, like, what did I don't say wrong, but how could I have played better in this game, right? Was I not engaged as much? Did I accidentally pitch, I don't know, my blue disable instead of like something like my hearted Fandom for some reason,
Right.
something like that. Right, and rather, Mitch, going back to what you said at the beginning, like not getting mad at the Rain Razors plus 3 of a kind combo because they just had it. Maybe it's we pitched like on our D react too early when we went into Arsenal, and
Right.
now because we pitched that, we don't have a 4 block to block something.
Because I think one thing that's always in my mind is like the best players in the world are always lucky. How are they doing this? But there is a layer of like, as they try more and practice more, they do stuff. This is actually not where I want to go. I had a different question that I just remembered. One thought process.
We're vibing.
Mental health, all in your brain, but is there some component of like, I felt like I haven't been as healthy physical wise. Is there some like, you need to get something going on otherwise? Like, mental health is connected to so much. Is that true? Like, that's just a personal question.
No,
like,
no.
could I figure out some stress and anger if I was like working out more and in the gym? That's a personal,
No,
not anybody in the
That's
chat.
actually a very good question. That is something I actually talk about with my clients, right? Because obviously mental health, in your brain, but there's also a physiological component to emotions, right?
right.
For me, example, when I am stressed, I clench my jaw or my shoulders are really tense. So naturally, and I think naturally, your body will feel your emotions coming more before your brain. So if I am aware that I clench my jaw when I'm angry, and then I realize I'm clenching my jaw, I'm like, I can tell myself, oh, my jaw is clenched. It's something making me angry right now. So I can respond to my body's reaction to an emotion and acknowledge it before like my mind fully processes it, right?
Hell yeah.
So naturally, say you're playing Fab, like, your shoulders like, because we all play like this, like, oh, my shoulders are super hunched like this. And if hunched shoulders is like anxiety, like in reaction to anxiety for you, can be like, why am I feeling anxious right now in this moment? Oh, it's because I'm playing on stream. I'm not used to playing on stream.
Right.
And then you're like, okay, how do I alleviate that? Take deep breaths. Tell yourself you got it. Have fun.
I think one thought process about mental health that's maybe a society thing or maybe a cultural thing too is like talking to a therapist is like admitting defeat
That's
or
cap.
or admitting that you can't do it yourself. But recently, talking to my therapist for like the last 8 years, I kind of see it as like you're using someone else to help you figure out the tools to do stuff. I recommend it to everybody.
Likewise.
I don't know if there's a if you're even if you're not with a constant issue right now, maybe talking to somebody once every 6 months just to keep yourself on track. Even I feel like you could learn like ways to crisis management or ways to not argue but talk through stuff with maybe some of your friends and give advice. Like, do you have a recommendation for people that have never done this? And like, what would you say to somebody who's never done this? Therapy is this and this.
Obviously, as a therapist and someone who is in their own personal therapy, I have a heavy bias. Like, I think everyone can benefit from therapy,
Right.
but it's definitely a scary process. First off, it's like, where do I start? Because, mental health resources aren't the most common. But I would recommend, like, I guess starting is always the hardest part.
Right.
Honestly, like, that mindset of I am weak if I see a therapist, it's more common than you would think, but it's more so like I view it as I care about myself enough to seek a professional because I want better for myself, right? Because I mean, we all deserve to be, everyone deserves to be happy, as Blake said earlier. Yeah, but it's hard. That's why like I will say most therapists they offer something called a consult. So literally, if you reach out to them, be like, "Hey, I'm interested in therapy," they will talk to you for like 10 minutes, explain the process, see if you guys are a fit. And if you guys are like, yeah, we vibe, let's connect, then you guys can go on with that. For anyone who actually wants to start, like, look for therapy, I would recommend going on psychologytoday.com.
Okay.
And you can filter therapists based off your insurance. So naturally, obviously, therapy can be expensive. So if you can get therapy with using your insurance, by all means, do it. Or if you want, just look up therapists for private practice. That's all. I do that too. But the first step is the hardest. Resources are hard to find, so I would just look up psychologytoday.com, put in your zip code, filter by insurance,
It's
and
a great resource. Yeah, I didn't know that existed.
yeah, and actually, starting is the hardest part. Imagine when you guys first started playing Fab, y'all probably were scared,
Yeah.
or you went to your first armory and you're like, this guy has a full cold foil prism deck. I'm about to get shit on. Sorry for cussing again. But something, I mean, you still played, you still continue playing. Otherwise, like, getting eruditioned, and then going home, you came back the next week, so you liked something about it. Same concept for therapy. You'll go the first week, it may be very uncomfortable because you're unsure how to begin. And you may hate it, and you're like, okay, it's not for me, but at least you tried. Or you may be like, hey, I'm interested enough to do this again, and you'll keep going, and then, obviously the benefits will be there in the long run.
Finally, we'll have a fun question. Randy, you're the originator in our community for the word sheesh. Sheesh! Or everybody would probably do it too. What does sheesh mean to you if you boil it down to brass tacks or the most? What is sheesh?
It's a vibe, 100% a vibe.
Okay. All right.
I think most slang or like newer slang terms, I say it ironically at first, but then I eventually start saying it unironically. So that's what sheesh, right? Sheesh. Honestly, it can mean anything. Like you're vibing with your friends,
It's gonna be 20 minutes when you're waiting for IHOP.
Yeah, you get double blood rushed by Blake, and he's like, "You're done, son." Sheesh. I mean, honestly, it's just like a way to connect with people, right? Like when I say sheesh, like other people say sheesh, and they're like, "Oh, we're connecting," and like build
That's
community.
a very quick way to do that.
Yeah.
We're gonna connect in chat when people say sheesh. Thank you, Randy, for coming on. Maybe a bit of an unorthodox thing, but this is somebody that inspires me in my community. I want to share him with the world. I think one day, if you ever want to play or commentate, you're welcome to come here anytime. I'll fight for you.
Yeah.
If you enjoyed this at all. I do think having you say the thought process of people are allowed to be happy.
They are.
Did do some mountain in my mind was moved. But then I always am like, well, people are allowed to be sad.
They
too.
are.
Like,
People are allowed.
I want to be happy.
People are allowed to
I
feel.
want my opponent to be sad.
Yes. Appreciate it, Blake. If you don't know, Blake's my guy. He was like one of the first friends I met when playing Fab.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
Until I drove for 4 hours to Vegas.
Till we drove to Vegas
heard me
together.
talk about my mom and dad.
Yeah.
I was like, oh crap.
But yes, people are allowed to be happy. Just to say, like,
Feel emotions.
you're allowed to feel emotions. You don't have to earn to be happy. As a human being, you can just be happy. So if anyone says you have to earn it, they're capping, and you should fight them. Don't fight them, but maybe
Don't
fight them.
Fight them in fat.
Yes. But yeah, I mean, mental health is literally my profession, so I always love just talking about it or helping educate
Right.
people. So by all means, reach out.
If somebody local was like, oh, you would refer them, right? You can't. You
Yeah,
can't do it for
I
friends,
can't
yeah.
have sessions with people I know because
Hell
there's
yeah.
a bias. So if I was Blake's therapist, I'd be like, nah, man, I can't. Like, I know you too much for this.
Right. I know this isn't your true problem. You just need to stop bringing crappy decks to Tuesday. Well, thank you very much. We'll do a handshake for the official part. I don't think we've ever done that before. We'll see you for a top 8 announcement, and we'll get top 8 going. Is that a heart?
Yeah,
Is that what that means?
Korean
heart?
finger hearts.
Okay, I'm going to do that. And then it turns into pasta. All right.
Oh, I didn't-
all right. Sure.
And we are back here at the AGE Gold Foil Tournament here in Los Angeles. Thank you for joining us back. Sam O'Byrne here with Joshua Myers, and we have one final duty to do upon this stream before we migrate to the top 8 stream on this same channel. It's going to be easy to find. Don't worry about it. But our last duty, our last charge given to us by the supercomputer is to reveal the top 8 of this tournament, which is what the people have been waiting for.
All day. They've been asking us, who do you think is going to win? Who do you think is going to top 8? And guess what? We have the answers now.
We have the answers now. If you were thinking it was going to be a lot of Lexi, well, we've got a surprise for you.
Oh.
It's 4 Lexi. It's the same amount of Lexi as yesterday.
Well, you know, it's the same. I think it was 5 Lexi yesterday. So
No,
one.
it was 4.
It was 4? Oh, man.
I'm pretty sure it was 4. Katsu, Kano.
Either way,
Yep.
half the brackets, at least Lexi. You're going to see some Lexi matches. And who are the outliers this time, though? Because sometimes things.
Yeah, we've got a couple outliers for you right now. Supercomputer, can we get onto the top 8?
Are we good? Ready? Computer says yes.
Wait, will it work if I just hit it? Oh my god, it will work.
Oh, here we go. So look at the first bracket here. We have Brody Spurlock versus Brian Lorenz at Lexi Mirror.
My man really came out and won the battle-hearted yesterday on this deck and is still the first seed heading into the tournament here. He was 6-0-1 on the day. One draw, his only draw on the day to the number 2 seed. You can see at the bottom of the bracket here, Matt Vore playing Bryce Platts, who is another local player here, another one of our armory combatants, so to speak, down at the bottom of the bracket.
Yes, and then we have John Ho versus Andrew Rudin, viscerai versus dromai. That is going to be a bloodbath. Those games are traditionally very fast and can swing either way. And then lastly, we have Evan Bridges versus Eric Donnerheim on Islander versus Lexi. So it looks like some of the dark horses got paired, and at least one Lexi group will cannibalize, so we get one less Lexi out there.
Absolutely.
So it's going to be very interesting. Definitely, no matter what. I think one Lexi makes it to top 4. If I'm reading this right.
Well, not necessarily. Oh, to top 4? Yeah.
Yeah, top 4.
For
yeah,
sure,
yeah.
top 4. There will be a Lexi in top 4.
Yeah.
But looking at the bracket here, Brody into Brian, apparently that was also the last round of Swiss. Brian was able to win the die roll in the Swiss rounds, but the die roll's already been cast for the top 8. Brody's going to be able to choose to most likely go second. John Ho into Andrew Rudin. That was one of the second or third to last rounds of Swiss. Viscerai able to just present too much arcane damage for Andrew in that game, but Andrew hoping he's going to be able to establish some more dragons and not have to deal with as many Revel and Runebloods there.
Yep.
Then with Evan Bridges into Eric Daurenheim. It's not the same player from the round 1 that we saw on stream today, but it is the same matchup. It was about the craziest game I've ever seen.
It's really interesting.
Or not craziest game I've ever seen, but one of the craziest turns I've ever seen from Evan Bridges in that game was wild. So we'll see if Evan is able to do something similar in that arena. And then finally we have Matthew Vore, the lone oldham. This is it, folks.
Still out here.
This is the final ride, and he is holding strong to the banner of ice and earth, facing Bryce Platts on Lexi. I know Bryce is definitely on some good ice cards, but I wonder if he's going to be able to pull it out against the stone wall that has been Matthew Vore all weekend going into this top 8. So that's what we're working with. We are going to be leaving you from this stream shortly, but don't worry. Don't fret. We're just a stone's throw away on this very same channel on a new stream, the top 8 stream, where we're going to crown a champion. We're going to give out a gold foil. We're going to give out a PTI.
And
but most importantly,
we're going to give out this nice gold medal. AG Open champion. Get that logo there. Look it.
Come on.
It's like a cold foil.
Tell me you'd rather a gold foil instead of a medal.
Dude, I can wear
this.
this.
You remember being 7 years old and getting medals? That was sick.
This is the Covenant Pride because you can wear them to AGEs to flex,
which many people do.
Yeah, that's a very common tradition.
Come around with the bling.
You get the yep, all blinged out.
So we have to leave you now. We have to leave you, but stick around on this very same channel. Join us in the new stream. This has been honestly such a great game. Such cool, diverse heroes in this tournament and in the top 8, and it should be a really exciting way to close this day out. What a wonderful weekend we've had here.
I've had so much fun.
And we get 3 more games before we have to send everybody home. So don't go anywhere. Stick to this channel. Get to the new stream. Those games, as soon as these deck checks are over, we're going to be getting them right in. So it shouldn't be too long.
Yep.
We'll see you soon.
I miss you already. See you soon.
Bye.